Chapter 51, The Easy Deal. Ambition. Purpose. Power. Charlotte Joey. This man's character is remarkably twisted. He enjoys going with the flow. Yet, at the same time when forced to act, he pursues perfection. To some people, the idea is simple: do you really need the world government's approval to build a nation? If you ask him, he'll be blunt: absolutely not. With his own strength, the power of his mother, and the ever-growing talents of his younger siblings, who would dare challenge him? However, that's not Joey's way. It's not in his nature. If he's going to do something, it must be done to the extreme. The Tato land may have been created by his mother, Big Mom, but at its core, it remains a pirate nation. No matter how high it climbs, it will always be looked down upon. Why? The reason is simple: no matter how powerful pirates are, no matter how terrifying, the established nations and the world government never see them as equals. To the world, pirates are merely thieves. Joey, however, envisions a different path for Tato land. It won't just become a member nation recognized by the world government, it will be a decision-making nation, perhaps even one with privileged status among the decision-makers. This is Joey's goal. And this goal, it's just the beginning, a little goal. From Dressrosa to Alabasta, this man has gradually brought 28 nations under his influence. Same as today, he want to get the Germa Kingdom. Fishman Island. Germa Kingdom. Both are powerful nations. Though Fishman Island has long avoided attending the reverie, it isn't due to a lack of qualification. Germa Kingdom is much the same. If these two nations joined the conference, others would inevitably be pushed out. Why? It's like a genius who consistently scores over 100 points in a test but chooses not to compete. In their absence, others can claim first place. However, the moment they return, that top position vanishes. This is the crux of the issue. The kingdoms of Alabasta, Dressrosa, Germa, and Fishman Island. When these four powerhouses back a proposal, who would dare oppose it? Even if someone wanted to, they'd have to consider the consequences potentially resulting in 50 nations agreeing to the proposal. At that point, even the world government couldn't veto it. The written rules must remain unbroken in the public, no matter the circumstances. Alabasta. Dressrosa. Germa. Fishman Island. Joey murmured softly, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. For a moment, it felt as though he had the world in the palm of his hand. Before long, he shook himself from his reverie and said calmly, "Let's go meet the king of Germa." Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a bold laugh rang out, followed by a voice. "Chief Joey, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've come to see you personally." A ship approached swiftly, and a tall man in an opulent cape stepped forward. Joey's smile grew wider as he patiently waited for the men to arrive. Vinsmoke Judge. The father of Germa's next supreme commander. Judge not only left behind his son but also a host of genetically engineered soldiers designed to serve as his son's subordinates. As Joey recalled the details about this man, he smiled and greeted him warmly. "Mr. Judge, it's a pleasure to meet you." Judge laughed heartily. "Chief Joey, the pleasure is mine. Your visit brings great honor to the Germa Kingdom. But let's cut to the chase. I know why you're here. So, tell me, what can you offer in return?" Truth be told, Judge was genuinely pleased with Joey. Great nations often maintain subtle connections. Riku, Cobra, and Judge had already discussed certain matters among themselves. He. Joey chuckled softly. "I've always preferred dealing with clever people. Since you're so direct, Mr. Judge, let's hear what you have to offer." Judge pondered briefly before replying seriously. 2 years from now, Germa will attend the reverie and support your proposal. Beyond that, I offer you this, a Paramecia-Type devil fruit healing fruit. As Judge revealed the devil fruit, Joey's interest was immediately piqued. The Paramecia-Type heal fruit. This fruit wasn't remarkable for its combat capabilities but for its unparalleled restorative power. It was essentially a team-wide healer, a massive boon for any battle. Joey, who had a borderline obsessive interest in collecting devil fruits, couldn't help but be intrigued. In his collection, he only valued mythical Zoan fruits, the powerful Logias, and high-tier Paramecia fruits. Mid-tier Paramecia fruits were only considered if they related to sustenance or food. Consequently, his collection remained small: the art fruit, the puff-puff fruit, the heat fruit. All of these were high-tier, even borderline bug-level fruits. Additionally, he had the mirror fruit and the book fruit, though he hadn't yet found suitable users for them. The healing fruit was undoubtedly a top-tier addition. Joey smiled. "And what do you want from me, Mr. Judge?" Judge raised a single finger. "Very simple. Berserk beasts and skeleton soldiers. That will suffice." Oh. Joey's curiosity deepened. For a scientific madman like Judge, these peculiar creations were far more valuable than they appeared. This was shaping up to be a fascinating deal. Chapter 52, Green Gemstone Island. The deal was concluded. It was remarkably simple. So simple, it felt almost weird. Honestly, if Joey hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he might not have believed it himself. The title of Mad Scientist truly fits Judge. For people like him, the idea of new research was like unveiling a treasure chest of unimaginable wonders. The immortality of the skeleton soldier. The raw physical power of the berserk beasts. These things. To Judge, they were as enticing as a lustful man beholding a peerless beauty. It was an obsession, a fascination that could not be resisted. Particularly for the Invincible family, experts in genetic science. In truth, the Invincible family had already collected the genetic codes of various races from around the world. Now, the skeleton soldier and berserk beasts presented an entirely new genetic structure. This was a breakthrough capable of transforming their research. For Judge, an agreement and a devil fruit were a small price to pay. Joey toyed with the heal fruit in his hand, remarking, "Honestly, this was one of the easiest deals I've ever made. None of my prior negotiations have ever been this straightforward." He couldn't help but marvel. Whether it was the warrior village of Elbaf, the kingdom of Dressrosa, or the kingdom of Alabasta, each deal had required careful planning and deliberation before the other party would agree. Annihilation was never the goal. Getting them to agree willingly, that was the key. But with Judge, everything fell into place effortlessly. "Well, whatever," Joey muttered, shaking his head. "No point overthinking it. The healing fruit, the mirror fruit, and the book fruit, all three need suitable users. Keeping devil fruits as collectibles is pointless. Only by eating them and developing their potential can they truly shine." As he pondered candidates for these fruits, Joey considered. Unlike the food-based devil fruits he had set aside for future ministers, these fruits required not just cleverness but also strength and ability. Joey rubbed his temples, thinking aloud. Compote hasn't eaten a devil fruit yet. Mondi, Hachi, and Ephilie aren't quite suitable either. Then who else? Reflecting on his siblings, Joey carefully weighed his options. Compote still seemed like a possible candidate. Amanda would have been another candidate, however. Amanda had already eaten the nut fruit and was being groomed as the Minister of Nuts. Joey wasn't worried about his siblings' talent or aptitude. That wasn't the issue. The real concern was their determination in battle. Matters of the heart and mind weren't something that could be taught easily. Rubbing his temples again, Joey decided, forget it. I'll deal with this later. For now, it's too complicated to resolve. He shook his head calmly. In truth, there were several talented individuals among his younger siblings. Take Custard, for instance. Her personality was naturally suited for battle. Although she was still young and enjoyed playing around, her diligent training spoke volumes about her potential. The current situation was different from before. Back then Joey had been relentless in training his siblings like Pirospiro, Compote, and Katakuri, pushing them hard to build up the family. But now, should he still demand such vigilance from them? Smack! At that moment, a small figure suddenly snatched the heal fruit from Joey's hand. He turned to see Custard standing beside him. "What are you up to, little one?" With a smile, Custard replied, "Big brother, stop looking so burdened all the time. We're family. If something's on your mind, just say it." Joey chuckled. "What would a little rascal like you understand?" Pouting, Custard protested, "What do you mean, little rascal? Big brother, didn't you start building this family when you were just a kid, even younger than me?" Joey shook his head. That was then, this is now. Back then, I had no choice. But now. The most important thing is for you kids to grow up safely. Custard shook her head firmly. Big brother, I don't want that. I'm not good at managing things, but I'll train hard and seriously. I want to help you, and our brothers and sisters too. Joey looked deeply at Custard. After a moment, he retrieved a devil fruit from the family crest. He tossed it to her casually, saying, "This is the mirror fruit, a Paramecia-Type. Don't waste its potential." Beaming, Custard caught the fruit. "Don't worry, big brother." Joey also handed her a fine sword. At that moment, his demeanor shifted from gentle to stern. "Charlotte Custard. Since you've chosen this path, you must fulfill your duty. This blade, vow, is your weapon and represents your pledge." "Yes." Custard took the sword, her eyes filled with resolve. Without hesitation, she bit into the devil fruit, eating it in its entirety. Watching her, Joey's expression softened again. "You kids, always so eager to grow and learn." Shaking his head, he said no more. Custard and Broyboth were determined to help their family. How could he not be proud of such hard-working little sisters? Of course, he was. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Broy entered, her expression startled as she saw Custard. "Sister Custard." He. Custard giggled playfully. Broy smiled gently and nodded. "Congratulations, Sister Custard. Big brother, we've arrived at Green Gemstone Island." The eighth stop, Green Gemstone Island. They were about to return home, but there was something on this island they needed to get before returning. Chapter 53, Dragon Fruit. The Green Gemstone Island was a peculiar land in the North Blue. Its climate was bizarre, split into numerous distinct zones. These strange zones had given rise to a bounty of precious gemstones, the most famous being Green Gemstone, the island's namesake. But beyond the gems, the island was a paradise for lizards. Countless species thrived here, making it their home. As the ship docked, Joey stepped off onto the island. A member of the local mafia greeted him respectfully, bowing low. "Young master. The entirety of Green Gemstone Island is under our control. However, we have yet to locate the devil fruit. Reports suggest it was last seen here." With a sharp motion, the mafia man dropped to one knee. "This is our failure. Please punish us." Joey waved dismissively, his voice calm yet commanding. "You've wasted time, energy, and resources. By all rights, I should punish you. But since you haven't completely failed until this island is overturned and searched thoroughly, I'll withhold judgment." Ordinarily, Joey wasn't one to punish his subordinates unnecessarily. Instilling fear was a crude and simplistic method of control. True leaders didn't need to wield fear like a club, their power lay in a balance of respect and awe with a little fear. Only when these qualities coexisted could true control over subordinates be maintained. "Understood," the mafia man replied, lowering his head further in submission. "Good," Joey continued coolly. "Now, overturn every inch of this island if you must. Even if it costs us all the green gemstone here, it doesn't matter." "Yes, sir." The mafia man quickly departed, rallying others to begin the search. As he left, Joey's sharp gaze followed him. Green gemstone, a rare and highly valuable gem, brought in nearly 10 billion berries annually for the Charlotte family. But that kind of wealth meant little to Joey. What mattered was the devil fruit rumored to be here. Standing beside him, Cadenza scratched his head awkwardly. "Big brother, isn't this a bit extreme? Even if we don't find the devil fruit." "Enough." Joey interrupted firmly. His tone softened as he continued. "Cadenza, after the establishment of Tato land, we'll need generals. Katakuri and Cracker can serve as our pirates, but you five will be the military leaders of Tato land. Do you understand? There's no room for weakness." Cadenza fell silent. Joey's logic was irrefutable. A strong leader could always acquire wealth, power was the cornerstone of everything. "Remember this," Joey said, his tone instructive yet commanding. "The most important things in this world are as follows. First, money. Anything that can be bought with money is not a problem. Second, authority. Solving problems through power is the ideal approach. But most crucial of all is strength. With enough strength, you can have everything. His siblings nodded obediently, absorbing his words. Of course, Joey didn't explicitly say what he truly believed. Strength alone wasn't enough. Without a foundation, without roots, any power gained would be fleeting. The ideal balance lay in possessing strength, authority, and wealth at the same time. While green gemstone provided substantial income annually, it wasn't worth holding onto at the cost of failing to secure a mythical Zoan devil fruit. The gem deposits could be destroyed if necessary. Explosions soon echoed across the island. Boom. Boom. As Joey's orders were carried out, the once quiet island was engulfed in chaos. Green gemstone mines were blasted apart, one after another. Reports began streaming in. Zone A, nothing. Zone B, nothing. Zone C, nothing. The island had 18 zones in total, with vast deposits of green gemstone estimated to last 30 years. Even so, Joey showed no hesitation in sacrificing it all. 3 years earlier, the Charlotte family had paid a steep price to claim this island. Now, Joey was destroying it without a second thought. Wait. A voice shouted urgently. Something's wrong in Zone F. Stop. Cease operations immediately. Everyone froze. Workers and mafiosos alike abandoned their tasks and gathered near Zone F, tension hanging thick in the air. If the island was completely destroyed without finding the devil fruit, it would be a massive failure. Young Master. Another mafia member rushed over, his voice anxious. Young Master. Zone F has shown unusual activity, but we can't proceed further. Based on faint glimmers of light, it might be the devil fruit, but... Joey's eyes narrowed as he interrupted, his voice calm but commanding. Cadenza, this is your devil fruit. Handle it yourself. With a determined nod, Cadenza replied, Understood, big brother. The mafia man respectfully gestured. This way, Master Cadenza. As they headed deeper into the island, Joey remained behind, deep in thought. Whether this succeeds or not remains to be seen, he murmured. But if the fruit isn't here, finding another mythical Zoan won't be easy. He rubbed his temples, the weight of countless considerations pressing on him. Replacing a mythical Zoan devil fruit was no small task. Most importantly, this was a mythical Zoan. The Sphinx fruit, which had taken 10 years to locate, was purely a stroke of luck. If this turned out to be another false lead, the losses would be immeasurable. However, if the reports were accurate, this devil fruit was no ordinary mythical Zoan, it was one of immense power. Dragon fruit, mythical Zoan, winged dragon form. If genuine, the fruit's value would far exceed 50 billion berries in measurable benefits alone, to say nothing of its immeasurable potential. A mythical Zoan of such caliber could change everything. Chapter 54, A True Pastry. 5 Generals. Crack. Emerald green veins of a green gemstone split apart as they were carefully peeled away, tossed aside with little regard. Cadenza stood at the center, wielding a long silver spear tipped with dragon design, the silver dragon spear. He handled the delicate task with extreme precision. Thankfully, Cadenza had exceptional control over his strength. Had it been someone else, the task might have devolved into a chaotic bombardment, leaving the devil fruit completely destroyed. And that would have been nothing short of a disaster. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Cadenza finally took a step back. After a grueling 30 minutes of effort, the devil fruit was finally unearthed. He held it in his hand, inspecting the mysterious fruit with a frown. Is this really the one? Shaking his head, he muttered, Forget it. I'll let Big Brother confirm it. With the fruit in tow, he hurried back toward the others. Meanwhile, Joey was giving orders. Sort through the destroyed green gemstone stones. Use whatever can still be salvaged, and abandon the rest. Focus on extracting other valuable minerals. Understood. The mafia underlings promptly dispersed to handle the arrangements. Cadenza soon returned, holding the fruit aloft. Big Brother, is this the one? Joey glanced at it, his sharp eyes scanning the fruit. That's it. Fantastic. Smiles broke across everyone's faces. After all, so much had been invested into this operation. If they'd still failed to locate the devil fruit, it would have been a catastrophic blow. Now that they'd found it, their efforts had finally paid off. He. A subtle smirk spread across Joey's lips as he watched Cadenza devour the fruit in one swift bite. Murmuring to himself, he reflected, finally, all the 5 devil fruits. After more than a decade of effort, they've all been secured. This trip has already fulfilled its primary goal. Joey had set out with 2 clear objectives from the start of this journey. Objective 1, gather devil fruits for his 5 younger brothers. The Charlotte family had already established clear divisions within its hierarchy. The future ministers, led by Amanda. The elite officers, led by Katakuri. Among these officers, Katakuri and Cracker served as the core of the 3 sweet commandersa position Joey had strategically placed them in within Big Mom's pirate crew. Why? Because when you lack the strength to dominate the world outright, you must act with care. And let's face it, Big Mom pirates didn't operate under conventional morality. They were pirates. Beyond these elites, there was the second tier of officers, comprising Pirospiro, Compote, Daifuku, Oven, and Custard. This group represented all-around talents, capable of both managing operations and holding their own in battle. Finally, there were the Pastry 5 generals, led by Opera. This particular group had been cultivated by Joey as the future face of Tato Land. While Katakuri served as the face of Big Mom's pirate operations, the Pastry 5 generals would represent Tato Land's sovereignty as a nation. Objective 2, finalize the arrangements for upcoming deals. These deals would secure the Charlotte family's rightful position during the Reverie 2 years from now. Roar. A sudden roar cut through Joey's thoughts. All eyes turned toward Cadenza, whose body began to contort. Cadenza's transformation was grotesque yet awe-inspiring. His neck elongated unnaturally, resembling the curve of a snake, but with distinct reptilian features. His skin became coated in shimmering green scales, his hands and feet morphing into razor-sharp claws. 2 demonic dragon horns jutted from his head, while leathery green wings sprouted from his back, bat-like, but uniquely distinct. Roar. Cadenza let out an ear-shattering howl, his aura surging wildly. At that moment, his power surged to rival that of his brothers. In fact, his newfound strength slightly exceeded theirs, but still the same tier. Over the past few months, Opera had reached bronze level 7. Counter and Gala had reached bronze level 6. Cabaletta, because of his brute-like tendencies, had advanced to bronze level 7 through sheer effort. Cadenza, however, had been lagging behind at bronze level 4. But after consuming the devil fruit, his strength skyrocketed to bronze level 7 in one fell swoop. Watching Cadenza's transformation, Joey commented, "Counter, Gala, you 2 should take this as motivation." Understood. The 2 brothers nodded earnestly, determined to push themselves further. As Cadenza's roars echoed, his 4 brothers followed suit, their respective transformations coming into full display. An azure divine dragon spiraled through the sky. A green-winged dragon soared majestically above. A blue phoenix ascended, radiating ethereal flames. An 8-headed serpent dragon hybrid reared its heads. Finally, a ferocious sphinx roared with primal might. Ha ha ha. Despite the grandeur, the sight of Cabaletta drew laughter from the 4 younger sisters. His transformation, while powerful, looked undeniably odd compared to the others. Roar. Irritated, Cabaletta lunged at them in mock aggression, causing them to scatter in playful panic. Nearby, Custard decided to join the fun. Mirror clone. Using her ability, she created a duplicate of Cabaletta's sphinx form through her mirror. However, the mirror shattered moments later, unable to sustain the energy of the clone. Custard collapsed from the effort, gasping for air. Smack. Joey knocked her lightly on the head, scolding, "Your stamina can't keep up with your ability's consumption. It's fortunate the clone dissipates when the mirror breaks. Otherwise, you'd have drained yourself dry." Custard pouted, her playful demeanor intact despite the reprimand. Finally, the Pastry 5 generals returned to their hybrid forms and regrouped. Looking them over, Joey's face broke into a satisfied grin. These were his meticulously cultivated true Pastry 5 generals. Chapter 55, CP Organization. The embodiment of the Azure Dragon, wielding the mighty Azure Dragon Crescent Blade Opera. With the power of Yamada no Oroki fruit, a snake tail flicking slightly, and holding the fearsome long snake spear counter. A massive green-winged dragon form, like a mythical beast, gripping the gleaming silver dragon spear cadenza. With a lion-headed humanoid body, hefting a golden tiger spear cabaletta. A bird-headed figure with wings for arms, wielding the powerful mountain-splitting blade gala. The 5 generals of the Tato land. This was the true force Joey had been nurturing. This was the group destined to be the face of Tato land in the future. The kind of team that brought Joey immense satisfaction. Not bad at all, Joey said with a smile, his expression brimming with pride as he gazed at his 5 younger brothers. You 5 brats, Joey chuckled, you've already eaten devil fruits that perfectly match your abilities. From here on out, it's up to you to grow stronger. Yes, big brother. Each of the 5 nodded firmly, their determination clear. Joey's gaze then shifted from them to Custard, who was trying to blend into the background with a guilty smile. Oh, no, you don't. Before Custard could escape, Joey grabbed her by the collar and lifted her. His stern voice boomed, Custard, listen up. Don't ever try something beyond your capabilities again. Your strength isn't enough yet, and attempting dangerous feats like that is reckless. The mirror fruit is powerful, but it's a double-edged sword. If you lose control, it could backfire on you. Custard, faced with her big brother's serious tone, obediently lowered her head and said softly, I understand, big brother. Humph. Joey snorted, still a bit annoyed. You troublemaker. Forget it. Shaking his head, Joey looked at his adorable little sister and softened. The mirror fruit is indeed powerful, but developing your physical strength is just as important. Remember that, okay? Yes, big brother, Custard replied with a small nod. Suddenly, Joey's expression changed as a thought struck him. Wait, I have an idea. What's it, big brother? His siblings gathered around, their curiosity piqued. Joey fell silent, lost in thought for a moment, then turned to Opera. Opera, your strength is the greatest among us. What do devil fruits consume when used? Huh? Opera blinked, caught off guard by the question. He scratched his head before answering, Big brother, devil fruits consume stamina, of course. It's not just devil fruits, hockey burns through stamina too. Joey nodded, deep in thought. If that's the case, what if we could replace stamina with another type of energy? Wouldn't that make devil fruits even more powerful? The room fell silent as everyone pondered Joey's words. Joey smiled faintly. Let's head to the West Blue first. We can discuss the details later. But this idea is worth exploring. The ship continued its voyage as Joey retreated to his office, his mind racing. Leaning back on the sofa, Joey muttered to himself, whether it's stamina, internal energy, spiritual energy, or magical power, it's all energy at its core. Every world has its own system, it just takes the right techniques to harness it. The body refinement technique I'm working on strengthens every part of the body. Massaging his temples, he sighed. The real challenge isn't finding resources or talented individuals. It's getting hold of techniques. Even the lowest level ones are tightly controlled. Joey's thoughts wandered back to the time he acquired the body refinement technique. If that clan leader had realized its value back then, there's no way I could have bought it. It was pure luck he underestimated it. Still, he couldn't help but feel the pressure. Developing the body refinement technique was no easy task. Reaching the pinnacle golden rank 9 would allow someone to challenge a platinum rank 1 opponent, even if victory was unlikely. The sheer physical strength gained was worth the effort. Late into the night, Joey stepped out of his cabin, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed into the distance. Looks like finding a suitable training technique will be tricky. But for me, the best choice isn't internal energy, chakra, celestial arts, or magic. All those require talent. What I need is pure energy. It's the perfect fit, a power that grows through physical training. The body refinement technique and pure energy were a perfect match. Like pure energy techniques were prevalent across many worlds and weren't particularly rare. Yet, despite its availability, it remained absurdly expensive. Purchasing 10,000 beasts costs 20 devil fruits, Joey murmured to himself. But acquiring a pure energy technique, that might set me back 30 devil fruits. He smirked, undeterred. But it's worth it. With the right upgrades, it could evolve into something incredible, maybe even an origin power technique. Now that I think about it, I remember seeing the Scion leader buying things before. I need to make him sell the key method or something like that from the Dragon Ball universe. It's the best option right now. Would he be interested in the devil fruits? Just as he was lamenting, he paused abruptly, scanning his surroundings with sharp eyes. His lips curled into a smirk. CP organization, huh? I expected you to move faster. Took your sweet time showing up. Chapter 56, The Power of the Five Generals. Swish. 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 Shadows flickered, appearing out of nowhere. The surrounding mobsters immediately reacted, shouting, "We're under attack. We're under attack." At that moment, Joey's calm voice cut through the commotion, steady and commanding, "Calm down and step back. These opponents are out of your league." Understood. Though the mobsters were loyal to their boss and wouldn't abandon him, they obeyed his command, retreating a few steps while staying alert. Guns raised, they aimed squarely at the 8 figures in the center of the room. The 8 intruders were varied in appearance, yet all shared a cold, emotionless demeanor. Each wore a sharp black suit and maintained a chilling silence, their eyes locked on Joey. Hands in his pockets, Joey said nonchalantly, "Judging by your outfits, you must be CP9 agents." Makes sense. CP1 through CP8 are intelligence operatives, while CP0 serves as the Celestial Dragon's personal bodyguards. No way they'd show up here. Joey's casual tone conveyed no surprise. It was clear the world government didn't want to involve the Marines. In this scenario, the 5 elders sending CP9 was a logical move. But could CP9 handle Joey? That was a different question entirely. Without wasting a word, the 8 CP9 agents launched their attack. Tempest Kick. In perfect unison, all 8 leaped into the air and delivered powerful air/kicks. Tempest Kick, Rankyaku, one of the 6 powers, in which the users start by kicking at very high speeds and strength, which results in a sharp compressed blade of wind that can slice through objects and greatly damage a human body. The display was impressive, but, among the 6 powers, Finger Pistol, Shurgon, Moonwalk, Jeppo, Tempest Kick, Rankyaku, Shave, Soru, and Iron Body, Tekai, the techniques were easy to master once you grasped the principles, assuming comparable strength. The only true advanced skill was Paper Arts, Kami, requiring deep mastery. As the 8 agents' combined attack bore down on him, Joey remained calm, a faint smile on his face. "Humph." A cold snort echoed. An arrogant voice rang out, "You fools. Who gave you the guts to attack my big brother?" Crackle. In an instant, all 8 attacks were blocked. At the same time, roar. 2 voices rang out as Counter and Cabaletta charged in, weapons drawn. 8 thrusts. Counter was the first to strike. His spear moved at blinding speed, infused with armament hockey. The spear seemed to transform into a scary snake's head, joined by 7 other hockey-infused snake heads, creating a fearsome 8-headed assault. Desert Hell. Cabaletta's approach was simpler yet no less devastating. From seemingly nowhere, a torrent of sand materialized. Whoosh! Shimmering yellow sand whirled around him, forming roaring lions infused with armament hockey. The family crest's power granted a 20 square meter storage space. Cabaletta had emptied it of everything except weapons and filled it with sand. It wasn't an infinite supply, but it was enough. Unlike the sand fruit's power, Cabaletta couldn't create sand, but his rare ability allowed for unparalleled control. Clang! Clang! 6 of the 8 CP9 agents split off to intercept the attacks. The remaining 2 leaped into the air. Penetrating Finger Pistol. Sharp Tempest Kick. Both unleashed enhanced versions of their 6 powers, their attacks fiercer and more precise. Gala appeared, effortlessly blocking the attacks. His injuries healed instantly as he grinned. "What do you think you're doing to my big brother? Tell me. How do you want to die?" His eyes glowed with a terrifying light. Gala's aura was overwhelming. His hands, resembling blue flames, wielded a weapon also engulfed in those inextinguishable flames. The 2 CP9 agents hesitated, their faces paling. Clang! Clang! With Gala's arrival, the 3 brothers now fully held back CP9's assault. But suddenly, Bang. Bang. Two faint gunshots broke the air. Chuckled. Miss Hannah, you've outdone yourself. Gathering desserts from all over the world must have been no small feat. Hannah responded with poise, gathering world-class pastry chefs. That's a simple task for someone like me. Her confidence was undeniable. It was the confidence of a ruler of a superpower. The kingdom of Kano was formidable from top to bottom. At the top, it had elite fighters. In the middle, it had capable leaders. At the bottom, it had an army of 300,000. The kingdom of Kano's power was akin to what Kurozumi Orochi boasted when facing CP0, a powerful country. The kingdom of Kano could make the same claim with ease. With a light laugh, Joey replied warmly, as expected of Miss Hannah. Your abilities are impeccable. Hannah smiled. I've also arranged for a dance performance. Whatever pressing matters you have, let's discuss them after the banquet. Of course, Joey agreed. I wouldn't want to ruin the mood. Clap. At her signal, a group of dancers entered the hall, 99 of them, dressed in elegant attire reminiscent of ancient court fashion but with a unique twist. Their performance was mesmerizing. The dancers moved gracefully, accompanied by floating petals, creating a scene so enchanting that it was hard not to be captivated. The guards around the room stood still, their gazes fixed ahead, unmoved by the beauty. The opera brothers, ever the stoic types, weren't fazed either. But the four young girls in Joey's entourage were completely entranced, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if eager to learn the dance themselves. Hannah glanced at Joey, her thoughts unreadable. She mused to herself, Charlotte Joey. Are your ambitions truly just to build a superpower? Or is there something more? No matter what it is, I'll see if your resolve holds strong. With a calm smile, Hannah turned her attention back to the dance. Chapter 61, Marriage at 18. After some time watching the Dance of Flowers. As Joey watched the mesmerizing dance, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glimmer passed through his eyes. Moments later, he returned to his usual calm demeanor, though his mind quietly pondered, interesting, an illusion, perhaps. Joey had never underestimated this world. Though this world lacked certain specialized training systems, it was far from ordinary. Here, diverse powers thrived, from physical techniques, devil fruits, and hockey, to peculiar energies like ghostly auras, illusions, and witchcraft. So beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely stunning. The dance had drawn the four young girls into its spell, leaving them utterly captivated. As for Opera and the other four brothers. These were five guys who had no interest in women and lived by the sword. Did you really expect them to care about something like this? Sigh. Watching his brother's disinterest, Joey sighed helplessly and muttered, let's see. Paris Barrow's already 12, Katakuri's 11, and these little brats are all 8 now. It's about time. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Joey's gaze took on a sharp edge. At that moment, the five brothers shuddered in unison, as though sensing an ominous presence targeting them. Little did they know, that presence was none other than their own elder brother. Joey kept his usual warm smile and said nothing, for some things didn't need to be spelled out. After all, they were his brothers. Wasn't it natural for him to make some decisions on their behalf? Joey thought silently, it's not like I'm harming them. I'm just planning to arrange some wives for them. The family needed to grow, after all. That was the most important thing. And who better to spearhead this effort than my capable younger brothers? Watching the dance absent-mindedly, Joey's mind was racing. By 18, they'll start courting. Marriage will follow, expanding the family's influence, and of course, producing heirs. Perfect plan, he thought, fully satisfied with his decision. Whether his brothers agreed or not, they could deal with it. If you find someone on your own, fine. But if you don't, and I'm taking care of it for you, you dare to complain. Gala, sensing the growing unease, turned to Opera. Opera and don't you feel like something's off? Cadenza nodded. Gala, I feel it too. Yeah. Counter and Cabaletta also nodded repeatedly. Opera didn't respond. Instead, his eyes were fixed on their eldest brother. The five of them exchanged uneasy glances. And when they saw Joey's smile directed their way, they froze. A chill ran down their spines. Absolutely. Their big brother was targeting them. They didn't know why, but being under his scrutiny always led to trouble. What do we do? I don't know. Did we do something wrong lately? No. I don't think so. They looked as though they were on the verge of tears. What the hell? Why were they suddenly being targeted by their big brother? Joey smiled as he withdrew his gaze. There was no need to explain too much now. He'd arrange everything when the time came. As time passed, the dance of flowers gradually drew to a close. Clap. 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 Joey smiled and applauded. What an enchanting performance. Even my little sisters were utterly entranced. It's captivating enough to charm even young girls. Oh my, Hannah chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Joey-sama, weren't you enchanted as well? Joey replied warmly, beauty is meant to be admired. But losing oneself in it, now that's dangerous, wouldn't you agree, Miss Hannah? Hannah nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. The two of them exchanged formalities, though beneath the surface, both were maneuvering to gain the upper hand in their negotiations. Unlike weaker nations Joey could easily overpower, the Kano country was a global superpower, and its strength was undeniable. Currently, the Charlotte family and the Kano country were on even footing. This wasn't a game. If the world government's great naval recruitment could uncover monsters like Fujitora and Ryakugyu, surely these superpowers had their own trump cards as well. The Kano country was no exception. Joey tapped his fingers lightly on the table as Hannah proposed, supporting this deal isn't an issue, but only 3,000 gene fruits. Isn't that a bit too few? Joey chuckled. Miss Hannah, 3,000 gene fruits is already a significant quantity. You're aware of how low the production rate is. This represents 2, maybe even 3 years of output from the Charlotte family. 2 or 3 years. Hannah inwardly cursed, liar. Does he even blink when spouting nonsense? Indeed, Joey was bluffing. Negotiations were like that. Lies were part of the game. As their discussion continued, Joey's teacup emptied. Without a word, the teapot floated midair, pouring tea into his cup before gently settling back on the table. Hannah's sharp gaze caught the subtle act. It was a warning. Joey's silent message was clear, he could act freely without anyone knowing, including taking her life if needed. Though she recognized the threat, Hannah remained composed and smiled. 3,000 fruits are too few. Let's settle this through strength, shall we? Though barbaric, it's effective. Joey nodded. If you win, I'll raise it to 4,000. Agreed. The two locked eyes briefly, each assessing the other. Soon after, they arrived at a grand training arena. The Kano country, understanding the importance of power, had always invested heavily in nurturing strong warriors. Standing at the edge of the arena, Hannah gestured. Chinjo, if you would. Ha ha ha. A man with a pointed, conical head stepped forward, laughing boldly. The pillar of the Happo Navy Chinjo. Though his name wasn't as renowned as it would later become, Chinjo's strength was undeniable. Even Garp had needed special training to counter him. At 40 years old, Chinjo was already a near-legendary powerhouse. Joey surveyed the scene. Not bad, he thought, noting the 8 warriors representing the Kano country's elite Happo Navy. Opera, Joey called out with a smile. You and your brothers handle this. Yes, big bro. The battle began. Chapter 62, God Valley Battle is coming. Is Chinjo strong? There's no need to doubt it. Just like there's no need to doubt how far the worst generation, who emerged in the same era as Luffy, can grow under the legends and pressure of monsters like Gold Roger, Shiki, and Edward Newgate. The fact that they still became legendary monsters in their own right speaks volumes. Could they possibly be weak? In the kingdom of Kano, Chinjo is truly famous. That alone shows his strength. Among the 8 families, only Chinjo has risen to become a top-tier powerhouse on the seas. However, Chinjo isn't at his peak yet. Or rather, he hasn't reached his limits. At the very least, he's not strong enough to handle this situation. Faced with an onslaught from the Opera 5 brothers, Chinjo was clearly at a disadvantage. His body was covered in wounds. And what about the 5 brothers? Not one of them was seriously injured. Each of them was as lively as ever. It couldn't be helped. Let's not even talk about Gala and his absurd phoenix fruit powers. Among these opponents, who wasn't a mythical Zoan user? Competing with mythical Zoans in recovery ability. That's just plain foolish. Counter, Cadenza, and Cabaletta took the lead in attacking. Gala kept up a relentless harassment. And Opera. The strongest of the five brothers gripped his azure dragon blade. Every time the opportunity arose, he would strike with 3 precise slashes. Don't underestimate those 3 strikes. The pressure Chinjo felt from those 3 slashes was heavier than from the other 4 brothers' attacks combined. Opera's 3 strikes were like fighting a swordsman using the 3-sword style. The suppression was overwhelming. Joey observed, glancing at Queen Hannah, whose expression was slightly uneasy. However, as the Queen of the Kingdom of Kano, she quickly composed herself and smiled. "Miss Hannah, it seems the outcome has been decided," Joey said with a polite smile. "Yes, it has," Hannah replied, her smile unwavering. "I didn't expect the 5 brothers of clan leader Joey to be so strong." Joey chuckled. "Their strength comes from their hard work, just as Mr. Chinjo's strength is unquestionable." "Oh!" Chinjo roared furiously, his voice echoing across the battlefield. But it was no use. In the end, his resistance was meaningless. Chinjo was slammed into the ground, unconscious. There was no helping it. Fighting 1 versus 5 against mythical Zoans. Even most elites wouldn't stand a chance. Not even someone like Chinjo, with the strength of a level 9 bronze tier warrior. Even if Chinjo were a level 1 silver tier quasi-admiral or a level 2 silver tier admiral, it wouldn't matter. After all, these 5 are combat monsters, skilled in physical combat and masters of hockey. Add to that their demonic heritage, which makes them stronger the more they fight, and their top-tier weapons and armor. Couple that with the powers of their mythical Zoan fruits, together, these 5 are the epitome of destruction on the battlefield, true generals capable of slaughtering thousands. Very few could face them without suffering losses. Joey is an exception, of course. His Greatsword Legion is a cheat-level force. In a head-on clash, even someone like Linlin could be taken down. That said, the Greatsword Legion does have its weaknesses. If an enemy stays over 30 meters away, they're out of its range. Boom. Chinjo fell to the ground. With that, the battle was truly over. "Sigh," Hannah said with a trace of regret. "What a pity. Well, as agreed, we'll trade 3,000 gene fruits." Joey smiled warmly. "Of course, Miss Hannah. However, you'll have to pick them up yourself. In 2 months, come to Cake Island to collect them." Hannah nodded. "Agreed." Joey extended his hand with a smile. "A pleasure doing business with you." Hannah shook his hand and replied, "Likewise." With that, the deal was sealed. But Joey had no intention of delivering the goods himself. What a joke. The Charlotte family has no such tradition. Besides, too many eyes are watching. If something goes wrong, it could spell disaster. It's safer for Hannah to retrieve the goods herself. After all, the Kingdom of Kano has a much grander reputation than the Charlotte family. The Charlotte family's rise to power only began 4 years ago. They're still considered upstarts. Compared to the Kingdom of Kano, a superpower with centuries, even millennia, of history, they're on entirely different levels. With the agreement settled, Joey and his men departed. Their business here was done, and there was no reason to linger. Whoosh! As the ship sailed away, Chinjo approached, his body wrapped in bandages. He looked downcast. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice heavy with shame, "I've brought disgrace upon myself. I lost to a group of mere brats." "Ha ha ha," Hannah laughed softly. "Uncle Chinjo, what's there to be ashamed of? Just win next time. They had the best weapons, the best armor, and the best devil fruits. It's no surprise they won. You just need to grow stronger." Chinjo nodded firmly. "After this battle, I can sense that I'm close to breaking through my limits." Clench. He tightened his fist, his eyes sharp. "In the next 2 years, I'll shatter this barrier." Hannah smiled gently. Uncle Chinjo, the future of the kingdom of Kano depends on you and the other uncles. Great-grandfather is getting old. Yes, Chinjo said solemnly, nodding in agreement. The kingdom of Kano has always been managed by one family. The 8 families of the Happo Navy are all relatives of Hana royal kin. And the strongest in the kingdom of Kano is their great-grandfather. Leadership has always stayed within the family. Losing 1,000 gene fruits didn't bother Hana. Though they lost the battle, Chinjo's potential to grow stronger outweighed the loss. The difference between one powerful warrior and 1,000 ordinary soldiers was clear. In her heart, Hana thought, Charlotte Joey. You truly are terrifying. The Charlotte family, the Big Mom Patisserie not taking it one step at a time. You want to reach the top in one giant leap. A faint laugh escaped her lips as she murmured, who would have thought that a family of pirates could rise to this level in just 14 years? With that, she shook off her thoughts and turned to leave. In this world, life doesn't stop for anyone's absence. As the queen of the kingdom of Kano, Hana had plenty of responsibilities to deal with. The Charlotte family might be important, but analyzing and strategizing over them. That was a job for her advisors. If the queen handled every matter herself, what was the point of having a council? Elsewhere, Joey stood at the edge of his ship, gazing out at the vast, blue sea. The waves splashed gently as their ship gradually sailed out of the west blue. To be honest, there were still so many places Joey hadn't explored. But before he could dwell on that thought, Gala ran up to him. Big bro. The 5 mafia bosses of the West Blue have sent a message. They want to make a deal with us. Joey raised an eyebrow in curiosity. They want to trade with us. Yeah, that's right. Gala nodded, equally puzzled. Joey narrowed his eyes, pondering. The 5 mafia boss pillars of the West Blue's underground world. They controlled nearly all of its shadowy dealings. On the surface, the West Blue had the kingdom of Kano. In the shadows, it had the 5 mafia bosses. Together, they were the undisputed kings of the West Blue, reigning over both light and dark. But here's the thing. The Charlotte family had never dealt with them before. Why approach now? After a moment's thought, Joey said, tell them to come. Got it, big bro. Gala quickly left to relay the message. Joey stayed where he was, his gaze fixed on the endless waves. As night fell, a pitch-black ship approached their vessel. The design screamed, mafia, sleek, ominous, and dripping with style. A tall, thin man stepped off the ship and walked toward Joey, who was lounging casually on a sofa. The men bowed respectfully. Chief Joey, I am Carlo, representing the 5 mafia bosses. We hope to establish a trade agreement with you. Joey crossed one leg over the other, a sly grin forming on his face. A trade. Interesting. The last time we reached out, the 5 mafia bosses didn't seem interested in working with the Charlotte family. Carlo didn't flinch at the remark. He simply smiled and replied, Chief Joey, times have changed. Business is business, after all. Fair enough, Joey said with a nod. So, what kind of deal are we talking about? Carlo exhaled in relief. The hardest part getting Joey's attention was over. Initially, the 5 mafia bosses had dismissed the Charlotte family's gene fruits as insignificant. But time changed everything. As more gene fruits spread through the kingdom of Kano, the gap between elite forces and ordinary soldiers became glaringly obvious. The bosses couldn't ignore it anymore. Carlo began, Chief Joey, you've been reaching out to nations like Dressrosa and Alabasta. Clearly, you're aiming to play a role in the next World Council 2 years from now. The 5 mafia bosses control 7 nations, and they're willing to align with your decisions at the council. Additionally, each family is prepared to purchase 200 gene fruits, offering 10 devil fruits in exchange for every 200. Oh. Joey's interest was piqued. This wasn't just a one-off transaction, it was an offer for a long-term partnership. He chuckled. Interesting. With such generous terms, it would be rude of me to refuse. Tell the bosses they can send representatives to Tato Land with the devil fruits in 2 months. We'll finalize the exchange then. Understood. Carlo's face lit up. For him, this was the best outcome. Securing the deal would bring immense benefits to the 5 mafia bosses. After Carlo departed, Custard couldn't help but remark, Mom only manages to gather 5 to 10 devil fruits a year. These guys just offered 50 in one go, even if they're low quality or unknown ones. That's insane. Broy chimed in, it's not that surprising. These mafia families have ruled the West Blues underworld for centuries. Their resources must be terrifyingly vast, just like the kingdom of Kano. They've had time to accumulate insane wealth. The crew nodded in agreement. It was true. Any nation or organization with centuries or even millennia of history was bound to be rich. Just look at the world government. Who knows how deep their coffers run? All right, Joey said, cutting into the conversation. Prepare to set sail. Our next destination is the Grand Line Little Garden. We need to pick up those two. The crew's expressions sharpened with determination. They all knew this mission was crucial. The 10,000-strong giant tribe was the key to everything. As the ship adjusted its course, Joey glanced toward the horizon, his voice low but resolute. This journey might be coming to a temporary pause, but it's far from over. There's still so much left to do, visiting the Long-Arm tribe, the Long-Leg tribe, the Three-Eyed tribe, the Snake-Neck tribe, the Scipions, O'Hara, and beyond. Shaking his head, he muttered, but for now, we can't delay any longer. Mom's already warned me Rock's pirates are on the move. It's time to act. God Valley. Time to return home to prepare my next move. Chapter 63, Final Stop. Splash. The waves growled non-stop as the ship sailed directly toward the Grand Line. As the ship crossed Reverse Mountain, another ship was already waiting for Joey and his crew at the Grand Line. Brothers. Big Bro. A man with fiery red hair and a shirtless torso, his presence as intense as his appearance, shouted loudly. It was Charlotte Oven. At this moment, Oven was steering an enormous ship, large enough for giants to live on comfortably. Up in the air, Opera called out excitedly, Oven. Oven looked at him and laughed, Opera. Clearly, these few months apart had made their reunion all the more joyful. Oven, along with Charlotte Pirospiro and Charlotte Daifuku, were responsible for protecting their family and younger siblings. None of them dared let their guard down, even for a moment. Soon, the two ships met. After a brief exchange, Joey's crew transferred to Oven's massive ship, leaving only a handful of people to pilot the original ship. Oven looked at Joey with excitement. Big Bro. Joey nodded at the much more mature-looking Oven. Oven, you've done well. You've grown a lot. Hee. Oven scratched his head with a shy smile. Joey always believed in the potential of his siblings. Despite the short time apart, he was confident that this period of training had elevated all of them, whether it was Pirospiro, Daifuku, or even the younger ones like Broy. As they reunited, Oven noticed Akanagakubo Momo, who was carefully directing the crew to move cooking equipment. He approached her gleefully. Chef Momo. It's been so long. Momo gave him a helpless look. She had to admit, while the Charlotte family was talented and full of prodigies, they all had one major weakness, their obsession with sweets. It wasn't just a craving, it was almost pathological. If they couldn't eat desserts, they would lose control completely. Master Oven, Momo replied respectfully. He, Oven chuckled. He was especially happy today because he had fought Daifuku for the honor of welcoming Joey and won. The real reason, though. Momo was here, and with her, the best desserts imaginable. Missing out would have been heartbreaking. Joey, fully aware of his family's sweet tooth, chuckled to himself. All right, Oven, Joey interrupted, don't bother Chef Momo. Did you prepare everything I asked for? Oven immediately snapped to attention. Big Bro. Everything's ready. Even ancient giants wouldn't stand a chance against what we've prepared. Confidently pounding his chest, Oven declared that the top-tier supplies on board could subdue any giant, no matter how powerful. Good. Joey nodded in approval. With everything in order, Joey gave the order. Set sail. Final stop, Little Garden. No problem, Big Bro. Set sail. Everyone sprang into action as the two ships sped off at an incredible pace. The journey to Little Garden from Reverse Mountain didn't take long at all. The Grand Line was an extraordinary sea, home to a variety of unique islands. Some islands boasted advanced civilizations, while others were trapped in ancient times. Little Garden was one of those ancient icelands, a place where humans held no power. Dinosaurs and massive prehistoric beasts ruled the land. The island's name, Little Garden, came from how it resembled a giant's personal garden. Few dared to visit such a place, but today, the Charlotte family had arrived. As their ship docked, the crew gazed in awe at the island's towering trees and oversized landscape. "Wow," exclaimed Custard. "This island is huge. Everything here is so gigantic." Broy, always the little know-it-all, added, "That's why it's called Little Garden. It's like a giant's garden." "Really?" Custard's eyes sparkled. "This all formed naturally?" "Of course," Broy explained proudly. "The Grand Line is full of unique islands. Some are highly advanced, while others are stuck in ancient times. It's all because of the unique conditions of this sea." Custard, alongside her sisters Angel and Brûlée, listened in awe, impressed by Broy's knowledge. With a haughty hum, Broy puffed out her chest, clearly enjoying the attention. The older brothers couldn't help but smile at their youngest sister showing off. Joey decided to step in. "All right, enough chit-chat. Time to work. Custard, go with Oven and start collecting rare animals, plants, and insects. Put everything in the mirror world." Custard saluted confidently. "Got it, big bro." Oven grinned. "Try to keep up with me, Custard." "Don't worry, Oven. I'll be fine." The two headed off, leaving Joey to focus on his other tasks. Why collect animals and plants? It was simply Joey's personal hobby. Everyone in the Charlotte family had quirks. Their mother loved collecting races. Joey, on the other hand, had an obsession with rare and fantastical flora and fauna. The zoo he built on Toto Land was filled with extraordinary creatures. Flying beasts, aquatic wonders, and exotic plants. It was a collection Joey prided himself on. Joey turned to Opera and a few others. "Take the supplies and deal with Dory and Broggy. Don't worry, their strength has diminished over the years. Their weapons are broken, and they've been out of practice." "Understood, big bro." The group nodded, ready to act. Dory and Broggy were once the captains of the giant warrior pirates. Their current strength was around bronze level 9, barely scraping silver level 1. Time had dulled their power significantly. Joey had already studied their stats. The decline wasn't just their fault, numerous factors had contributed. In their prime, giants reached their peak around 200 years old, meaning Dory and Broggy still had room to grow, theoretically. As Joey walked through the island with Angel, Brûlée, and Broy, Angel asked curiously, "Big bro, are there many islands like this in the world?" Joey shook his head. "No one knows, really. The world is vast, and no one has set foot on every island." "Why not?" Angel tilted her head. Broy explained smugly, "Because there are too many islands, and it's impossible to explore them all." "Oh," the girls nodded, somewhat understanding. Joey added, "If you want to see the world, you'll have to grow stronger. Only strength can help you go further. Understand?" "Yes, big bro," the girls replied earnestly. Joey smiled. His siblings still had a lot to learn, but he believed in their potential. As he walked, Joey summoned his 47 swords, surrounding the group with a protective barrier. These swords, bronze level 5, were more than enough to keep them safe. While observing his summoned swords, Joey muttered, "Strange, these swords don't seem to grow stronger through battle or training. They just improve over time." Joey found it odd. Normally, stand abilities grew through mental and physical challenges, but his swords seemed to evolve naturally. Was it because of his own strength? Joey couldn't shake the mystery, but he decided to focus on the task at hand. Chapter 64, Heading Back to the New World. The Silver Greatsword. A fascinating stand-in. Joey still needed to study it carefully. Right now, he only had a sketchy understanding of his own stand. Meanwhile, Oven and Custard were walking along a trail. "Huh." Custard suddenly stopped in her tracks, eyes wide in shock. "Oven. Oven. Look at this. What kind of dinosaur is that?" Oven turned his head. "What the heck is that? Is this even a dinosaur?" It looked so bizarre. On Little Garden, a place known for its dinosaurs and enormous beasts, strange things were the norm. The island was home to many ancient creatures resembling dinosaurs or gigantic predators. However, this one was different. This dinosaur had a massive, muscular body with no visible fat. Its back sported pterosaur wings, its head was like a triceratops, and its tail resembled that of an ankylosaurus. It was a mishmash, a freak of nature. Roar! Spotting Oven and Custard, the dinosaur let out a deafening roar and charged at them. Custard panicked. Oven. What do we do? Still a child, Custard had a lot to learn. Oven, however, remained calm. Relax. It's just a small fry. He dashed toward the dinosaur, fist clenched. Boom. With armament hockey swirling around his fist, Oven landed a powerful punch. The ground shook. But, to everyone's shock, the dinosaur withstood the attack. Oven's punch, a display of his solid bronze level 6 power, was blocked by this creature. What the? Custard gasped. That thing's defense is insane. Is it really just a dinosaur? Oven didn't reply, lost in thought. Was this even an ordinary dinosaur? No, it seemed more like a genetically engineered monstrosity. Whatever, Oven muttered, shaking off his thoughts. His eyes sharpened. Doesn't matter what you are. You've got bad luck running into me. You're going into Big Bro's collection, no matter your origin. With calculated ferocity, Oven launched a series of brutal attacks. His punches and kicks weren't random, they followed a deadly martial art Joey had provided for him. Joey had equipped all his siblings with fighting techniques tailored to their strengths. Oven, a melee expert, practiced a brutally efficient fighting style from another world. Combined with his heat fruit powers, his attacks were devastating. His brothers and sisters had their own specialties too. Katakuri mastered trident techniques. Cracker wielded his greatsword with unmatched skill. The other siblings also had personalized styles, ensuring they didn't rely on raw instinct alone. Despite Oven's skill, the dinosaur proved formidable, matching him blow for blow. Custard, watching closely, began to think. This thing's defense is insane. Regular weapons wouldn't even scratch it, but maybe. An idea sparked in her mind. Sneaking away, Custard returned moments later with a giant chunk of meat, which he had injected with a potent sedative. Hey, stupid dino! Catch this! Custard shouted. The dinosaur turned at her yell and instinctively chomped down on the meat, swallowing it whole. For a moment, Oven froze in surprise, but quickly realized what Custard was up to. A grin spread across his face. Not bad. Strength wasn't everything in a fight. To make a quick decision was just as important. Within seconds, the dinosaur staggered and collapsed, its eyes filled with reluctant defeat. Custard approached cautiously. Wow. That stuff's crazy. Took it down in just 10 seconds. Oven nodded. The sedative was meant for the giants. But yeah, this dinosaur's no joke, probably bronze level 5. Without my devil fruit powers, I'd have struggled to beat it quickly. Big Bro's going to love this, Custard said with a grin. Definitely. With that, Custard opened a massive mirror using her mirror fruit and stored the dinosaur safely inside. Hey, Oven, Custard suddenly asked. The sedative won't wear off too soon, right? It'd be a pain if it woke up. Don't worry, Oven reassured her. Without the antidote, it'll stay knocked out for a month. Plenty of time. Now let's see if there's anything else interesting on this island. Meanwhile, Oven's other siblings were busy. The Opera brothers had split into 2 groups to confront the island's resident giants, Dory and Broggy. The battles were fierce, shaking the entire island. Opera, observing from afar, noted, these giants have really declined. They've even forgotten how to use hockey. The fights ended quickly. The brothers had coated their weapons in sedatives, ensuring victory as soon as the giants were injured. Mission accomplished, they reported. Custard and Oven arrived to collect the unconscious giants, storing them in the mirror dimension. Soon, Joey appeared with 3 of his sisters. All done, he asked, smiling. Yep, Opera confirmed. The giants are secured. Excitedly, Custard told Joey about their bizarre dinosaur catch. Joey's eyes lit up. A unique specimen like that will make a great addition to my pet collection. With their mission complete, Joey gave the order. Let's head back to the new world. We've got important business to take care of. The crew agreed, knowing the upcoming trade and the looming God Valley war would demand their full attention. Their ship sailed off, leaving the island behind. The hunt was over, but the adventure was far from finished. Chapter 65, Return Home. Half a month later. Splash. In the waters of the New World, silence was shattered as a ship burst out of the deep sea, breaking through its coating with a loud pop. Hoffinally back, Oven sighed deeply, his voice filled with emotion. Opera nodded in agreement. Yes, we've returned to the New World at last. Both were overcome with emotion. After all, this was where they had grown up. Despite the dangers of the New World, it was still home. Tap. Tap. Footsteps approached from behind. Joey's gentle voice broke the moment, save the nostalgia for later. This new year will be the first time in ages that the entire family gathers. Big brother, the two turned, stepping aside to let Joey through, followed by their younger siblings. Joey walked to the bow of the ship, gazing out at the horizon with a smile. New World, we're back. Set sail. Destination, Elbath Village. Yes, young master. With Joey's command, the ship moved again, speeding across the ocean toward its destination. Elbath's warrior village. Watching the distant ship draw closer, Elder Gerald fell silent. The Charlotte family was back. What could this mean for them? Gerald understood all too well. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, mumbling, "This is all for the betterment of the giants." He shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. He couldn't afford to let even the slightest hint of hesitation slip. Facing Joey, a shrewd man, even a momentary lapse could be fatal. Soon, the ship docked. Joey stepped off the ship, his hands in his pockets, his coat billowing dramatically in the wind. He stopped 10 meters from Gerald, his smile unyielding. "Elder Gerald, I've returned with Dory and Broggy of the giant warrior pirates. Are you ready to honor your end of the deal?" Gerald suppressed his fury. He had once wanted to kill Linlin, and now Joey filled him with the same frustration. The Charlotte family had always been a thorn in the giant's side. Despite the grievances they'd caused, they remained untouchable. Gerald waved his hand, summoning a group of young giants, all just children. Watching the crowd of small, round-faced children, Joey's lips curled into an amused smile. Interesting. Gerald was cunning, even for a giant. He knew the Charlotte family wouldn't last forever. Maybe just 30 or 40 years, right? In a century, as their power waned, these children would mature into formidable warriors loyal to the giants, not the Charlotte family. It was a clever strategy. But Joey had his own plans. Training adult giants to submit would have been a headache. Receiving children instead was an unexpected boon. "Thank you, Elder Gerald," Joey said with a smile. "Custard, release them." "Got it, big brother." Custard stepped forward, summoning an enormous mirror with her devil fruit powers. Thud. Dory and Broggy tumbled out, unconscious. Without hesitation, Gerald directed the young giants to step into the mirror. Obedience was second nature to them. Gerald watched closely, muttering to himself, "What kind of devil fruit is this? A spatial or special type?" As the last child entered the mirror, Custard closed it, leaving Gerald pondering the power of devil fruits. Though giants often dismissed them as unnecessary, Gerald knew better. A giant with a powerful devil fruit, like a Logia-type, could become nearly invincible. Joey tossed a vial of antidote to Gerald. "Give this to Dory and Broggy. They'll wake up in 3 minutes." Gerald wasted no time, administering the antidote. Moments later, the two giants groggily woke up. Dory jumped to his feet, furious. "Those bastards used poison." Broggy growled, "Cowards. Show yourselves and fight us." Gerald's relief at their recovery quickly turned to rage. "Dory. Broggy. What have you two been doing all these years?" The two fell silent, their courage vanishing under Gerald's glare. Decades ago, the two had been raised by Gerald and Jorel. Their decision to duel endlessly on Little Garden had been a disgrace to their training. You've let your skills decay so much you can't even use hockey anymore. Starting today, you'll undergo rigorous training. No rest until I'm satisfied. Yes, sir. They nodded meekly. Pride meant little in the face of the elder's wrath. Meanwhile, Joey had little interest in the giant tribe's internal matters. He was busy ensuring all 10,000 young giants signed servitude contracts. Those who resisted, a little persuasion or force-did the trick. After a week of effort, the contracts were finalized, and the Charlotte family returned to Whole Cake Island. Home at last, Opera and his brothers sighed in unison as they stepped onto the familiar shores. Two young girls, Mash and Cornstarch, ran up excitedly. Big brother. Joey caught them in a warm embrace. Have you two been studying hard? He asked. Mash grinned. Yes, big brother. I've been very diligent. Joey chuckled. Good, but I've noticed someone's gained a little weight. Time for some exercise. Mash pouted but nodded obediently. Joey laughed softly, ruffling her hair. His approach to his siblings was always patient and kind. The other siblings, Zuccato, Nustort, Bascart, Dosmarch, Noisette, Moscato, Cumpo, and Lauren, soon gathered around, all smiles. You've all been behaving while I was away, right? Zuccato, now 6, proudly answered, yes. We've been listening to Pirospiro and training hard. Good, Joey replied with a nod. As they made their way home, Joey's smile deepened. Surrounded by his family, he felt at peace. This was homey, a place where love and loyalty thrived. Back at the castle, the entire family gathered in the meeting hall, even the youngest members. Though many didn't understand the discussions, they sat attentively, learning by simply being present. The Charlotte family was thriving, their influence stronger than ever. Chapter 66, The Future Plans of the Charlotte Family. The Charlotte family now had 23 members. And back in the meeting room, everyone took their respective seats. Joey sat casually on the sofa, scanning the room before breaking the silence. Pirospiro, the people I told you to prepare, are they ready? Pirospiro quickly responded, Big bro. The 500 Death Squad members you requested are ready. Joey, however, shook his head. We don't need that many anymore. Custard has eaten the Mira fruit, so there's no need for so many sacrifices. Huh. Pirospiro froze for a second but then beamed with joy as he looked at Custard. As the eldest son of the Charlotte family, he knew very well what it meant when their big brother handed out devil fruits. Custard being granted the Mira fruit symbolized her growth. It was an acknowledgement from Joey. And when a little sister grows up, what kind of older brother wouldn't be proud? He, Custard giggled bashfully, scratching her head with an innocent, adorable expression. Daifuku squinted and chimed in, Big bro. Custard eating the Mira fruit does simplify things, just take her along when the time comes. But, this girl's combat skills are weak. Controlling a devil fruit like that won't be easy for her. True. Daifuku and Oven exchanged sharp glances. They both understood what kind of dangerous place she'd be walking into. Sending their little sister there. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. Joey spoke with a calm, gentle tone. Of course, we'll ensure Custard's safety above all else. Wealth, treasures, they mean nothing compared to your lives. Remember this, everything can be regained, but there's no need to throw your lives away. Understood. Understood. Everyone nodded solemnly. Joey smiled warmly and continued, now that Custard has eaten the Mira fruit, there's no need for such extreme caution. The rest of you can start to ease off. Let's move on to discuss the next phase of our development plan. At this, the atmosphere turned sharp. Pirospiro looked a bit embarrassed. Big bro, over the past period, managing all this has resulted in about a 30% loss across various areas. No, Joey interrupted, cutting Pirospiro off. He turned to Daifuku and Oven instead. Daifuku, Oven, how has Pirospiro been handling things? Daifuku responded first. Big bro, Pirospiro has done everything he possibly could. Some of the issues. Oven continued, some of those problems weren't something Pirospiro could handle alone. Joey smiled and looked back at Pirospiro. Did you hear that? Don't be afraid of losses. If something's gone, it's gone. What matters is growth. Moving forward, all family business will be managed by you. The future of the family's businesses is now your responsibility. What? Pirospiro shot up in shock. Big bro, I can't do this. But a large blade materialized, forcing Pirospiro back into his seat. Joey, still smiling, said, Pirospiro, if I say you can, then you can. What, are you going to disobey your family head? Pirospiro swallowed hard and obediently replied, I understand, big bro. Joey chuckled. All right, no need to look so stressed. Let me tell you, out here are plenty of people out there who'd kill to take over the Charlotte family's business. Pirospiro, start preparing. 2 years from now, we're launching. A glint of determination flashed in Joey's eyes. Pirospiro immediately understood. The Charlotte family had, for years, solely dealt in gene fruits, never branching out into other trades. Yet even with this single focus, they'd risen to an incredible level. But gene fruits couldn't be mass-produced. That wouldn't make sense. If they flooded the market, the value of gene fruits would plummet. Scarcity creates value, and gene fruits were no exception. Now, however, the family was finally stepping into other business as a decision that had piqued the curiosity of every sibling. Taking a deep breath, Pirospiro said, Big bro, I understand. Joey smiled again. Relax. Learn step by step. You'll manage everything just fine, won't you? Pirospiro nodded firmly, and Joey's expression softened even further. Joey knew he'd eventually have to let go and entrust responsibilities to his siblings. As the family head, his role was to oversee their growth, not micromanage every detail. And when it came to business, no one was better suited than Pirospiro. Cunning, ruthless, and shrewd, protected his family fiercely, but his true nature made him perfect for handling the cutthroat world of business. Now, Joey continued, reduce our gene fruit transactions and prepare for new ventures: slave trading, arms dealing, and any profitable industry. No matter what it is. Pirospiro nodded with determination. In this world, there were 3 main power players. Legitimate nations under the world government. Pirates roaming the seas. The underworld overlords. These included the underworld emperors of the New World, the 5 great mafia families of the West: Blue, bounty hunters, assassins, and more. Among them, pirates were the least respected. Though they couldn't be eradicated, they were often looked down upon. Nations and underground powers endured for centuries, but pirate crews, they always had an expiration date. No pirate crew ever evolved into a lasting power. That's why pirates were seen as tools necessary for the world's balance but ultimately expendable. Sure, pirates were powerful. But could they really be wiped out? Absolutely. If the entire world united, eradicating pirates would be child's play. They weren't eliminated simply because their existence served a purpose. Daifuku, oven, Joey called out, turning to his brothers. You two must be wondering what's your role in all this. Indeed, they were curious. Katakuri had taken some siblings to sail the seas as pirates. Pirospiro was now in charge of the family business. So what about the 2 of them? Joey chuckled. You 2 troublemakers don't need fixed roles. Go wherever you're needed, just don't become pirates. Got it? We're one family. No need to overcomplicate things. This statement left them momentarily stunned. They'd all been thinking about having fixed roles and responsibilities. Heh heh heh. Joey laughed helplessly. You brats just don't get it. We're a family. Stop worrying about what you're responsible for. As family members, isn't it our duty to step up when the family needs us? The pirates don't need you, but the family does. For anything and everything. Got it. Hearing Joey's words, everyone silently nodded. It finally hit them. Yeah. They were family, brothers and sisters. Why waste time overcomplicating things? Just help out where needed. All right then. Satisfied, Joey continued, Daifuku, oven, how are things progressing with the Tato Land Sea territory? Daifuku nodded seriously, Big brother, the central area has already been cleared. We've reduced the total number of islands to 36, just as you requested. The rest have all been dealt with. Oven chimed in, and besides that, we've assigned suitable islands for the Tontatas, Oni, and dwarves. I've also started hiring craftsmen and workers to modify and build on those 3 islands. This, of course, required massive amounts of money. But money wasn't an issue. After all, for the Charlotte family, with its decades of accumulated wealth, such expenses were nothing. After thinking for a moment, Joey said, Daifuku, bring me the map of the Tato Land Sea territory showing the positions of the 36 islands. I want to take a look. Got it, big brother. Daifuku immediately spread the map on Joey's desk. Joey studied the map closely, and the others gathered around as well. After a moment, Joey remarked, some of these island positions are problematic. Daifuku, I'll redraw the map tonight. Tomorrow, you and Opera will reposition the islands according to my plan. Remember. No room for error, not even by an inch. Understood. Got it. The 2 brothers nodded seriously. This was clearly an extremely important task. Otherwise, their big brother wouldn't have been this strict. Joey continued, aside from the Tontatas, Oni, and dwarves, I've also brought the giants back this time. He shook his head. There was too much to deal with and too many responsibilities piling up. Pirospiro said, Big brother, there's nothing we can do about it. There's too much on our plate to handle everything at once. Fortunately, we still have a year and a half before the next world meeting. We have enough time. Yeah. Joey nodded. Time is on our side for now. The next phase is crucial. The family will transition into a development phase. Business, construction, and nation building will handle all of it simultaneously. Pirospiro, Daifuku, Oven, Opera. Yes, big brother. The 4 looked at Joey with burning determination. Joey declared seriously, the 4 of you will oversee these tasks. Prioritize safety. The reconstruction of the Tato Land Sea territory is the most critical. No mistakes allowed. Use all family resources if needed. Once the God Valley matter is settled, I'll have Katakuri return to assist you. Everyone nodded solemnly. They understood. Tato Land. This was the face of the Charlotte family. If Joey made such a grand display and yet something went wrong in Tato Land, it'd be utterly humiliating. They'd become the laughingstock of the world. This was no joke. It was a fact. When you're in a position of power, any blunder can cost you. If you mess up, the next time, they won't let you join the game. In this world, being in the right position meant showing the strength and bearing to match it. With that, the meeting was adjourned. Everyone continued discussing the various tasks, while Joey sat back, lost in thought. From here on out, the family's development would enter a stable yet dangerous period. There were plenty of people who didn't want to see the Charlotte family grow. And before the next world meeting in a year and a half, they'd have to deal with countless troubles coming their way. It didn't take long. Most people had already left. Only Joey and Pirospiro remained in the meeting room. Joey smiled and said, Pirospiro, if you've got something to say, just say it. Big brother. Pirospiro sat down and lowered his voice. To be honest, I don't have much confidence. Joey replied gently, Pirospiro, what's there to be unsure about? Remember you have your big brother right behind you. As long as I'm here, all you have to do is keep moving forward. No matter how big the challenge, I'll take care of it for you. His tone was soft and kind. Yet, it carried an undeniable authority. Just looking at this man, his big brother who had cared for him since they were children, made Pirospiro unconsciously clench his fists. His resolve hardened. Big brother, I understand now. I know what to do next. But, the construction of Tato Land in the New World seas, it won't be easy, will it? Joey nodded. Leaving it to Daifuku, Oven, Opera, Counter, Cadenza, Cabaletta, and Gala might not be entirely safe. The resources owned by the Charlotte family are simply too vast. That's true. Pirospiro said seriously. Big brother, our Charlotte family is more than just pirates. Mama and Katakuri established the Big Mom Pirates, but they're only part of our family. If we can make the Charlotte family recognized in every aspect, creating a nation that earns everyone's respect. This. Pirospiro had grown up under Joey's guidance. He, Compote, and Katakuri all understood their roles and responsibilities. There was no room for idleness. From childhood, they had studied diligently. Though Paramecia sometimes got nervous, his abilities were undeniable. He just needed time and experience. Joey nodded. Exactly. From the Big Mom pirates to underground trade, and now building Tato Land. But right now. Joey paused, then continued, to many, the Charlotte family has already become a thorn in their side. The world is only so big, and if a new player tries to take a piece of the pie, it's bound to upset some people. Joey saw the situation clearly. At this point, it was impossible to stop the Charlotte family's growth. The Big Mom pirates were already established. But, many people didn't want Tato Land to be founded as a legitimate nation. Starting as pirates, or as underground merchants, wasn't the same as founding a kingdom. The former would always be seen as part of the underworld, no matter how strong they became. They wouldn't earn true respect. A legitimate nation, however, was entirely different. Though people often say, kings and rulers aren't born special, legitimacy still mattered. A prince inheriting his kingdom and an outsider seizing it. Do you think people would view the difference? That was the core of the issue. Paramecia said solemnly, Big brother, you're right. The Charlotte family's rapid growth has already touched on too many interests. The construction of Tato Land will definitely face resistance. If we don't finish building it before the next reverie in a year and a half, Tato Land will just be a joke. Humph. Joey smirked. Well, let's see who dares to challenge us. I've always liked trouble. It's the easiest kind of problem to handle. Seeing Joey's confident demeanor, Paramecia nodded. As long as you're prepared, big brother, I won't worry. But, isn't our population still too small? It was true. Building a nation required citizens. Right now, their numbers seemed insufficient. Joey smiled. It's not a big deal. We already have control over the fishmen, merfolk, tontatas, oni, and giants. The rest will come in time. For now, the most important thing is the situation at God Valley. The brothers exchanged sharp glances. God Valley. If they could acquire what they needed there, the Charlotte family could shave nearly a decade off their development. The treasure hoarded by the celestial dragons was no joke. Joey said, let's end the discussion here. Soon, the land of Wano and the 5 families of the underworld will come to trade. Make sure everything goes smoothly. Paramecia grinned. Don't worry, big brother, I've got it under control. With that, the meeting ended. Joey muttered to himself, what will you schemers do to counter my plans? I'm curious to see if you can stop the rise of Tato Land. Let's see who dares to stand in my way. He chuckled softly, his usual warm smile laced with a chilling menace. Time passed quickly. In the garden, Joey was multitasking, reading a book while training with a large sword. Dozens of swords were being wielded in unison, their blades slicing through the air without disturbing a single leaf. After a while, Joey exhaled deeply and took a sip of tea. Broy, what brings you here today? Hee big brother. Broy ran over, smiling brightly. I have a favor to ask. Joey put down his book, pulled her into a hug, and said, go on. If it's reasonable, I'll agree. Big brother, I want to manage Taniga Island. Joey was momentarily surprised but quickly realized. You mean the island where the Tontata tribe lives? Broy nodded enthusiastically. Yes, big brother. I'm good friends with the Tontatas. I want to manage the whole island. Joey pondered for a moment. It's possible, but... Please, big brother. Please, please, please. Broy begged, clinging to him. Ha ha ha. Joey laughed, then said gently, all right, all right. If my little sister wants it, it's yours. You'll manage Taniga Island. The kingdom below and the town above are now under your care. He paused to think, then added, and with your Paramecia devil fruit protein fruit you'll be named the Minister of Protein. As Joey spoke, the emblem on Broy's chest changed, marking her new position. Yay! Broy cheered, jumping up happily before planting a kiss on Joey's cheek. Thank you, big brother. She ran off excitedly, leaving Joey shaking his head with a smile. That girl's growing up. Well, it's good for her to take on more responsibility. She'll mature over time. Joey wasn't worried. He'd been training plenty of capable managers to handle the details. Broy just needed to focus on the bigger picture and her own growth. As a leader, she needed to act like one. Just then, Paramecia walked into the garden, smiling. Big brother. 50 devil fruits delivered by the 5 families of the underworld. Joey raised an eyebrow. And Paramecia smirked. Over the years, we've recruited 50 of Orochi's artisans and trained countless apprentices. Wano's craftsmen aren't to be underestimated. Our weapons are top-notch now. Joey chuckled. Good. But leave Wano alone for no, it's a tricky spot. How's that other matter? Paramecia grew serious. Under control, big brother. I've sent 500 men to monitor the situation. Any suspicious activity will be reported immediately. Joey nodded. Good. The mink tribe is the hardest to deal with. This is our only chance. The mink's close ties to the Kazuki clan made them a tough nut to crack. To subjugate them required absolute domination, as resistance would prevent the signing of a slave contract. Just then, Custard rushed in, shouting, Big brother. A call from the Kingdom of Adam. The room fell silent. The Kingdom of Adama nation built around the legendary treasure tree Adam was a world powerhouse. Joey answered the call with a smile. Adam, it's rare for you to contact me first. What's the occasion? A gentle laugh came through the transponder snail. Joey, my friend, let's not be so formal. Cooperation is always a good thing, isn't it? Joey's smile deepened. True. So, what kind of cooperation are we talking about? Paramecia and Custard exchanged glances. The atmosphere grew tense. The Kingdom of Adam, once dismissive of the Charlotte family, had come knocking. A storm was indeed brewing. Chapter 68, Kingdom of Adam. Joey. Adam. Through the den mushy, an eerie silence filled the air. Both remained quiet, lost in thought. Treasure Tree Adam. The Kingdom of Adam. In truth, every king of the Adam Kingdom was named Adam to honor the origin of the kingdom. The Treasure Tree Adam nurtured the entire kingdom and symbolized its power. The kings were seen as the embodiment of the Treasure Tree Adama kind of divine right of kings. After all, rulers love playing these symbolic games to legitimize their authority. As Joey pondered the vast history and strange customs of the Adam Kingdom, Adam finally broke the silence. Chief Joey, it seems the Charlotte family has developed a new weapon. Heh. Joey chuckled softly. Impressive, Mr. Adam. Your intelligence network never disappoints. That's correct, Charlotte family has successfully created a new weapon. I won't brag about its power, but I can confidently say it's at least 40% more advanced than any weapon currently on the market. Adam's interest was piqued. 40%, huh? Interesting. If I recall, the world government's weapons are also about 40% more advanced than those available to the general public. Quite the coincidence, wouldn't you say? Joey smiled confidently. Of course. If you're stepping into a new field, you have to come prepared to make waves. Adam nodded. In that case, Chief Joey, when do you plan to release these weapons to the market? After a brief pause, Joey replied, in 2 years. Perfect, Adam said without hesitation. In that case, I'll claim 60% of the weapons you release. Joey was momentarily taken aback by Adam's bold statement but quickly regained his composure. Mr. Adam, you should understand these weapons won't come cheap. Moreover, I'm only interested in trading for devil fruits. Pure berries. That would make for a dull transaction. Adam laughed. Naturally. I'm well aware of the Charlotte family's preferred method of trade. Don't worry, 2 years from now, everything will be ready. Here's my offer, 20 billion berries and 10 devil fruits as a deposit. What do you say? Joey nodded. Deal. Heh. A pleasure doing business with you. Joey replied with a polite smile, the pleasure is all mine. With that, the call ended. Joey's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he seemed to be lost in thought. Pirospiro, standing nearby, looked concerned. Big brother, if the Atom Kingdom knows about this, do you think they'll? They will, Joey replied firmly. This isn't a question of if, it's guaranteed. The Atom Kingdom may have grown powerful and sophisticated, but their roots are as crooked as ever. Do you really think they've changed their true nature? That. Pirospiro hesitated, then continued with a sharp look in his eyes. Big brother, even if they don't attack us outright, a covert battle with the Atom Kingdom would still put us at a disadvantage. Joey remained calm. It doesn't matter. I'll handle the arrangements. Pirospiro, ensure our business dealings run smoothly, and start relocating everyone to the Tato Land Sea territory. As for the unworthy ones, you know what to do. Understood. Pirospiro nodded before leaving. Joey leaned back, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated the growing complexity of the situation. Things were getting messier and more dangerous. But if he could navigate this treacherous path successfully, the rewards would be monumental. Through this, the Charlotte family could truly rise to the top. Joey muttered to himself, Adam. So you've decided to test the waters. Interesting. If you want to try, then go ahead and try. His eyes flashed with sharp determination before he returned to his tea and books, letting the storm brew in the background. Elsewhere, on a massive pirate ship. This ship radiated an overwhelming, oppressive aurath presence of its inhabitants alone was terrifying. Awe. A man downed his drink in one gulp. This was Rox D. Zebek, the captain of the infamous Rox pirates, a man hailed as the ruler of the seas and the supreme power of his era. Rox glared at the crew before him, his sharp eyes scanning each of them. Golden Lion Shiki. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Captain John. Silver Axe. Wang Ji, Achaku. In addition to these 6 monsters, there were 14 other officers, a total of 20 elite members. Each officer possessed at least silver rank 1 strength, making the Rox pirates a nightmare for anyone who dared cross them. As for Kaido, the future emperor of the seas, he was merely a rookie on board, a trainee pirate who wasn't even worth mentioning in this lineup. Without Linlin's gift of the fish fruit, Azure Dragon model, his future might have been very different. Rox laughed maniacally, his terrifying presence enveloping the ship. 10 days from now, the God Valley banquet will begin. You lot better call in every ally you can. I don't care what schemes you're plotting, but if anyone dares cross me. Humph. Rox Conqueror's hockey exploded outward, covering the entire ship in a suffocating pressure. Even among this group of monsters, none dared challenge Rox. His power was absolute, his dominance undeniable. He was the strongest. No one could rival Rox D. Zebek. Meanwhile, on the Queen Mama Chantera pirate ship that had become infamous over the past few months, Charlotte Linlin, carrying her son, landed aboard. Mom. Katakuri, Compote, Cracker, and Amanda called out excitedly. Linlin beamed. My wonderful children. Compote stepped forward, her voice filled with joy. Mom, we've prepared a cake for you. Oh. Linlin's attention instantly shifted, and she followed Compote into the ship, leaving the rest of her children on the deck. Katakuri and Cracker observed the Rox pirates warily, their sharp eyes scanning the formidable crew. What monsters, Amanda muttered, her voice tinged with awe. Cracker crouched, nodding in agreement. Yeah. These guys are something else. So, this is the Rox pirates. Katakuri interrupted with a calm tone. Still, they will be used by us for our benefit. The siblings fell silent, their determination unshaken. After all, their mother, Linlin, was here. They had nothing to fear. Chapter 69, Mother and Son Reunion. Joey and Linlin stared at each other. For a moment, silence filled the air. He he he. Linlin chuckled joyfully, exclaiming, Joey. Joey. Mama's Joey. It's been so long. As she spoke, she lunged forward and hugged Joey tightly. Sigh. Joey, who had planned to say something, could only sigh helplessly at his childlike and naive mother. Mom. You do know it's been ages, right? What on earth were you thinking? Looking at his mother, Joey was at a loss for words. It was honestly exasperating. He. Linlin grinned, saying proudly, "I've been out having fun. And guess what? I've found lots of devil fruits, haven't I?" Joey stared at his mother, who was beaming with pride, and couldn't help but retort, "Mom, the devil fruits you found don't even count for much. The family trades for about 20 fruits every year. I've got 150 devil fruits in my possession right now." "Wah." Linlin started pouting. "Joey, are you scolding Mama? How could you scold your mama?" "Ha ha ha." Katakuri and the others laughed heartily. As expected, no one but their eldest brother could handle their mother. It was a good thing Joey could keep her in check. Otherwise, with her personality, she'd probably bankrupt the entire family's wealth in no time. Sigh. Joey sighed as he looked at his 30-year-old mother, who was now crying on the floor like a little girl. All right, Mom. I wasn't trying to upset you. Momo, did you prepare the pastries for her?" Swish. Before Akanagakubo Momo could respond, Linlin zipped over in a flash, her eyes gleaming as if she wanted to devour her entirely. However, Momo was used to this behavior. Bowing respectfully, she said, "Madam, the desserts are right over here." He. Delighted, Linlin followed her to the pastries. Meanwhile, Joey glanced at the baby boy cradled in the maid's arms and said warmly, "This is the 20th son of the Charlotte family, isn't it? Charlotte Montour." The baby had been born not long ago. Joey smiled gently, as though lost in thought. 14 years ago, the family had consisted of only him and his mother. And now? He had many younger brothers and sisters. Although all these children were born by his mother, Joey had ensured that Linlin only extracted the souls of strong individuals, fusing them with a fragment of her own soul to create the children. This strange process. Even Joey himself didn't fully understand how it worked. Still, it was how he was born, as well as all his siblings. So, there wasn't much to complain about. Clap. Katakuri approached Joey with a serious expression. "Big bro, the Rocks pirates are preparing to attack God Valley. Are you sure it's not too dangerous for you to go to the battlefield yourself?" "Yeah, big bro. You don't need to go, it's way too risky." Everyone was visibly worried. Nobody wanted Joey to put himself in harm's way. Just as Edward had analyzed before, the Charlotte family might look grand and powerful with its underground trade, the Big Mom pirates, and the establishment of Tato Land. But everything hinged on the man named Charlotte Joey. If something were to happen to him, the massive family could crumble overnight. Joey raised a hand and smiled. "Don't worry. I've prepared everything thoroughly. There won't be any problems." He glanced at his 3 younger sisters, who hesitated to approach. Mondi, Hachi, Efali. The 3 snake-neck sisters were peeking shyly from a corner. This time, 7 siblings had gone out together, but they were the weakest trio. It was a source of great embarrassment for them. Seeing their timid behavior, Joey called out warmly, "What are you standing there for? Come here, all of you. Big bro. Big bro." The 3 girls shuffled over awkwardly. Joey teased them gently, "What's wrong? Feeling shy around your big brother now?" "And no," Mondi said, lowering her head adorably. "It's just, we feel embarrassed. We're so weak compared to everyone else." She wasn't wrong. Katakuri, Cracker, Compote, and Amanda were all incredibly talented. Although Mondi, Hachi, and Efali were decent in their own right, they paled in comparison to those monster siblings. Looking at Mondi, with her perfect figure and wavy, ocean blue hair, Joey shook his head with a smile. The 4 sisters were quadruplets, yet each had a unique appearance. Mondi was petite and lowly-like, despite her snake-neck heritage. Amanda had a striking, mature figure like a perfect elder sister. Hachi was tall and slender, already smoking despite her young age. Efali, though a snake-neck, looked surprisingly human-like. The one thing they shared was their flowing, azure hair. As Joey lounged on the sofa, he turned to Amanda and asked, "How was your time away, Amanda?" Lighting a cigarette, Amanda replied with a sigh, "Big bro, the sea is truly full of madness and danger. And that's with the Rocks pirates suppressing the chaos of this era. If they were gone, who knows what would happen." Indeed. Joey nodded approvingly. You've matured well. Once this mission is over, you'll return to the family. The Big Mom pirates don't need you to keep growing here. As the leader of the 36 ministers I've appointed, your place is at home. Amanda nodded. Understood, big bro. Then Joey turned to Mondi, Hachi, and Effalie. You three, neither of you has the decisiveness to act independently. You're better off supporting others. The two nodded without protest. They knew he was right. Joey then presented them with weapons. Hachi, this is for you, the poisonous snake blade. Effalie, these are yours, the twin serpent pistols. Both girls beamed with joy. In the Charlotte family, receiving weapons from Big Bro meant you could still play a crucial role. Finally, Joey handed Mondi a devil fruit. Mondi, this is yours, the clear fruit. And your weapon, the bloody snake blade. Big Bro. Mondi's face lit up with excitement, her smile so wide it was almost scary. Joey chuckled. All right, you three will act as a team from now on. Stick together and handle things as a unit. Yes. The sisters saluted in unison. Joey stood, addressing everyone sternly. Keep my arrival a secret. No information must leak. We'll wait for the war at God Valley to begin. Everyone nodded seriously. Just then, Linlin burst in, beaming happily with cake crumbs on her face. Joey, she shouted, grabbing him and rubbing her cheek against his. Joey froze, his expression twisted. His brand new black ceremonial robe was now stained. Mom. Joey. Ha 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 ha. Joey's angry roar was drowned out by the laughter of his siblings. 10 days later, fleets of pirate ships nearly 100 strong set sail toward God Valley under the command of the Rocks pirates. God Valley, a sacred island for the world nobles, hosted a grand gathering every decade where they flaunted their treasures and slaves. This year, Rocks D. Zebek, the era's most fearsome pirate, planned to seize it all. Chapter 70, The God Valley War. Queen Mama Chanter. On board this pirate ship stood a massive, eerie mirror that would make anyone feel uneasy. However, within the mirror was a pair of watching eyes. Inside the mirror's space, tea and delicious snacks had been prepared. Joey sat there quietly, observing the men standing at the helm of the pirate ship. He murmured softly, Silver level 5. This is the strongest power I've ever seen. What a terrifying monster. Even Mom, Whitebeard, and Shiki are only at silver level 3. Big Bro. Mondi and Custard, the two sisters, stood behind Joey, tilting their heads curiously. Joey shook his head. Nothing, just amazed. As expected of the captain of the Rocks pirates. He's undeniably the strongest in this era. Big Bro, does that mean Mom can't beat him? Custard asked curiously. Joey replied seriously, no, Mom can't beat him. In a one-on-one fight, nobody in this era stands a chance against him. But, if Mom, Whitebeard, and Shiki teamed up and fought with everything they had, taking down Rocks wouldn't be impossible. Oh. Custard nodded adorably. Mondi, however, asked, Big Bro, are we planning to sneak in? Joey nodded. Of course. Mondi had the clear fruit. Custard had the mirror fruit. With these two devil fruits, sneaking around was child's play. Custard could create mirrors and hide inside them. Mondi could use her clear fruit to turn invisible and sneak Custard into the back of God Valley. Joey would stay in the mirror dimension, waiting for the right moment. This plan was flawless. Honestly, without the mirror and clear fruits, Joey wouldn't have even thought about getting involved in such chaos. The God Valley War. This war wasn't something you could participate in lightly. One wrong move and you wouldn't even know how you died. Better to stay cautious. Meanwhile, countless pirate ships were heading toward God Valley, cutting through the unique weather and treacherous routes of the area. Soon, they could see the mysterious island hidden deep within the sea. Edward squinted. So that's the legendary God Valley? Gihahaha. Shiki laughed menacingly. Those so-called celestial dragons, let's show them the terror of pirates. Humph. John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and other officers smirked darkly, each more menacing than the last. Meanwhile, Linlin sat calmly on a sofa on the deck, savoring her sweets as if she were on vacation, enjoying afternoon tea. Katakuri and Cracker, however, were visibly tense. Their hearts pounded heavily. Though strong in their own right, Katakuri at bronze level 9 and Cracker at bronze level 8, they had never participated in a war of this magnitude before. In fact, no one here had. This was a once-in-a-lifetime war. Who wouldn't feel nervous? Katakuri gripped his trident tightly, muttering, "Am I scared? No. I'm excited. I'll use this war to make the Charlotte family's name known to the world. Everyone will see how strong we are." Cracker exhaled deeply, trying to calm his racing heart. This will be the grandest war of all time. Suddenly, Joey's voice echoed in their ears, a calm chuckle. "You two brats, focus on this war. Your job is to understand yourselves and grow stronger. The grandest war? Ha! The future holds far greater battles. The future. You'll fight alongside me against foes beyond this world: angels, demons, scions, crazy scientists, titans, and a lot more. Who knows what else is out there?" The mere mention of these possibilities sent their blood boiling with excitement. After all, they were still young. If youth isn't wild and ambitious, then what is it? Hell yeah. Let's go. Their fighting spirit surged, drawing the attention of those around them. Even Rox himself glanced over at Linlin's group, narrowing his eyes. Rox thought to himself, strange. I feel like someone's watching me, but I can't sense anything. Whatever. I don't have time for that now. Celestial dragons, I'm coming for your heads. God Valley. The island was split into two distinct atmospheres. The rear was brightly lit, filled with laughter and revelry. The celestial dragons were indulging in their hedonistic pleasures, laughing maniacally, enjoying gladiatorial fights between slaves, and flaunting their wealth. As for the Rox pirates' imminent attack, they couldn't care less. As world nobles, they believed they were untouchable. Why bother worrying about some lowly pirates? Their party would go on uninterrupted. Meanwhile, at the front of the island, things were vastly different. The Navy and CP organizations had gathered here in full force, ready to defend. Garp clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted in anger. He wanted to speak out, but Sengoku and Zephyr held him back. Truthfully, it wasn't just Garp. The faces of every Marine present were grim. They were here to fight the Rox pirates, putting their lives on the line, while the celestial dragons partied as if nothing was happening. It was an insult to everything they stood for. But what could they do? They focused their anger on the battlefield ahead. The CP agents, on the other hand, cared only about protecting the celestial dragons. Anything else was none of their concern. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves drew everyone's attention. They're here. Sengoku muttered. The strongest Rox pirates. Monsters of this era. A suffocating tension fell over the battlefield. Even though the battle hadn't begun, the oppressive atmosphere was enough to make the weaker or less resolute faint on the spot. On the Rox pirates' flagship, Rox stood at the bow, grinning maniacally. Oi, oi. It's just you little brats. Where are those old geezers? He referred, of course, to Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, who were mere juniors compared to him. From the Marines, Kong, the commander-in-chief, stepped forward. Rox. You dare show your face here? This is a place of absolute justice. Your tyranny ends here. Absolute justice. Rox sneered. Don't make me laugh. Sure, I'm no saint, but those celestial dragons. They're worse scum than any pirate. Don't insult me with your jokes, old man. Kong's expression darkened but didn't respond. Rox wasn't wrong, after all. At that moment, two more figures emerged, Karasu, Black Crow, and Byako, White Tiger. The three legendary admirals of the era stood ready. Rox grinned. Finally, some worthy opponents. Let's get started. He drew his sword, raising it high. Boys. Destroy God Valley. All the treasure you find is yours. And for every celestial dragon you kill, I'll pay 5 billion berries. Rayera. The pirates erupted in madness, surging forward with bloodlust. Inside the mirror dimension, Joey remained calm, though Mondi and Custard were visibly tense. This war, Joey said, it's just a joke. Rox thinks he can overthrow the world government with a single pirate crew. Ridiculous. Mom, just play along, but don't take it seriously. Linlin laughed cheerfully. Joey. My sweet Joey. Worried about Mama? Don't worry. Mama won't do anything foolish. Joey sighed internally. You. Not do anything foolish? Yeah, right. He thought about the blue dragon fruit she gave to Kaido. What was she thinking? Giving such a precious fruit to him while ignoring her own children. Joey couldn't take any chances with her impulsive decisions. Mondi muttered, Big bro, you're the only one Mom listens to. Nobody else can convince her of anything. Joey chuckled. That's because you don't know how to talk to her. Treat her like a child, go along with her whims most of the time, but stand firm on important matters. Really? Yeah. But if you try it, she'll probably hit you. The two sisters fell silent. Clearly, Joey's privilege as her favorite was undeniable. Joey laughed. Relax. The war's just starting. Let those pirates wear themselves out. We'll make our move when the time is right. He toyed with a peculiar gemstone in his hand, his eyes narrowing. With Joey's reassurance, Mondi and Custard began to calm down. The God Valley War had officially begun, the grandest battle in pirate history. Chapter 71, War to the Top. Kill them. Slaughter those celestial dragons. This is our war to the top. Kahahaha. Amid the chaotic laughter, Rox was like a man possessed, his wild roars echoing endlessly across the battlefield. Roar. Countless pirates charged into the fray like madmen, unleashing their unrestrained fury. Counterattack. Hold the line. Compared to the others, Sengoku was the one taking charge, coordinating the battlefield. In fact, calling him the commander-in-chief wouldn't be an exaggeration. For justice. For justice. The Navy soldiers thumped their chests with one hand, their sheer presence radiating a formidable and awe-inspiring energy. Watching the unwavering resolve of the Marines, Joey couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Say what you will, but the Navy is truly the only force in this world that exists solely for peace. They uphold order on the seas, preventing this world from plunging into the chaotic warring states era of clashing warlords. Huh. Tilting her head, Mondi asked curiously, Big brother, do you really hold the Navy in such high regard? Joey explained patiently, Mondi, what do you think? Me. Mondi seemed lost in thought but couldn't find the right words to respond. Joey continued, the Navy maintains balance in this world. If they were to suddenly stop their operations, countless nations would descend into chaos. Pirates would run rampant, and governments would struggle to maintain peace. At that point, the entire world would spiral into an era of warring factions. Mondi pondered for a moment before replying hesitantly, so, according to what you're saying, if the Navy just stopped supervising, then many countries would. As she spoke, Mondi suddenly realized something and gasped. Wait. She inhaled sharply and looked at Joey with wide eyes. Big brother. If the Navy were gone, pirates would attack nations, and once these countries have a reason to retaliate, those people. Joey nodded approvingly. Exactly, Mondi. Think it through. Whether I'm right or wrong, you need to analyze the situation. Just as you said, without the Navy, pirates would target nations, and what happens next? Mondi nodded, her expression serious. Those with ambitions. Right now, their schemes are kept in check by the Navy's justice. If that balance disappears, they'd go berserk in an instant. Joey smiled, clearly pleased. Good. You're starting to think critically. Remember, this isn't urgent for now. The war has just begun. What we need is an opportunity, a moment to step into the battlefield. Mondi and Custard watched the battlefield intently. This kind of war was an unmissable experience. Even if they didn't participate, just observing could teach them invaluable lessons. For those who study battles, such moments are incredibly enlightening. Humph. Zephyr sneered as he squared off against the enemy. Hey. Golden Lion, are you seriously trying to break through our defenses? Do you think it's that easy? Jihahaha. Shiki grinned maniacally. You troublesome bastard. If you're here to cause problems, then I'll just kill you first. After that, I'll deal with those damn celestial dragons. Zephyr remained calm. Unfortunately for you, that's not going to happen. Black arm. Finger pistol. The Six Powers technique, when wielded by Zephyr, reached its absolute peak. With terrifying armament hockey infused into his attack, Zephyr launched a strike so powerful it seemed to obliterate everything in its path. Despite being called a finger pistol in his hands, it hit with the force of an explosive warhead. Zephyr and Shiki clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. Currently, both men stood at silver rank level 3. These weren't the weakened versions of Zephyr and Shiki from the future. No, this was their prime monsters in their peak form. The future Zephyr, who would lose his family, his students, and even his right arm, was still far off. The future Shiki, who would lose his legs and have a ship's wheel lodged in his head, was still just a nightmare yet to come. At this moment, both men were in their strongest state, capable of drawing out 100%, even 120% of their abilities. That confidence radiated from their every move. How terrifying! Katakuri murmured in awe. Golden Lion and Black Arm. Are they even human? To witness their overwhelming strength in person was something he could never have imagined. It was truly monstrous. Nearby, Cracker swung his massive sword, slicing through the enemies surrounding him. He exhaled heavily, glancing at Katakuri. Brother, focus. This is a battlefield, not the place to zone out. Katakuri turned to him with a grin. Bad habit, I know, but isn't that why I have you? Cracker couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Fine. What else could he say? That's just what family was, fort-rusting each other without question. Suddenly, a terrifying slash of sword energy tore through the battlefield. Ah! Screams of agony erupted as Marines were cut down en masse. Compote descended, wielding a blade even longer than herself. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked beneath her strike as if it would collapse entirely. Katakuri and Cracker couldn't help but groan. Sister Compote, you're getting way too violent. Compote shot them an annoyed glare. What kind of brothers call their sister violent? With a terrifying gleam in her eyes, Compote unleashed an even stronger attack. The overwhelming sword aura seemed as though it could devour everything in its path. Gulp. Both of them couldn't help but swallow nervously. Honestly, Compote was at most a bronze level 7 fighter. But the combat prowess she displayed was simply unbelievable, shocking even. He. Joey observed the battlefield with growing satisfaction. Katakuri and Cracker, those two punks have really improved. What's most impressive is their rich battle experience now. While Katakuri and Cracker hadn't fundamentally improved their levels, their combat capabilities had skyrocketed. There's a vast difference between being self-taught and becoming a battle-hardened warrior. And now, these two. They were undoubtedly seasoned fighters. However, Joey's gaze shifted to another figure. Katakuri and Cracker's growth was evident and didn't require much commentary. But Compote. At this moment, Compote was showcasing a level of monstrous combat strength that was nothing short of terrifying. Truly. On the battlefield, whether it was the Navy or the pirates, everyone watching Compote felt off. Was Compote powerful? Well, she was decent. In her tier, she could be considered above average but not by much. The problem, though, was her shocking display of power. And that wasn't even the end of it. Ha! No one knew where Compote suddenly pulled out a second massive blade from. With both swords in hand, she unleashed a combination move, creating a devastating attack that left a horrifying crater in the ground. Watching the sheer destruction Compote caused, Shiki instinctively glanced at his own dual swords. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. What was going on? This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Impact wave. Kaishin, Seaquake. Sengoku and Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, clashed and then separated. Sengoku landed on the ground, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Compote rampaging with her dual blades. He muttered, "What a dangerous woman. Charlotte Compote. Is she some kind of monster?" In reality, Compote's swords weren't ordinary weapons. These dual blades had unique properties. They continuously absorbed her stamina and haki. Her left-hand blade, Dead Sea, absorbed haki. Her right-hand blade, Living Sea, absorbed physical strength. These blades were crafted by Joey using rare materials from another world, specifically for Compote. They were on par with the supreme-grade swords. Moreover, the sword's potential was tied to Compote's own growth and gave additional effects. For example, if her stamina was 100 and her haki was at 0, the combined limit of the blades would be 200. As Compote's power increased, so did the sword's capacity. Without these swords, Compote's aggressive fighting style would have already drained her. Only someone with an extraordinary physique, like Linlin, could sustain them. But with the dual swords forged by her brother, Compote forcibly unleashed the necessary power. Ha! Compote rampaged across the battlefield, while Katakuri and Cracker followed close behind. They had no choice. Their sister's reckless style forced them to cover the gaps, ensuring nothing spiraled out of control. Otherwise, who knew what kind of chaos might erupt? Clap. Tsuru walked up behind Sengoku and asked, "What's your take on this?" Sengoku shook his head. "Compote, Katakuri, Cracker, those three brats are terrifyingly talented. Ideally, we should eliminate them here." Tsuru nodded in agreement. That would be the best outcome. But Charlotte Joey. That man's goal is to train his siblings, not send them to their deaths. Taking down those three won't be easy. And besides... Sengoku vanished in an instant as Edward charged toward him. The two collided once more. There was no time to deal with those. Kichi's opponent demanded all his attention. Gururara. Edward let out a hearty laugh. Sengoku. What's wrong with you? Don't get distracted. You're making this boring. Kaishin. Impact wave. Their attacks rippled outward, spreading devastation across the battlefield. Whether it was the shock waves of the Buddha fruit or the quakes of the tremor fruit, both were large-scale assaults. If they weren't holding back, their unchecked power could have easily swept through most of the battlefield. Clap. Joey lightly tapped his chair, muttering, "Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Shiki, Edward, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe." His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield rapidly. He murmured in confusion, "Everyone's already engaged. So what exactly is Rox planning?" Joey's gaze lingered on Rox, deep in thought. After all, his younger siblings had grown significantly. They no longer needed his constant attention. Even though Compote seemed to be dominating the battlefield, the truth was that Katakuri's talent far surpassed hers. It wasn't just a matter of aptitude, it was raw potential. Joey was genuinely excited. Would Katakuri break through his current limits during this war? From bronze level 9 to silver level 1. That was a massive gap, like crossing an insurmountable chasm. If Katakuri succeeded, he would undergo a true transformation. At that point, Katakuri could become a true pillar of the family. Right now, the family only has two pillars, Mom and himself. While his siblings' growth was gratifying, they still fell short. Chapter 72, Rox D. Zebek, the strongest. The strength of a family doesn't come from just one person. It takes pillars, many of them. Mom. Forget it. Sure, she's great in a fight. But managing things? Hell no. In the original story, Katakuri played both mom and dad roles, while Mom herself, well, she mostly got in the way. But now, after Katakuri's breakthrough, I can't help but look forward to what's coming. A level 1 silver-ranked Katakuri. By then, our family will have a new pillar of strength. I've been grooming Pyrospiro to handle the underworld business. Katakuri. He'll be the backbone of the Big Mom pirates. Still, Pyrospiro just needs to use his brain. But Katakuri. He's different. He has to show enough power to keep all those restless fools in check. HAAA. Compote roared, charging into the battlefield. Her dual swords slashed through the air, unleashing endless waves of sword energy, mowing down countless marines like weeds. Willow Mochi. Katakuri's leg turned into strips of mochi, coated in armament haki. In a flash, he unleashed a barrage of mochi-covered kicks in all directions. His explosive power was just slightly below Compote's. Compared to his older siblings, Cracker seemed a little underwhelming. But that's only on the surface. In reality, Cracker wasn't weak at all. Clap. With a calm clap, Cracker summoned his giant biscuit Saldier-san army of them. Calling Cracker a one-man army wasn't an exaggeration. Compote, Katakuri, and Cracker, these three brats were wreaking havoc, showing off their insane combat skills. Why? Because they weren't afraid. They knew they had Joey, Linlin, and the Charlotte family backing them. No matter what chaos they caused here, as long as they left afterward, no one could touch them. With a battlefield like this, where you could grow stronger, you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you didn't go all out. Meanwhile, Hachi and Ephilie charged into the fray alongside Big Mom. Boom. Big Mom and Garp collided in an instant. Napoleon clashed against Garp's iron fist. Garp took a step back, his sharp eyes glinting. Crazy woman. You've gotten even stronger, huh? Ikoku. Big Mom ignored Garp, raising her hand and unleashing a massive wave of sword energy. Compared to Compote, this attack wasn't just stronger, it was in a whole different league. A terrifying wave of sword energy swept across everything in its path. Ha ha ha. You think I'm a joke? Laughing loudly, Garp raised his fist to counter the attack head-on. Against an opponent of the same level, winning wasn't going to be easy. Boom. The battlefield erupted with a deafening roar. Linlin clashed with Garp. Edward faced Sengoku. Shiki took on Zephyr. On the Navy's side, their three strongest new generation fighters were all held up. But the pirates were a different story. Their numbers were simply overwhelming. Even though the Navy came prepared, there were too many pirate powerhouses. Even those weaker than Garp, Sengoku, or Zephyr caused massive damage to the battlefield. Boom. The ground shook as explosions rang out across the battlefield. Suddenly, a meteor-like figure crashed down, splitting the earth beneath them. Ugh. In the crater lay Steelbone Kong, coughing up blood. As one of the Navy's admirals, he was already out of the fight, and the battle had just begun. Watching from the sidelines, Joey glanced at him and muttered. Almost all his bones are shattered. No matter how strong his will is, he's not getting back up. So, this is Rock's power, huh? To knock Kong out of the fight so quickly. It was shocking. Even Joey hadn't expected this outcome. After all, the Navy's three admirals were all silver level 3 fighters. Rock's. He was only at silver level 5. That gap shouldn't have been enough to create such an overwhelming difference. Joey turned his head, baffled. Something felt off. At that moment, Rox appeared on the battlefield. Joey's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Right now, Rock's power had suddenly surged to silver level 7. Joey was stunned. How could this even happen? Jumping from silver level 5 to 7 wasn't just impressive, it was practically defying logic. Joey fell silent, his mind racing as he tried to figure out what was going on. What had changed? What was Rox doing to achieve this? His sharp eyes glimmered as he muttered, did he find some special method to temporarily boost his power? Is Rox planning to take out the strongest fighters as quickly as possible? But why? There's no need to rush. Or was he just hiding his true power? He shook his head. That didn't seem right. If Rox had suppressed his strength before, the system would have picked up on it. That left only one possibility: Rox had indeed found a way to boost his power in a short amount of time. Joey sighed in amazement. It's hard to believe. Is this the Dark Fruit's special ability? It was the most plausible explanation he could come up with. The extraordinary nature of the Dark Fruit, Yami Yami no Mi, seemed like the only thing capable of such rapid power escalation. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Shaking his head, Joey dismissed the thought for now. Instead, he focused on observing the battlefield, carefully waiting for the right moment to act. Not yet, he whispered to himself. It's still not the right time. The CP organization hasn't made their move. Acting now would be too risky. Judging by the current situation, they'll have no choice but to intervene soon. That'll be the perfect moment. With narrowed eyes, Joey continued to bide his time, silently waiting for the ideal opportunity. He knew it wouldn't be long. Bam. Ugh. Rox planted his foot firmly on Kong's chest, a savage grin on his face. Kong. After all these years, you still haven't improved at all. Looks like your death will mark the beginning of today's slaughter. Stop it. Rox, roared voices filled with fury. It was Bayako and Karasu. The two admirals had shaken off their opponents and were charging toward Rox at full speed. Oh. Rox feigned surprise, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. You're coming straight to me. How convenient. Let me take care of you trash first. Without hesitation, Rox spun around, meeting the two head-on. Boom. His fists collided with theirs, and despite facing two admirals at once, Rox held his ground effortlessly. Even against Bayako and Karasu, he didn't falter. The three of them clashed fiercely, their terrifying speed and overwhelming strength on full display. Each strike was a masterclass in hockey, armament that could shatter steel, observation that predicted moves with pinpoint accuracy, and the raw might of their physical prowess. Rox wasn't a weakling when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Far from it, was a beast in every aspect. For years, Rox had hidden the true extent of his devil fruit's power. Even now, he relied more on his own overwhelming might to dominate the battlefield. It was this combination of physical strength, hockey, and cunning that allowed him to rule over the Rox pirates and terrify an entire era. Bayako and Karasu were no pushovers, either. As seasoned combatants, they had honed their bodies into lethal weapons. In their era, admirals like Steelbone, Bayako, and Karasu were physical powerhouses. Later generations, like Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, combined martial prowess with devil fruits or just physical power. But after them, the admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru relied heavily on their fruits' powers. Each era had its strengths. Crack. With a resounding punch, Rox struck Bayako square in the chest. Arg. Bayako coughed up blood, his face twisted in disbelief. How are you this strong? Rox. What are you? Ha ha ha. Rox let out a cruel laugh, offering no answers. What fool would reveal their trump card? On this dangerous sea, keeping your secrets was vital. A hidden ace could be the difference between life and death. Bayako's severe injury was proof of Rox's overwhelming power. Karasu, left alone against him, fared no better. Boom. A brutal kick sent Karasu flying. In mere moments, three of the Navy's finest Steelbone, Bayako, and Karasura all sprawled on the ground. They weren't dead yet, but they were utterly defeated. For a brief moment, the battlefield fell silent. All eyes turned to the man standing at its center. Rox D. Zebek. The world called him many things, Captain Rox, the strongest man in the world. But today, everyone acknowledged a title he had never sought: the Invincible Man. Rox exuded an aura of unchallenged dominance. His strength was beyond belief. He wasn't just strong, he was a monster. Heh. Rox sneered, his grin widening. What's wrong, old-timers? Is that all you've got? Looks like this war is mine to win. Don't get cocky, Rox. Shut your mouth. Justice will stop you, no matter what. Karasu and Bayako forced themselves to their feet. Their injuries weren't life-threatening, but Kong wasn't so lucky. The Navy admiral lay broken, incapable of even standing. His defeat was absolute. Rox scanned the two remaining admirals, his smirk dripping with mockery. You two think you can stop me? Yes, we can. In a flash, the pair charged Rox again, their movements blurring as they clashed. The battlefield roared with their terrifying power, but anyone watching could see the truth: Rox was utterly dominating. Even together, the two admirals couldn't match him. How is this possible? What's going on? Captain Rox. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Rox had always been strong, but this was something else entirely. His power was leagues beyond anything anyone expected. Only Joey remained silent, his gaze fixed on the fight. He understood. Our Ox had reached silver level 7, while Bayako and Karasu were only at silver level 3. The difference between their strength was insurmountable. At lower levels, it was possible to overcome such a gap. But as one climbed higher, the disparity became unbridgeable. At the highest tiers, gold, platinum, diamond, and Kristall's gap was akin to that between mortals and gods. Screech! Suddenly, Rox grabbed Byakko with both hands. Before anyone could react, he tore the Admiral's body in two. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as Byakko fell lifelessly to the ground. But Rox wasn't done. His gaze shifted to Karasu, whose injuries and exhaustion were mounting rapidly. The Invincible man was about to claim his second Admiral. Chapter 73, Katakuri breaks through. Splurt. Blood splattered everywhere. Karasu lowered his head, murmuring, "Has the gap really grown this big?" His heart. It had been pierced. He was utterly powerless. The Navy's 3 Admiral steel bone lay motionless in a deep crater, his fate uncertain. Byakko was torn apart, dead on the spot. Karasu's heart was pierced, and he was barely clinging to life. Roar. Rox let out an earth-shaking roar, his aura terrifying beyond measure. Clearly, after taking on all 3 admirals and defeating them, Rox's aura had become something entirely different. Roar. Roar. The pirates echoed his roar, their voices filled with unrestrained fury. Captain Rox is invincible. Victory. 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 The Navy. The world government. The celestial dragons. They're all trash. If there had been any hesitation in the pirates before, now it was gone. Now, they were consumed by madness, like wild beasts. Rox's image as an unbeatable force was etched deeply into their hearts. At that moment, there was no hesitation left in them. Kill. That was their only thought: slaughter every enemy in sight. Watching the battlefield escalate to this point, Joey suddenly understood. Glancing at Rox, Joey muttered, "Rox must have used some kind of technique to temporarily boost his strength. But, from the looks of it, there's no sign of weakness. It's a sustainable technique, though it probably takes a long time to use again." Indeed. Rox's power had returned to silver level 5, which proved his earlier display of strength had been forced. But it was enough. Rox, standing invincible, had crushed the admirals single-handedly. The pirates had completely burned their bridges. To them, following Rox meant certain victory. Simply put, Rox's actions were meant to inspire his crew. And he had succeeded. The pirates were fully motivated. They roared with unrelenting fervor. Roar. Howl. Fueled by this madness, they charged back into battle. Their insanity was contagious. Custard, a young girl witnessing the chaos, muttered nervously, "Terrifying people." Joey remained calm. Indeed. They're lunatics to the core. Mondi nodded in agreement. They've lost it, completely carried away by Rox's influence. Exactly. Joey smiled, leaning back on his chair. At this rate, the CP organization won't be able to wait any longer. Once they make their move, it'll be our turn. The CP organization. The protectors of the celestial dragons. Known as the strongest shield, they were not to be underestimated. For Joey's plan to work, he needed to bypass them. Today, 80% of the celestial dragons are gathered here. The wealth, devil fruits, and slaves concentrated in this place were top tier. Treasures were vital for the Charlotte family's future. Devil fruits, even more so. Although Joey had a decent collection of them, devil fruits were always in demand. For example, Joey had already used 20 devil fruits to acquire 10,000 beastmen. These beastmen were an important investment for Joey. In addition, there were qualification pills and higher-tier resources to consider. Joey had spent 100 devil fruits on 300 qualification pills alone. It was an unavoidable cost. Once the battle at God Valley ended, Joey planned to strengthen his family significantly. Make your move already. The Navy alone can't stop Rox's pirate crew. It's time to train those 2 new armies as well. As Joey pondered, the CP organization began to act. It all happened in an instant. The Navy's white uniforms were joined by 2 more forces spilling out of God Valley. Gray uniforms. Blue uniforms. 2 armies charged onto the battlefield. Though their numbers were small, about 4,000 soldiers in total, led by commanders of silver-level strength, their combat prowess was undeniable. Each soldier was an elite. Oh. Joey, who had been mulling over other matters, immediately took notice and chuckled. The Army and the Air Force, huh? Newly formed troops, and they've already been thrown into the fray. Joey's intelligence network was excellent. Half a year ago, the world government had established ground and air forces in addition to the Navy. The Army headquarters was based on the Red Line. As for the Air Force headquarters, that remained a mystery. In short, the world government had formed a tri-service military, Army, Navy, and Air Force. It explained why Kong, in the future, would become the supreme commander of the three services. Mondi was puzzled. Big bro, when did these forces show up? Half a year ago, Joey replied. The 5 elders set them up, but their motives aren't clear. These troops are still in their infancy, strength and numbers are far from top tier. But with the world government's deep pockets, it won't take more than 10 years for them to grow into a formidable force. Mondi nodded. So this God Valley battle is a training ground for them? Most likely, Joey replied. To the 5 elders, this war is nothing more than a jokier stage to test their new troops. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent such fresh recruits here. But CP organization is moving. Joey's voice trailed off as he stood, watching figures in white and black suits with eerie masks join the battlefield. The CP organization had made their move. Heh. Joey smirked. If CP is moving, then it's time for our plan to begin. On the battlefield. Bam. Katakuri quickly crushed the enemies around him. He immediately noticed the Army and Air Force reinforcements but remained unfazed. In the next moment, Katakuri lowered his head, his aura brimming with lethal intent. Hard biscuit block. Cracker acted swiftly, conjuring layers upon layers of shields to protect them. Boom. The devastating blow was blocked. Katakuri glared at a white-suited figure wearing a strange mask and muttered, "The CP-0. Looks like they're here to clean us out." Cracker frowned. Katakuri, this guy's strong silver-level strength at least. Should we retreat? Before Katakuri could answer, Compote landed a crushing blow on another attacker, killing him instantly. She then joined Katakuri and Cracker. Compote also looked serious. The Army, Air Force, and CP-0 have all joined the battle. Should we prepare to retreat? No. Katakuri's sharp eyes burned with determination. If I retreat now, my future will end here. He tightened his grip on his trident, his expression firm. Compote, Cracker, retreat to our mother. Leave this man to me. Katakuri. Brother Katakuri. We. Go. Before they could protest, Joey's calm voice echoed. Reluctantly, the two nodded and retreated, understanding Katakuri's resolve. Stepping out from the layers of biscuit shields, Katakuri's gaze was unwavering, filled with confidence and an unyielding spirit. Oh. Across the battlefield, powerhouses like Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Edward, Shiki, Linlin, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe all took notice of Katakuri's movement. Linlin smiled with satisfaction. The men with the fox mask said coldly, "Not planning to retreat, huh?" Katakuri gripped his trident tightly. Running away would be disgraceful. Willow Mochi. With those words, Katakuri launched his attack. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, his legs coiling with armament hockey as he struck with terrifying force. The fox-masked man didn't take him lightly. Mochi thrust. His trident spun like a deadly drill, the force behind it immense. Katakuri's onslaught continued relentlessly. Mochi blade bullet. His right hand became a high-speed drill, while his left turned into hardened Mochi, reinforced with armament hockey. He struck from both sides, leaving himself completely exposed in the process. The fox-masked man sneered. "You're courting death." Yet, just as his opponent moved to counter, Katakuri's body suddenly became intangible. A loud roar erupted from Katakuri. "Don't underestimate me. Big brother said I'm the pillar of our family. Everyone else can lose but not me. My siblings are counting on me." This was Katakuri's unwavering conviction. He would never falter. Buzz cut Mochi. Katakuri dodged the fox-masked man's strike and went straight for the kill. His arm turned into a giant, spiky Mochi club, coated in hockey, and smashed down hard. The guy got stuck to the sticky Mochi, and before he could even blink, Katakuri's arm stretched into a massive Mochi rod. He spun it around like crazy, then slammed the whole thing into the ground. Boom. Die. The battlefield echoed with a deafening impact. Even with his defenses, the fox maskman couldn't escape unscathed. Breathing heavily, Katakuri stood tall, his resolve unshaken. Though Katakuri hadn't realized it himself, Joey knew his brother had already broken through to the next level. Chapter 74, The Monster Charlotte Katakuri. Crash. The fox maskman, Fox, stood up from the rubble. However, it was obvious to anyone watching. His fury was blazing. Normally, as a member of CP0, he should remain absolutely calm. But right now, his eyes were burning with rage. This man was utterly furious. And it wasn't surprising. He might not be the most famous on the seas, but his strength was undeniable. Yet now, he had just been sent flying and coughing up blood by some brat. It was an utter humiliation. A disgrace no strong warrior could ever accept. No matter how terrifying a fighter may be, every true warrior has their pride. How could he possibly accept such an outcome? Unlike Fox, who was burning with anger, Katakuri took a deep breath, regaining his usual composure. Joey had taught him well, rage could make one stronger. But one must never be controlled by rage. Rage itself was a sin, and true strength lay in mastering it. The 7 deadly sins represented human weaknesses, and only by controlling them could one attain true power. Whoosh! In the next moment, Katakuri and Fox moved at the same time. But the instant they clashed, Katakuri felt an overwhelming pressure. Now, Fox was showing his full power. The weight pressing down on him was immense. Flawless technique. Terrifying haki. Vast battle experience. The combination of these three made the fox maskman a formidable opponent, even without a powerful devil fruit. As they crossed paths, Katakuri narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Everything about him is near perfection. And his rage hasn't affected him at all. He's completely in control of it." Humph. Fox snorted coldly, gripping his eerie, flexible sword. Rage. Yes, he was angry. But he would never let it control him. That was the most basic requirement of CP0. Otherwise, as the shields of the celestial dragons, what if CP0 members lost control in battle and ended up killing the very nobles they were meant to protect? Mochi bullet. Katakuri didn't rush into close combat. Instead, he raised his arm as if firing a gun. A bullet, infused with armament haki, shot forward at lightning speed. Clang. Fox blocked it effortlessly and advanced. Unstoppable Mochi bullet. Katakuri decided to keep his distance for now, strategizing how to win. His arm transformed into a Gatling gun. Tat tat tat. A storm of haki-coated bullets rained down furiously. The Mochi fruit. A Paramecia-Type devil fruit, yet almost Logia-like in nature. Why was it considered a top-tier fruit? First, it could mimic Logia-like abilities such as elementization. Second, its versatility was unparalleled. With enough mastery, its power could reach terrifying levels. Faced with Katakuri's barrage, Fox found himself in a frustrating predicament. Damn it. Katakuri's armament haki wasn't weak. It might not be the absolute best, but it was definitely far from weak. Taking the attacks head-on would be suicidal. As the bullets kept him at bay, Katakuri murmured, "How can I win? Armament haki. Observation haki. Physical strength. Combat experience. In every way, I'm at a disadvantage." Smack. At that moment, Katakuri felt a hand rest on his shoulder. For an instant, if it had been an enemy, he would have already been dead. But the touch instantly calmed his heart. Because he knew whose hand it was. Wrapped in the power of the clear fruit, Joey patted Katakuri's shoulder and grinned. "Oi, brat. What the hell are you thinking about? Your armament haki isn't strong enough. Your observation haki isn't sharp enough. Your experience isn't enough. Your physical abilities aren't enough. Or are you just not strong enough overall?" Katakuri opened his mouth to reply, then closed it again. He couldn't afford to let his brother's presence be known. "Hey." Joey chuckled lightly. "Kid, stop overthinking. He's stronger than you because he's lived longer. But does that mean you can't beat him? Show your will. Use your full strength. Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. Everything can be overcome. Crush him. With that, Joey disappeared again. Smack. Katakuri felt the last reassuring pat on his shoulder. In that instant, a realization surged through him. That's right. I might be weaker in every way, but so what? I'll just have to make myself strong enough. His eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation. Boom. Katakuri stomped the ground and charged forward. Burning Mochi. His arm heated up, covered in searing steam and infused with armament haki, launching forward like a rocket. What the? Fox was momentarily stunned. But he quickly reacted, preparing to defend himself. Still, he was a fraction of a second too slow. And that was all it took. Burning Mochi. Unstoppable Mochi bullet. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of many, Katakuri unleashed an absolutely shameless fighting style. Seriously. Nobody expected this. Left-hand rocket launcher. Right-hand Gatling gun. Katakuri had basically turned into a walking weapons arsenal, bombarding the battlefield relentlessly. At that moment, Fox was beyond frustrated. What kind of nonsense was this? And the worst part? As time passed, Katakuri's attacks became sharper. More powerful. Fox wanted to curse out loud. You've got to be kidding me. Who the hell improves their armament haki mid-battle? But it was happening. As the fight dragged on, Katakuri's armament haki was growing stronger. Not just that, his observation haki was refining itself, allowing him to anticipate every one of Fox's movements. His attacks kept getting fiercer. At this moment, everyone watching noticed it. That brat is getting stronger. Is he a monster? He's improving while fighting. People couldn't help but voice their shock. Ah. Suddenly, Katakuri let out a terrifying roar. A strange sensation filled the air. Not good. Fox's expression changed instantly. But he was already a step too late. Boom. Katakuri's Conqueror's haki exploded outward, pressing down on Fox. But it lasted only for a fleeting moment. The next instant, the haki retracted, condensing entirely onto Katakuri himself. Edward, Shiki, and the others paused in shock. What was that? Even though it was still just a rough form, there was no mistaking it. Conqueror's haki. And that wasn't all. Katakuri's eyes gleamed red. This was just the beginning, but he was starting to see more. Then. Bam. Bam. Two massive fists erupted from the ground, slamming straight into Fox. In that brief instant. Rainfall Mochi. Katakuri launched another attack. His arm, now shaped like a giant spiked club, crashed down brutally. Boom. Like a watermelon splitting apart, Fox was instantly crushed to death. Huh. Katakuri panted heavily. Though everything seemed to play out over a long period, in reality, it had all happened in a flash. His eyes gleamed sharply. His presence absolutely terrifying. Hehehe. Did I succeed? With those final words, Katakuri collapsed unconscious. He had pushed his potential to the absolute limit, unleashing everything. Even though he had grown immense, life strain was just as immense. And then something strange happened. The moment Katakuri fell, his body vanished. Those who had sinister intentions lurking in their hearts suddenly lost their target. Edward muttered, "Did that brat just use Conqueror's haki?" Shiki added seriously, "It wasn't just that." In that instant, his observation haki must have glimpsed into the future. Silver Axe continued, and his final attack, that was Devil Fruit Awakening. Wang Ji spoke calmly, even his armament haki advanced rapidly. The four exchanged glances and fell into silence. Because this was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Katakuri just 10 years old and he had already touched the point of awakening. His armament haki reaching a higher level. His observation haki seeing the future. His Conqueror's haki infusing into his attacks. Honestly, what Katakuri had grasped in this single battle was something that would take most people a lifetime to achieve. Yet in just one battle, he had already formed the foundations. Even if it was just the beginning, if he continued down this path, he was bound to become one of the strongest in the world. In the original story, Luffy had similarly terrifying talent. Internal destruction armament haki. Future sight observation haki. Conqueror's haki. Awakening his devil fruit. Luffy had mastered the full set. Inside the mirror world, Joey's lips curled into a grin. Joey chuckled, that brat, he really is something else. Custard smiled, big brother Katakuri always makes everyone feel safe. Joey laughed, of course. He's Katakuri. He's the pillar of the family. Then Joey had people carry Katakuri to a bed. In the mirror world, Joey had arranged for a castle to be built. A hidden trump card. The mirror world was their last line of defense. Here it functioned almost like a separate dimension, or even a parallel universe. Meanwhile, outside, Mondi carefully moved across the battlefield using the clear fruit. Of course, with her level of strength, she would normally be detected. But Joey had purchased a special artifact that completely erased all presence and fluctuations that he used before. This artifact lasted only 5 hours, but that was more than enough for this battlefield. At the same time, Compote and Cracker had arrived beside Linlin. Mama. What about Katakuri? Compote shook her head, don't worry. Katakuri is fine. Hearing that the others weren't stupid, they immediately understood. Katakuri had been taken away. The combination of the mirror fruit and the clear fruit was unbelievably powerful. Everyone relaxed. Then Compote continued, let's keep fighting. Use this chance to hone your skills. Yeah. Everyone nodded and jumped back into action. No one hesitated anymore. Even if they weren't as strong as Katakuri, they definitely weren't weak either. Besides, if their big brother was already making his move, they had to create an even fiercer battlefield. No way were they letting CP agents escape. Ikoku. Linlin swung Napoleon, her left hand crackling with lightning, her hair ablaze like fire. Her eyes gleamed with fury. You bastards dare lay a hand on my children. I'll slaughter you all. Thunderbolt. Heavenly fire. Her attacks were absolute devastation. Against the advancing CP agents, heaven's lightning and hell's flames erupted in a relentless storm. Chapter 75, Celestial Dragons. Kill them. Treasures. Take them. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed in the air. Ha. Mondi instinctively wanted to let out a deep breath, but halfway through, she forcibly held it back. He. Joey chuckled and said, Mondi, you silly girl. Don't worry. The concealment orb completely hides all presence, even sound. No matter what happens, we won't be detected. Mondi finally let out a sigh of relief and whispered, Big bro, do you think if I keep developing my clear fruit, I could achieve the same level of concealment? After witnessing the ability of the concealment orb, she couldn't help but have some ideas. Joey nodded without hesitation. Of course. The clear fruit is just the beginning. Invisibility isn't just about sight. You can make your presence, your breath, even your voice completely vanish. I understand. Mondi nodded seriously, setting a new goal in her heart. Having a goal was always a good thing. Step by step, Mondi cautiously moved forward. Before long, she had reached the depths of God Valley. And honestly, the deeper she went, the quieter everything became. In just a short time, it felt like the entire world had flipped upside down. Ha ha ha. Trash. Garbage. The arrogant voices filled the air, mixed with the sounds of wild revelry. Mondi shook her head. The Navy, Army, Air Force, and CP organizations were all out there fighting for their lives. And inside, the celestial dragons indulged themselves in every pleasure imaginable, without a care for the people outside. Clearly, to them, the ones fighting and dying outside were nothing more than insects. Expendable. Their deaths didn't matter in the slightest. Mondi soon found a secluded spot, making sure no one was around before pulling out a massive mirror. Carefully setting it in place, she examined her surroundings, then clicked her tongue in disbelief. Unbelievable. There's an enormous palace complex hidden in the depths of God Valley. It was hard to believe. This wasn't just a palace, it was an entire city of them, stretching beyond sight. At least 100 palaces, maybe even more. And at the very center of it all, a colossal Colosseum. Right now from within the Colosseum, frenzied voices echoed. Kill. You worthless piece of trash. Is this all giants are capable of? Ha ha ha. You're just useless. A proper slave needs training. Watch how I raised this long-armed tribe slave. The voices of the celestial dragons rang out. Mondi could only shake her head. Snap. Joey stepped out from the mirror, smiling. Mondi, what do you think? Mondi shook her head. Big bro, it feels strange. Is this what power brings? Joey smiled. Exactly. This is what power grants you. Remember, having power lets you enjoy all of this. And those who hold both power and strength, they get even more. After a pause, Joey continued, all right, that's enough discussion. We're not here to talk about these so-called nobles. Let's move forward. Mondi nodded seriously. Joey then pulled out a strange vehicle-like device and placed the mirror on top of it. Mondi climbed on, and in an instant, the power of the clear fruit activated, making everything vanish. Combined with the concealment orb, all presence disappeared entirely. Using his greatsword stand, Joey propelled the vehicle forward at high speed. After all, with his strength, this level of movement was effortless. Creak. A treasury door swung open. Gulp. Mondi wasn't unfamiliar with wealth. Her own family was extremely rich. But seeing the fortune inside this vault, she couldn't help but click her tongue. So this is the wealth of the celestial dragons. For a moment, Mondi was completely stunned. The sheer amount of gold and treasures was beyond belief. There had to be at least tens of billions of berries here. And this was just one celestial dragon's personal vault. Joey deactivated his invisibility and said calmly, everyone, start moving. Take everything. Yes. A horde of mafia members emerged from the mirror space. Joey had brought 500 mafia members with him. His goal was clear. To empty every last vault in the shortest time possible. The war outside. At most, it would last a few more days. And in that time, Joey planned to take as much wealth as possible. There was no room for carelessness. The mafia swiftly loaded up the treasures. Custard, watching the operation, asked curiously, Big bro, if we do this, what if? Joey chuckled and explained, once we leave God Valley, even if someone recognizes these treasures, what can they do? Remember, kid, this is a disgrace to them. And no one wants to admit their own disgrace. Custard nodded thoughtfully. I see. In just 30 minutes, the entire treasury had been emptied. The mafia disappeared just as quickly as they had arrived. With this vault looted, it was time for the next one. For the next 2 days, the Charlotte family became professional treasure transporters. Right now, the celestial dragons were too busy in the Colosseum, drowning in their own madness. This gave the Charlotte family the perfect opportunity. After 2 full days, Joey had looted over 100 palaces. Every last treasure. Every last piece of wealth. All of it was stored safely inside the mirror world. Standing within the mirror dimension, Custard marveled, there's just too much. So this is the wealth of the celestial dragons. No wonder Big Bro said building Tato Land wouldn't be a problem. Katakuri agreed, this is insane. So this is why Big Bro had to personally take part in the God Valley War. It was all for this. I don't know exactly what Tato Land need, but with this much wealth, it should be more than enough, right? At that moment Joey's voice came from nearby. This? It's enough for phase 1. But later, we'll need even more. Huh? Katakuri and Custard stared in shock. Even with all this, it still wasn't enough. Seriously? They had no idea exactly how much treasure they had collected. But from gold and silver to rare artifacts, legendary swords, priceless materials, and even powerful weapons, there was no end to it all. Not to mention Joey had also rescued thousands of slaves from various races. Over 7,000 of them, all with at least some level of combat ability. They weren't weaklings. Yet despite all this wealth and manpower, their big bro still said it was only enough for Phase 1. Yeah. Joey sighed, this should be enough to build the first 36 islands. But Kinko Island, Kamugi Island, Taniga Island, and Yakigashi Island. Those 4 alone already drained all of the Charlotte family's wealth. We even had to start borrowing money. What? The siblings were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't the family ridiculously rich? The Charlotte family was insanely rich, practically rolling in money. They were like a bunch of nouveau riche maniacs, weren't they? Thanks to the gene fruit, the Charlotte family had accumulated an absolutely terrifying amount of wealth. And yet, just 4 islands had already drained it all. At that moment, the siblings felt like someone had to be messing with them. But Joey remained calm and said, this isn't a joke. In fact, this is just the first phase of basic construction. We haven't even touched the larger scale projects that come later. You'll understand when you see it for yourselves. All right. Got it. Both of them nodded, still confused, unsure what to even say. Heh. Joey chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry too much about it. At first, I didn't have such big plans either. But later on, when Mom said she wanted to build a whole country Tato land if we were going to create a country, then we had to make it the best one possible. MHM. The siblings nodded repeatedly. What could they even say? That was just how their big brother was. They were already used to it. Charlotte Joey. The eldest son of the Charlotte family. The head of the family. Kind-hearted, incredibly capable, and widely respected. You could say. Joey was the perfect older brother and an ideal family leader. No matter what role he took on, he carried it out flawlessly. But Joey did have a few quirks. First, he was a hoarder, loved collecting rare and exotic beasts, as well as rare and unique plants. Second, he was a perfectionist. If he didn't care about something, he'd leave it alone. But if he did decide to do something, it had to be absolutely perfect. On a small scale, he even micromanaged his siblings' appearances. On a larger scale, everything had to be done to perfection. But really, that was just their big brother for you. After some brief discussion, they got back to work. From start to finish, the looting operation lasted 4 whole days. Who knew how much fun the celestial dragons had been having? They were so engrossed in their games that they hadn't even noticed what was happening outside. In fact, the celestial dragons had spent all 4 days playing in the Colosseum. Finally, Mondi returned to the mirror world, wiping the sweat from her forehead. With a sigh of relief, Mondi reported, "Big bro. We cleared out all 173 palaces. Every single one has been looted clean. Also, I noticed that a lot of the palaces were completely unoccupied. They must have belonged to former celestial dragons." Hearing Mondi's report, Joey mused, that means the celestial dragons must have other gathering places or additional palaces somewhere else. Huh. The 3 siblings froze. Joey continued, think about how many celestial dragons have existed over the past 800 years. If each one had a palace, then 173 is way too small a number. This means God Valley isn't just a single island, it must be a whole cluster of islands, all referred to as God Valley. That. Joey's reasoning made perfect sense. The 3 siblings thought it over carefully and realized he was absolutely right. Then, Joey shook his head and said, all right, let's not dwell on this for now. It's not the most important thing. Next, we need to clean out the Colosseum. That's where the real treasure is, along with a variety of slaves. MHM. The 3 siblings nodded in agreement. Castad asked, Big bro, what about the celestial dragons? The celestial dragons? Joey answered casually, of course, we kill them. They're trash. Killing them is no big deal. More importantly, we need to handle everything else properly. Understood. The 3 siblings nodded seriously, ready to act. A gentle breeze blew, carrying eerie wisps of green smoke throughout the Colosseum. Joey had purchased sleeping gas for this very moment. As for its effects, if someone was completely unguarded, they'd be knocked out cold for 3 days straight. 3 days was more than enough time. After 10 minutes, Joey and his people strolled into the Colosseum without a care. The celestial dragons, their guards, the slaves, the beasts. Every single one of them had passed out. MHM. Joey nodded in satisfaction. Kill all the celestial dragons and their guards. Take any non-human slaves with us. As for the beasts, keep the rare and exotic ones. Kill the rest. Yes, sir. The mafia members immediately sprang into action. This 4-day looting operation was finally coming to an end. But it wasn't just Joey's side wrapping things up. Outside, the battle between the two warring factions was also reaching its conclusion. The war had raged for 5 whole days, but now it was finally nearing its end. Joey remained calm about the whole reaping the spoils situation. After all, if these treasures were just going to end up in the celestial dragon's hands, why not take them for himself instead? Building Tato Land required a fortune, after all. Chapter 76, The Roger Pirates join the battle. They plundered all the treasures of God Valley. They took every single devil fruit. They freed all slaves and took the enslaved non-human races. Still, Joey remained cautious. He continued using the concealment orb. And then they calmly left, just like that. To put it bluntly, from start to finish, in just 4 days while the outside world was engulfed in an intense battle, inside, Joey had completely looted the celestial dragons. Nearly 70 of them were killed by the Charlotte family. What happens next after this war ends? No one knows. But one thing is certain: the truth about God Valley will never spread. If the 5 elders were to let such a destabilizing event leak, they'd be complete fools. Mondi blinked and said playfully, "This feels kinda weird. We pulled off something this huge, yet nothing happened, and we just strolled out of there." At that moment they had already returned to the ship, Queen Mama Chanter. Unlike Joey and Custard, who were still hiding in the mirror world, observing the battle outside, Katakuri and Mondi were standing right on the deck. The two of them completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell did I just do? Everything had been way too easy. Thanks to their big brother's flawless plan, everything had been handled effortlessly. And maybe. Mondi shook her head silently, deciding not to say anything more. Just then Compote, Cracker, Hachi, and Effalie returned to the Queen Mama Chanter as well. As soon as they got back on board, Compote asked, "Katakuri, how's your body holding up?" Katakuri smiled. "Don't worry, Compote, I'm fine." Hearing that, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was okay, nothing else mattered. Cracker leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Mondine, what about that matter?" Mondi didn't say much. With just a single nod, everyone understood exactly what had happened. Katakuri then asked seriously, "What's the current situation on the battlefield?" To be honest, none of them dared to let their guard down. It felt like carrying a huge sum of money while walking down the street. They weren't paying attention to anything else, just feeling extremely on edge. That was exactly their situation right now. But now, they could finally relax a little and start asking about the battlefield. Hachi reported, "As of now, the Rocks Pirates have the upper hand. The Navy, Army, Air Force, and CP agencies have joined forces, but they're still being overwhelmed." Effalie scoffed, "Well, duh. Aside from the Navy, the rest of them are basically just watching the show. Or rather, the strength they've put into this fight is nothing to speak of. In that case, how could they possibly be a match for the Rocks Pirates?" Everyone considered the situation carefully. What would the outcome of this battle be? After all, the entire plan hinged on the Rocks Pirates losing. But what if, even though it was just a possibility, what if the Rocks Pirates actually won? That would be a bit awkward. However, before they could overthink it, Joey's calm voice rang in their ears through the family crest. "You brats are only seeing the surface. Look close, Alido. You really think the situation is as it seems?" Huh. Hearing Joey's words, everyone froze for a moment and focused on the battlefield. Then, they suddenly realized something didn't seem right. Indeed, at first glance the Rocks Pirates had the advantage. But it wasn't an overwhelming one. The Army and Air Force were mostly there for training, so they weren't fighting desperately. The CP agents, They were just throwing in a few punches and calling it a day, not seriously committing to the battle. Meanwhile, Big Mom, Shiki, Whitebeard, and the others, they were just stalling. Not defeating their opponents, but also not being defeated. Joey's voice continued, echoing in their minds. Oftentimes, rulers aren't truly acknowledged by those they govern. This world is ruled by warlords, each of them a powerful force. Do you think they're really willing to submit to just one man? He he he. Joey chuckled. Think carefully about that. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Then they all nodded in understanding. Just as their big brother had said, would they really accept such an outcome? If rocks actually took over the world, the consequences would be completely different. That was the most crucial point. No one wanted another king above their heads, right? Everyone craved power. Everyone feared submission. Joey continued, this war, Rocks is doomed to lose. Even if he has the power to win, his own people won't want him to. And besides, he paused briefly before chuckling. The ones who'll change the tide of this battle are here. Swoosh. Everyone suddenly heard the sound of an approaching pirate ship slicing through the waves. The Oro Jackson. A ship infamous across the seas. Because it carried some of the most legendary pirates. The Roger Pirates. A crew with relatively few members yet possessing terrifying strength. At its helm Gold Roger. One of the few who never swore allegiance to the Rocks Pirates. Yet renowned across the Grand Line. Ha 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 ha. Roger stood at the bow, laughing excitedly. Oi. Oi. You guys sure are something. A battle this big, and you didn't even invite me. Standing beside him Silver's Rayleigh and Scopper Gabon. Roger's right and left-hand men. Rayleigh grinned. Roger, you better be careful. Your opponents aren't weak. Gabon smirked. We're talking about the infamous Rocks Pirates here. One wrong move, and you're dead. He he he. Roger chuckled sinisterly. Of course, I know that. Boom. He stomped on the deck and shot into the air. In midair his gaze suddenly paused. The Queen Mama chanter. Roger's eyes locked onto the ship. With his unique ability to hear the voice of all things, he sensed an unusual presence. Even though he hadn't yet seen who it was, Roger was staring at Joey. And Joey was staring back at Roger. For just a fleeting moment. Then Roger dived into the battlefield. To outsiders, it only seemed like he had glanced at Katakuri, once again reinforcing the belief that Katakuri was a terrifyingly talented young pirate. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed. Roger, you really showed up, huh? Jaya ha ha ha. Shiki sneered. Roger, you bastard. Took your sweet time, huh? Here to pick up the spoils. Ha. Roger smirked. Don't lump me in with you guys. I'm not here to scavenge, I am here to crush rocks. That man is in my way. He slowly drew his sword. Roger's gaze locked onto Rocks. After 4 days of battle, even Rocks wasn't unscathed. He was covered in injuries. Which was to be expected. In a battlefield like this, no one could escape unscathed. Ha. Rocks sneered. Gold, Roger, you want to fight me? Roger nodded without hesitation. That's right. Rocks D. Zebek. You stand in my way, and I'm here to take you down. The battlefield fell silent. After all, the Roger Pirates were known for their elite strength. Their arrival changed everything. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, Joey murmured, just as I thought. The Rocks Pirates aren't just a threat to the world government. They're a threat to all pirates. Even Roger has stepped up to face him. The tallest nail gets hammered down first. Everyone understood that principle. Rocks was that nail. Though he was strong, the problem was, his foundation was already crumbling from within. With enemies inside and out, his defeat and death were inevitable. It didn't matter if he was at silver rank 5 or pushed himself to silver rank 7. Even at silver rank 9, he was doomed. Unless Rocks could display power at the gold rank. That would be a true transformation. If that happened, he could turn the tide of battle. Otherwise his fate was already sealed. Joey whispered, "This battle is over. It's time to witness the fall of a legend." Clang. Roger tightened his grip on his sword, eyes locked onto Rox. At the same time another figure approached. Despite his terrifying injuries, his presence remained just as overwhelming. Monkey D. Garp. A vice admiral of the Marines. A monster among men, his strength in this war was undeniable. Roger glanced at him. "Garp. I have no intention of teaming up with you against Rox." Garp scoffed. "Not interested? Then do you think I'm? Just don't care about me." Silence fell over the battlefield. Hearing Garp's words, everyone smirked. Honestly, Garp, who was usually so straightforward, actually said something like that. It was clear Roger's antics had ticked him off. It didn't matter whether they were Marines or pirates. Right now they all shared one common goal, to bring down Rox. That was the only thing that mattered. He. Clang. Together, Roger and Garp stepped toward Rox. At that moment the battlefield fell into a deep silence. All fighting ceased. Every eye turned to the three men at the center. Whitebeard murmured, "Captain Rox has already lost." Shiki smirked. "Well, time to start thinking about how I'm gonna build my own crew. I won't make the same mistakes as Captain Rox." John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe said nothing. They had nothing to say. Because, honestly, how many in the Rox pirates were truly loyal to Rox? None. Not a single one. The entire crew had been forcefully united under Rox through sheer power, held together by wealth and dominance. Strength and riches were his means of control. And men like Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe. They all had conqueror's haki. They all had ambition. There was no way they'd willingly bow to another forever. Impossible. Did Rox know that? Of course he did. That's exactly why he started the God Valley War. He intended to use them until their value was drained. Unfortunate life outcome was far from what he had planned. Everything turned out differently. And now, the battle had reached its climax. Gold Roger. Monkey D. Garp. Rox D. Zebek. Three men who bore the will of D, known as the enemies of the gods. And today in a place ruled by the so-called gods, the celestial dragons, they clashed. Perhaps no one ever expected this moment to happen. But it was happening. Right here, before everyone's eyes. Chapter 77, The Fall of a Legend. Roger and Garp joined forces against Rox. This battle, it was the most intense, the most unimaginable fight on the entire battlefield. The Navy and pirates working together. No one had ever thought such a thing was possible. Joey looked at the battlefield, suddenly finding the situation amusing. I wonder, did the 7 warlords of the sea exist because of this battle? Custard asked curiously, "Big bro. What did you say?" Joey shook his head. "Nothing, just talking to myself." "Oh." Custard nodded obediently, not asking any further, instead focusing on the battle before them. Boom. The fierce battle raged on. Ha! With a powerful shout, Garp clenched his fists and slammed them down like a pile driver, unleashing devastating force. Boom. 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 The battlefield echoed with deafening roars. In just a short moment, an overwhelming power erupted. Every punch had the strength to split mountains and shatter stone. Humph. Rox sneered, unfazed. "Garp, you brat. You're still too weak. Do you really think you can defeat me with this?" Facing Garp's iron fists, Rox countered with even greater power. Fist met fist in a brutal clash. Bang. In the end, Rox sent Garp flying with sheer force. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded. Everyone watched the battle in awe. Katakuri muttered, "Is he no match for him?" Indeed. At this moment, it seemed like Garp and Roger weren't on the same level as Rox. To Katakuri, the outcome was already clear: Rox was bound to lose. Even though he understood from his brother's words that the result was inevitable, no matter what happened. In the end, Rox had blocked the path of too many people. With so many forces against him, his survival was impossible. No one would let him live. But the real problem was Garp and Roger weren't strong enough to defeat Rox. That was the key issue. Ah! Garp roared as he climbed out of the crater, his fury exploding. At the same time he exchanged a look with Roger. They nodded in silent agreement. And then they attacked together. At an incredible speed, the duo launched a terrifying assault. Their teamwork was flawless, as if they had trained for this moment all their lives. You might wonder why Sengoku and the others weren't joining in. The truth was, Edward and the other captains still had their pride. They could hold back, but they wouldn't let the Navy gang up on their captain. Even if they were to break away in the future, such an act would be utterly disgraceful. The three-way battle had now reached its peak. This time even for Rox, defeating these two wouldn't be easy. Ha! Black hole. Rox spread his arms wide, unleashing a bottomless darkness that threatened to swallow everything. John narrowed his eyes. So this is the infamous dark fruit, known as the most wicked devil fruit. Wang Ji stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed. I never expected Captain Rox to be a devil fruit user, let alone possess the dark fruit. Why was it called the most wicked devil fruit? The reason was simple. It allowed the user to hunt down other devil fruit wielders. By killing a fruit user, the power could be extracted and transferred. Whether it was to make others into ability users or something else entirely, it was a terrifying ability. Not to mention the destructive power of the dark fruit was beyond imagination. Jihahaha. Shiki hovered in the air, laughing. Captain Rox is even revealing his trump card. Looks like this battle, which has lasted 4 days, and the earlier fights against Steel Bone, Byako, and Karasu, have really pushed him to the limit. Undeniably Rox had a unique way of enhancing his strength. Even if it seemed cost-free, was it really without a price? At the very least the toll on his stamina must have been enormous. From beginning to end he had fought for 4 straight days. And before that, he had battled against the former 3 admirals. Even for Rox, his endurance was reaching its limit. Battle after battle, clash after clash, the intensity only grew. Garp and Roger, their combined strength was finally starting to match Rox. From being completely suppressed to fighting on equal ground. The tide of battle had shifted. Everyone was taken aback by the turn of events. Edward remained silent, watching the battlefield closely. Silver Axe approached him. Whitebeard, what's on your mind? Edward shook his head. Nothing. Just thinking how even a monster like Captain Rox is gradually meeting his end. Is there really anyone who can rule the world forever? Humph. Silver Axe snorted arrogantly. Of course. The future will belong to others. Clearly Silver Axe had his own ambitions. Apart from Edward, who never took things seriously as a pirate, everyone else including Linlin had once harbored ambitions of world domination. However, Linlin's reason was different. She wanted to build Tato Land, and conquering the entire world would essentially make it her ideal land. That was her original plan until Joey changed her mind. Honestly, his mother's idea was way too bizarre. It was better to change it sooner rather than later. Edward, however, shook his head and said, the era of Captain Rox will inevitably come to an end. And what about the new era? Even if a new age dawns, it will eventually fall as well. Everything has its time, sooner or later, it all fades away. That's the only truth. Sometimes, isn't that just how things work? Humph. Silver Axe scoffed and walked away. Like hell he'd listen to such talk. Ha ha. Edward chuckled softly, shaking his head. There was no point in arguing. The truth wasn't always what people wanted to hear. But still. Edward's gaze shifted to the Queen Chanter, where Linlin sat with Katakuri and her children, watching the battle unfold. Edward pondered, that crazy woman. No. That brat named Charlotte Joey. What is he really thinking? Is he truly not here? Considering that possibility, Edward found himself unable to be certain. A battlefield like this, would that kid really not show up? Besides Charlotte, Amanda was missing. The Charlotte family was acting strangely. Something's not right. Edward muttered. Just what are they up to? He shook his head. There was no time to dwell on it. Right now the battle was all that mattered. Rocks. Garp. Roger. Their fierce clash continued. Blood and sweat mixed together. Fists and blades clashed. This fight would end in death. As time passed. 1 day. 3 days. 5 days. 10 days. The battle had raged for 10 whole days and nights. Everyone could feel it. Both sides had reached their limits. It seemed as though the smallest movement could cause either side to collapse. Yet they still stood firm on the battlefield. No one knew what kept them going. Perhaps this was the perseverance of the strong. A terrifying persistence. An overwhelming power. They clashed over and over again. Even with bodies covered in wounds, neither side would fall. Butignon with eyes could see it. Rox was doomed to lose. Sigh. Joey let out a deep sigh. Rox D. Zebek. Such a legendary figure, and yet in the end, he lost to his own body. How pathetic. Yes. Rox had lost. He truly had. But not because of Garp and Roger teaming up. He lost to his own body. Call it fate, or just dumb luck. Just like how Roger became Pirate King but was doomed by an incurable disease. Just like how Edward later reached his physical limits and eventually fell. Rox was the same. His body had reached its breaking point. His body and mind were no longer in sync. It was clear to see. Rox hadn't completely broken down yet, but he was damn close. At this point everyone knew it. Rox had lost. But not simply because of Garp and Roger. Both men stood there, panting heavily, staring at the still-standing but barely conscious men before them. They exchanged a glance. Galaxy impact. Kamusari divine departure. Both attacked at once, their combined power crashing down. Boom. A massive shockwave spread outward. But it wasn't over. The battle raged on. Even though Rox had lost. Even though he had reached his limit. But this man wouldn't fall so easily. He was Rox D. Zebek. The undisputed ruler of this era. The man who dared to raise his blade against the celestial dragons. A man like that, how could he possibly lose so easily? That was impossible. Ayaha. Devouring void. With a furious roar, Rox spread his arms wide. His entire body transformed into a massive, all-consuming void. He was ready to devour everything. And with this final move, the battle began to reach its inevitable conclusion. Joey shook his head. It's over. The system's notification was more accurate than anything else. Rox's power had dropped again and again. Now, he was only at silver level 2. And Garp and Roger? Even though they were battered and bruised, they had surpassed their own limits. Now, both were at silver level 4. The tides had completely turned. Meanwhile, Custard had already passed out from exhaustion. After all, she was just a child. A 10-day, 10-night battle. No way she could stay awake through that. Sensing Joey's movement, Custard sleepily opened her eyes and mumbled, "Big brother. Is the fight over?" Joey sighed. "Yeah, it's over. The legend has fallen. And next comes a new era. An era for everyone. An era that belongs to the Charlottes." Ha! Ha! With a final battle cry, Roger and Garp struck Rox with their ultimate attacks. And at last, with this final blow, Rox's movements ceased. His head lowered. His heart and chest, both pierced by a fist and a blade. Hey, hey. In his final moments, Rox chuckled weakly. What an ironic sight. A pirate and a marine working together. And in the end, I fell at the hands of 2Ds. How laughable. With one last deep look at his two opponents, he slowly closed his eyes. And thus, a legend fell. Chapter 78, Technological and Magical Country. Silence. Utter silence. Everyone was trapped in this overwhelming stillness. Some seemed like they wanted to speak. Yet at the same time, it felt like there was nothing left to say. Gas fuff huff. Roger and Garp were both panting heavily, their breaths ragged and uneven. Lifting his hand, Garp roared at the top of his lungs, "The war is over. We won. Roa. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. A hero. A true hero." Deafening cheers erupted as countless Marines bellowed in triumph. Every single one of them gazed at Garp with pure admiration. This man. He was simply too powerful. He had led them to victory. Against that man. The men known as Rox D. Zebek. But even as cheers filled the air, a strange unease settled over some of those present. Ow. Roger groaned, grimacing in pain as Rayleigh carried him over his shoulder. Rayleigh chuckled. "Our captain really knows how to cause trouble, huh?" "Shut up, Rayleigh." Roger grumbled, leaning against him for support. Ha ha ha. The Roger pirates burst into laughter, their spirits high despite their wounds. Though it had been 2 against 1. A win was a win. Was it an unfair victory? Does it count? That's just how the world always works. Resting a hand on Rayleigh's shoulder, Roger sighed. "All right, time to go." Rayleigh nodded. "Yeah, we should leave." However, standing in their path were 2 imposing figures. Edward Newgate and Shiki. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. "Whitebeard, Golden Lion. Are you 2 planning to stop us?" In an instant, the Roger pirates tensed, ready for another fight. But Roger simply lifted his head weakly and smiled. Edward and Shiki exchanged glances before stepping aside. The other pirates in their ranks only cast Roger a brief look before allowing them to leave. Clatter the Roger pirates departed. And not just them. One by one, others began to withdraw. Edward, Shiki, and the remnants of the Rox pirates. Even Charlotte Linlin, along with her children, quietly left. Soon enough, the battlefield emptied, leaving only the deranged and bloodthirsty remnants of Rox forces behind. Roar. Kill them all. Though Rox was dead, these pirates driven mad by battle had lost all sense of reason. They had only one goal now, to slaughter every last Marine. Sengoku's expression remained cold as he issued his order. Exterminate every last one of them. No survivors. Yes, sir. For justice. The Marines launched a decisive assault. With the core of the Rox pirates gone, the remaining enemies were nothing more than rabble. They stood no chance. Let's go. Yeah. The CP agents, seeing that the battle was effectively over, began heading toward the rear of God Valley. But the moment they arrived, something felt off. An eerie silence greeted them. Their expressions darkened. Blood was everywhere. Corpses littered the ground. The bodies of the celestial dragons lay strewn across the Colosseum, their grotesque deaths contrasting sharply with the almost celebratory atmosphere lingering in the air. The joy of countless enslaved souls who had perished in this very arena. At that moment, every CP agent knew. The Battle of God Valley was over. But what came next would be far worse. The wrath of the world government. And no one knew who would bear the brunt of it. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, everyone stared, mouths agape. The sheer amount of treasure before them was unimaginable. Unfathomable. Hachi rubbed her neck, still struggling to believe what she was seeing. Sister Mondi, Sister Amanda. Are you telling me this is really the treasure we looted from the celestial dragons? Not quite. Amanda shook her head. This is just a fraction of it. About 1/10. 1/10. Compote and Cracker were at a complete loss for words. They wanted to curse, but they didn't even know where to start. Before them stood a literal mountain of treasure gold, jewels, priceless artifacts, and it was only 10% of the haul. Ephalie muttered in disbelief, I can't even comprehend this. Is this really the wealth of the celestial dragons? Compote nodded. If we have this much money, doesn't that mean our Charlotte family is set for life? But the moment she said that, silence fell over the room. Mondi, Amanda, Katakuri, and Custard all looked at her. Compote blinked. What? Did I say something wrong? Mondi coughed awkwardly. Compote. According to Big Brother, this treasure is barely enough to construct some islands of Tato land. What? Compote was stunned. Cracker couldn't help but grumble. I thought we were just building a country. Why does it sound like we're constructing some kind of godly, sky-soaring island-like vessel? Katakuri walked over, holding a large blueprint. Take a look at this. It's the design for the future Tato land. Everyone crowded around. Their eyes widened. Katakuri explained, according to Big Brother, all 36 islands need to be rebuilt. And the materials we bought? Those are just the basic components for setting up a proper formation. Wait, what? Cracker frowned, scanning the materials list. There's that much treasure tree atom. What the hell are we building, a floating fortress? Custard tilted her head. Big Brother said these are the most suitable materials. Mondi nodded. And that's just the first layer of construction. Everyone was flipping through the blueprints now, taking in the absurdly grand designs. Battle-ready, fortified, luxurious. Each island was practically a self-sustaining stronghold. Compote muttered, even the celestial dragon's palaces don't compare to this. Custard agreed. You're right. We saw their palaces firsthand, and they're nothing compared to this. Amanda pointed at the designs. Big Brother also planned for population control. The core islands will only house around 100,000 people each. Compote frowned. But didn't the Ryugu kingdom offer to send us 1,000,000 fishmen and 100,000 merfolk? Hearing this, Katakuri stepped in to explain, the plan is like this, the 100,000 people will be distributed across 36 core islands. Then, there are also 72 outer islands, where the excess population will be settled. Mondi nodded. That's pretty much how it is. But still, what exactly is Big Brother planning? No idea. Totally clueless. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Then, tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as Joey walked over. Seeing his siblings looking so lost, he smiled warmly and said, it's actually quite simple. Tato land won't just be a country in the future, I want to turn it into something godlike. Godlike. Everyone was stunned, staring at Joey in shock. Joey smiled and continued, once Tato land is fully built, the 36 core islands will be perfected in every aspect. Then, we'll add formations, advanced structures, and, most importantly, blend science, magic, chakra, and others to forge a new path forward. To be precise, this would be a technological and magical divine country. A country that seamlessly combines advanced technology with magic. Whoa! Compote exclaimed in shock. Big Brother, why go this far? What's your real goal? Clearly, everyone was curious now. Looking at his wide-eyed siblings, Joey chuckled and nodded. Since you all want to know, well, the timing is just right, so I'll tell you. Our future enemies won't just be from this world. The enemies on this ocean. They're nothing more than stepping stones. Our true future lies beyond in the endless multiverse. Huh. Everyone froze. Having grown up under Joey's teachings, his younger siblings knew exactly what he meant. But still, all this time they thought their big brother was just joking around. Could it be? Was all of it real? As Joey scanned their confused faces, he spoke again. Tell me, have I ever lied to you? Silence. Remember the same higher. We won't just conquer this ocean, we'll conquer everything that lies beyond. Tato land will be our divine country, and its foundation must be as perfect as possible. Hearing Joey's words for a moment, everyone was speechless. Then excitement filled their eyes. Cracker was the first to shout, Big Brother. When do we start? Smack. Joey smacked him on the head and scolded, you brat. You haven't even learned to walk, and you're already thinking about flying. The Charlotte family has just started. But don't rush, your future is set in stone. One day, the Charlotte family and Tato land will stand above all dimensions, the strongest force in the multiverse. Roar. His siblings let out thunderous cheers, their blood boiling with excitement. Chapter 79, Hakanosa Treasures. Tilting her head. Akanagakubo Momo seemed confused. More than 10 years had passed. Yet, she remained unchanged. Obviously. In many ways, she was different now. In fact, as long as one was shielded by the family system, lifespan no longer mattered. It was an entirely different form of immortality and incredibly terrifying ability. Even a completely useless person could live indefinitely as long as the family didn't fall. But if the family were to collapse, even a warrior as strong as a crystal tier expert would drop dead instantly. That was the biggest drawback. Joey noticed Akanagakubo Momo's curious expression and chuckled. "Momo, what are you thinking about?" She asked with curiosity. "Chief, why are you telling them all this now? Isn't it too soon?" Joey shook his head. "Not at all. These brats have great talent, but their biggest issue is their narrow vision. Their horizons need to expand. It's crucial for their growth." Momo shook her head, still not quite understanding. "Oh well, I don't really get it. I'll just sit back and wait for the future to unfold." Joey smiled warmly. "Of course. As the head pastry chef of the Charlotte family, it's only natural that you'll be one of us, right? Is that so?" "Without a doubt." He. Both of them smiled. Time had a way of smoothing everything out. Momo thought this life wasn't too bad. Sure, she had lost everything from her past. But at least she didn't have to worry about the family's growth anymore. She only needed to focus on improving her cooking skills. Joey didn't care about anything else. As long as one's culinary skills were exceptional, nothing else mattered to him. Joey squinted and thought for a moment. "Momo, as the head pastry chef, you're definitely understaffed. Looks like I need to buy another batch of chefs from that S-Chef clan leader." Momo tilted her head. "The director?" "Chief, knowing his personality, if we don't offer a worthy price, he definitely won't give up his chefs." Joey nodded. "True. That man has spread Tatsuki Academy across countless worlds. Nowadays, many people enjoy the food from Tatsuki, and the revenue it generates is enormous." Momo was puzzled. Then, "Chief, do you have a plan?" Joey smiled. "Of course. No one can resist the power of a devil fruit. It's the embodiment of natural law itself." Momo was stunned for a moment. He was right. No one could resist the power of a devil fruit. It was a fragment of the world's fundamental laws. Joey suddenly asked, "Momo, as a pastry chef, the most important ingredient for you is cream, right?" She thought for a moment. "Yes. As long as the cream is perfect, I can create any kind of dessert." Snap. Joey casually tossed a devil fruit in front of her and walked away without looking back. A Paramecia-Type cream fruit. "I was originally saving this for a minister, so don't disappoint me, Momo." With that, Joey vanished. Momo stared at the devil fruit on the ground, completely shocked. Slowly, she picked it up. Then, bite by bite, she ate the entire fruit. The doll-like head pastry chef had a beautiful smile on her face. The moment she finished eating the fruit, whoosh! Everyone nearby suddenly snapped back to attention. Compote wasted no time, grabbing Momo in excitement. "Chef Momo! Chef Momo! Does this mean your desserts will taste even better now?" Momo hesitated for a second. "Once I get used to the fruit, I think so." "That's amazing." Before Momo could say anything else, Compote dashed away with her. "Hey! Stop right there. Compote, get back here. Big sis, we're gonna kill you for this." The Charlotte family was known for their strong bonds. But when it came to desserts, things got messy real fast. Sure enough, seeing Compote run off with Momo, chaos erupted immediately. He. Joey chuckled as he watched the commotion. Step. He entered the Mirror World castle. Inside, he found his mother, Linlin, groggily waking up. Joey smiled warmly. "Mom, just woke up." Linlin immediately perked up, happily hugging him. Joey. Mama loves you so much." "Mom." Joey struggled, exasperated. The problem was, even though he was just as strong as his mother, he couldn't match her raw power in a fight. Sigh. He sighed and gave up struggling. Mom, we're heading back home soon. Heading back? Linlin shook her head. No way. We need to go to Hakanosu, Beehive, first. Captain Rock's left behind a massive treasure there, and we must take our share. Joey finally understood. So that's how it happened. In the original story, Big Mom's crew, Whitebeard's crew, and Shiki's crew all set sail immediately. After the fall of the Rock's pirates, Linlin quickly established Tato Land. How did she do it? It must have been thanks to the treasure left behind by Captain Rock's. With that treasure, she built her empire. Even though Joey already had an abundance of wealth. Who would ever complain about having too much treasure? Besides, family coins could be exchanged for gold, silver, and rare materials, but Joey saved them. Achievement points, on the other hand, were extremely costly. After all these years, Joey had accumulated 5,000 achievement points. Upgrading body refinement technique cost him 1,000 points, leaving him with only 4,000. And that already put him among the top 10 in terms of point accumulation. That translated to 40,000 family coins. It sounded like a high exchange rate, but in reality, it wasn't that simple. Achievement points were the omnipotent currency. With enough points, Joey could push body refinement technique to monstrous levels. He could even evolve Tato Land into a divine kingdom. Family coins were just a means of exchange between clan members. So naturally, collecting treasure was still necessary. And honestly, who would ever turn down more wealth? You couldn't just create valuable items out of thin air. Even if the strongest beings could do that, the system wouldn't recognize it. The system only acknowledged naturally formed treasures. According to the system, such treasures contain traces of the world's power, however faint. Unless one could create an entire world. But if someone was that powerful, would they even care about money anymore? Joey. Linlin shook him, unhappy that he was lost in thought. Joey sighed. Mom, what is it? Humph. She pouted. Joey, you're ignoring Mama. Spending time with me should be the most important thing, right? Joey smiled. Mom, I love being with you too. How about this? Once we return to Tato Land, you can stay as queen while Katakuri becomes the captain of the Big Mom pirates. Linlin didn't even hesitate. No. No way. Absolutely not. Humph. She puffed out her cheeks, clearly displeased. If that happens, then, what's the fun in that? I don't want to stay in Tato Land all the time. I want to be a pirate. Sailing the seas and having fun is way better. Joey smiled knowingly. See? You still love going out on adventures. All right, let's not argue. If my calculations are right, we should be arriving at Hakanosu soon. Sure enough, Linlin's attention immediately shifted, and she ran off excitedly. Joey, on the other hand, sighed and sent out a message. Compote, Katakuri, Crackeria 3, quit messing around and follow Mom to Hakanosu. Get our share of the treasure, but unless it's absolutely necessary, avoid conflict. There's no point in fighting right now. Got it, big bro. Understood, big bro. No problem, big bro. The three of them quickly got serious and sprang into action. Soon, everyone set sail toward Hakanosu alongside Linlin. Meanwhile, Joey remained in the mirror world, quietly contemplating. Whitebeard. Shiki. These guys are going to be the major players in the next era. If I can make good use of them. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful glint flashing in them. Sometimes, killing an enemy is meaningless. Controlling them, however, now that's the real key. Or rather turning them into unwitting tools, using them as weapons without them even realizing it. Joey smirked. Yeah, this is worth planning out properly. Hakanosu, the infamous pirate island. Hakanosu was one of the most notorious pirate havens in the world. A bustling, chaotic island where countless pirates roamed but still followed certain rules. In a way, it was just like the Sabaody archipelago, a lawless gold mine where people went crazy over wealth and power. But no one dared to act recklessly here. Because once upon a time, this was Rock's pirates' territory. And even now, the countless corpses scattered across the island were a grim reminder of what happened to those who stepped out of line. Humph. Cracker snorted, resting his giant sword on his shoulder. A bunch of weaklings. These idiots really thought they could fight Mom for the treasure. What a joke. He scoffed, glancing around at the countless fallen bodies littering the ground. None of them had been a match for him. More than that, the entire area was already covered in corpses. And aside from these random pirates, a few figures stood out among the crowd. Edward Newgate. Shiki. Wang Ji. Silver Axe. Captain John. The remaining veterans of the Rocks Pirates. They all stood there in silence, sizing each other up. He. Linlin let out a playful giggle. Whitebeard, Shiki. So, it's just the few of you, huh? What happened to the rest? Are they all dead? She wasn't wrong. Back in its prime, the Rocks Pirates had 20 officers. And now? Only 6 remained. As for Kaido. Heh. Don't make me laugh. Right now, Kaido was nothing more than an apprentice. He didn't even have the qualifications to stand here. And the biggest difference? Linlin never gave him the fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon. Without that mythical Zoan Devil fruit, who knew what path Kaido would take from here? Would the future 4 emperors still turn out the same? Maybe. Maybe not. One thing was certain: Kaido had insane potential. Even if he took a different route, he'd still become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. That much was undeniable. Even as a mere apprentice, Kaido had been called a monster on Rock's ship. Jahahaha. Suddenly, Shiki burst into laughter. Enough talk. No point in wasting time, we all know why we're here. We're here for Captain Rock's treasure. So, let's make it simple. How about we split it into 4 shares? Silence. Everyone froze for a moment. 4. What the hell did that mean? There were 6 people here. Why only 4 shares? Chapter 80, The Charlotte Family's Explosive Growth. Faced with everyone's confusion, Shiki remained calm and said, "Crazy woman, Whitebeard, we each deserve a full share. As for you 3, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe-do, you really think you qualify for an equal cut? You should be grateful you're even getting a third of a share between the 3 of you." His words were spoken with such indifference that it only made things more infuriating. The expressions on everyone's faces darkened. Of course, the ones most affected were John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe. Meanwhile, Linlin and Edward were just watching the show with amused expressions. Edward may have set sail for the sake of his family, but let's not forget was still a pirate. And as a pirate, wealth was something he absolutely desired. In the past, he hadn't cared about treasure because he saw the Rocks Pirates as his greatest treasure. But now, Edward had finally understood. Family. The Rocks Pirates were nothing more than a bunch of power-hungry lunatics. They were never his real family. His true family was something he had to find and build for himself. And for that, he needed money. Linlin and Edward continued spectating. As for Compote, Katakuri, and Cracker, they remained silent, watching with an air of detachment. After all, this matter didn't concern them, it was none of their business. The 3 brothers simply stood aside, letting the drama unfold. Finally, Wang Ji spoke up. "Fine. We'll split 1 share among the 3 of us." Shiki nodded calmly. Good. That makes things easier. With that settled, the group continued deeper into Hakanosu. This island had once been the stronghold of the Rocks Pirates. As they arrived at the central plaza. Crack! Crack! Shiki activated a hidden mechanism. The ground trembled slightly before a massive underground vault surfaced. Shiki, unfazed, said, "Inside this vault lies the treasure. Everyone takes a quarter. You can start collecting now." His tone was completely indifferent. The people here. As long as they played by the rules, things would go smoothly. But if anyone stepped out of line, then a full-scale war could break out at any moment. No one was foolish enough to let that happen. Soon enough, Edward took his share and left. John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe did the same, carrying their portion away. How they divided it among themselves was their own problem. Linlin, too, grabbed her treasure and left. Only Shiki remained behind. To be honest, he had some ideas about Hakanosu. But taking over this island alone was impossible. At most, he could leave behind a few hidden preparations. That way, in the future, reclaiming Hakanosu would be much easier. At the harbor, Linlin and her 3 children loaded all their treasure onto the ship. Clack. Footsteps echoed. Linlin turned sharply, grinning. Whitebeard. What do you want? Gururara. Edward laughed heartily. Relax. We have no beef with each other. I just came to take a look. Take a look. Linlin gave him a skeptical glance. Then without hesitation shut him down. Forget it. We're setting sail. If we meet again in the future, then maybe you can take a look. Gururara. Edward chuckled. Cold as ever, huh? Well, that's pirates for you. Crazy woman, next time we meet, I hope I'll see the same brat from back then. As he said this, he took a long, deep look at the ship, Queen Chanter. Then, he turned and walked away. Splash. The Queen Chanter set sail. Aboard the ship. Phew. Cracker exhaled deeply, his voice still a bit nervous. For a second there, I thought. Cracker. Katakuri interrupted sternly. Not another word. Huh. Cracker was confused but nodded obediently. Soon, the group entered the ship's interior and stepped into the mirror world. As soon as they arrived, Cracker turned to Katakuri. Why didn't you let me finish? Katakuri's expression remained serious. Big brother Joey cannot get involved in the God Valley War. Not even the slightest trace of him can be revealed. Hakanosu is already a powder keg, with countless eyes watching. If Joey's presence is exposed, it could be disastrous. Oh, I see. Cracker finally understood and nodded. At that moment, Joey walked in, smiling. That's right. Katakuri is absolutely correct. He glanced at his younger siblings and continued, if I, the family leader, show up, the entire Charlotte family will be seen as just another pirate clan. That would make everything I've been planning meaningless. Everyone nodded in agreement. Still, why did Joey come here in the first place? The answer was simple. He didn't trust them. His younger siblings were still too inexperienced. And the celestial dragon's treasure was simply too enormous. Even if it was risky, he had to personally oversee things. Thankfully everything went smoothly. All right. Joey said. Edward probably suspects something, but it doesn't matter. Whether he figures it out or not is irrelevant. He has no proof. Now, get some rest. We all had a tough battle. Got it, big bro. Everyone nodded and returned to their cabins to rest. Only Joey, Amanda, and Custard remained awake. After all, the ship couldn't be left completely unguarded. That would be reckless. After everyone left, Joey sank into the sofa, deep in thought. It's time to start upgrading the family. That's the most important thing right now. Everything else, meaningless. No matter how he looked at it. The Charlotte family's strength needed a major boost. For example, if every family member reached Silver Rank 3, Joey himself would be pushed up to Silver Rank 9. And even if he couldn't unleash his full power, he'd still be unbeatable. Right now, within the family, only Linlin was at Silver Rank 3. Katakuri was also at Silver Rank 1. But the others? Not strong enough. Joey narrowed his eyes, pondering. After a brief moment, he made a decision. First, boost their potential. After all, he had 300 aptitude pills. These pills could raise someone's potential up to Gold Rank 1, which was more than enough for now. Previously, he had used them to elevate Pyrospiro, Compote, Daifuku, Oven, Amanda, Opera, Counter, Cadenza, Cabaletta, and Gala. 10 siblings all reaching Gold Rank 1 in potential. Now, it was time to strengthen the rest. He started with Mondi, Hachi, and Ephilie, all at silver rank 1 potential, upgraded to gold rank 1 potential. Custard and Angel, both at silver rank 3 potential, upgraded to gold rank 1 potential. Next. It was Brûlé and Broy's turn. But something puzzled Joey. Broy had silver rank 3 potential, which was pretty good. But Brûlé only bronze rank 6. What the hell? Why is Brûlé's potential so low? That doesn't make sense. After all, they were twins. Yet their potential was worlds apart. Could it be that Broy absorbed most of the nutrients before birth? Considering this possibility, Joey muttered, "Is that really the reason?" After a moment of thought, he stopped overthinking. Just boost her potential. No need to hesitate. As long as they were family, any investment in them was worth it. Thus, Brûlé and Broy were both upgraded to gold rank 1. After that, Joey continued upgrading his other younger siblings. Zugato went from silver rank 2 to gold rank 1. Nustort, Bascart, and Dasmarka triplet dwarves born with silver rank 4 potential were all boosted to gold rank 1. Noisette was already silver rank 5 and also reached gold rank 1. Mash, Moscato, and Cornstarch, another set of triplets, were only at bronze rank 9, but he boosted them to gold rank 1 as well. Cumpo, Lauren, and Mont Dior, the 18th, 19th, and 20th children, all had silver rank 5 potential and were upgraded too. By the end, he had spent 149 potential pills, leaving him with 151 remaining. Not bad. He had only used about half. But now, Joey had another problem to consider. My siblings' potential is set. Next, we need training. I need someone to properly train these kids. This was a headache. Finding a qualified teacher wasn't easy. Especially for laying the foundation: martial arts, hockey, swordsmanship, shooting. They'd need exposure to all of it before finding their specialties. Not everyone was a freak like Luffy, who could brute force his way through anything and never die. Joey needed a proper training system. After all, there were many more siblings to come. He couldn't personally train all of them forever. Rubbing his temples, Joey muttered, "This is really important. Besides boosting potential, I can't just force power onto them without proper training." Technically, he could just use achievement points to force power onto them. But just like himself, possessing power didn't mean mastering it. And that was the real issue. Thinking about this, Joey mused, if possible, I should gather training manuals. Doesn't matter what kind, if I have achievement points, I can convert them into something useful. At that thought, a new idea came to mind. The body refining technique was good, but not perfect. It mainly focused on physical toughness, which wasn't enough. System, Joey asked, how many achievement points do I need to upgrade the body refining technique into a perfect physical refining technique? 3,000 achievement points. The upgraded technique will be called the body. It will refine the bones, muscles, skin, blood, marrow, and organs to absolute perfection. In other words, it will eliminate all weaknesses. Joey was silent for a moment, then asked, if trained to silver rank 9, can it still allow someone to fight a gold rank 1 opponent? Yes. Then upgrade it now. Ding. Without hesitation, Joey made his choice. Chapter 81, Family System Method. Phew. Joey let out a deep breath, feeling like he was exhaling smoke. At this moment, he was completely stunned. Is the effect really this terrifying? If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. It was almost like a joke. But the problem was, the truth was right in front of him, leaving no room for doubt. Joey marveled, the effects are simply astonishing. Even though my raw strength hasn't gotten stronger, my energy, spirit, and every other aspect of my being has improved tremendously. His body, from muscles, bones, marrow, skin, organs, blood, to flesh, all 7 aspects had undergone a complete transformation. These were the 7 fundamental parts of the human body. The goal is to train them to reach the absolute limit. A body so powerful it could slay gods and demons. That was also the essence of the body technique. But Joey suddenly asked, System, can all martial techniques evolve into the body technique? No, the system replied. Only techniques similar to the body refinement technique, which perfectly temper the human body, can evolve into it. Joey turned his gaze to his younger siblings. After all, his siblings had developed a solid foundation in their abilities, so they all had become much stronger. Clap. Katakuri strode forward and asked, "Big brother, what just happened?" "MHM." Joey smiled. "Katakuri, I've upgraded the body refining technique into a purer technique called the body. It's designed to push human physical training to the extreme. You must train with it carefully from now on. This is a complete and perfect path." "Big brother." Katakuri nodded seriously. "Understood." The Multiverse Family System was designed with multiple tiers and types, ensuring that each world and creature could fully harness its family's potential. For the Charlotte family, the system was divided into two key tiers: Common Family Training and Personal Training. Common Family Training. Every family member followed a common training regimen. By adulthood, those with the potential would naturally reach Silver Rank 1. This structured approach was essential before maturity. A child's body simply couldn't endure immense energy, so it was making the children keep their potential and achieving their limit rank at the right time. Personal training. Even though training was family-based, individuals had the freedom to develop their strength independently. More importantly, each member's progress fed back into the family technique. Every individual's advancement added 1% of their power to the collective. It might seem insignificant, but with enough people, the effect was staggering. For example, if the body was cultivated to Silver Rank 9, all future Charlotte family members would be born with Silver Rank 9 potential. Then, through the Common Family Training method, they would naturally reach Silver Rank 9 by adulthood. Now, imagine the body reaching Gold Rank 9, Platinum Rank 9, Diamond Rank 9, Crystal Rank 9. The implications were astounding. Upon activating the system, Joey grasped a profound truth: the most crucial element wasn't wealth, resources, or influence, it was the family system method itself. The more perfected the technique, the stronger future generations would become. If the body ever reached Crystal Rank 9, every child born into the Charlotte family would grow into an absolute powerhouse by adulthood. The potential was limitless. Phew. As Katakuri left, Joey exhaled deeply. The cost of this breakthrough was enormous, but the rewards are equally massive. It was all worth it. With a satisfied smile, Joey decided to rest. The past days had been exhausting. From the God Valley War, he hadn't had a single moment to relax, always keeping track of every detail. Even though the outcome was predetermined, he couldn't afford any mistakes. Finally, Joey drifted into deep sleep. After a few days, the Queen Mama Chanter was sailing swiftly. Before long, they entered the Tato land territory. Their pirate ship slowly docked at a small island located in the center of the sea. Linlin tilted her head unhappily. Joey. Is this the Cake Island? There's nothing here. She pouted, hugging Joey in frustration. Joey chuckled and reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. We were short on money before, remember? But now that we have enough, we can finally start building Cake Island." "Woo," Linlin whimpered. "Hurry up and build it. Cake Island is the one thing I've been looking forward to the most." "All right." Joey soothed her like a child, making Linlin beam with happiness. She eagerly ran off to explore the island. Katakuri approached Joey. "Big brother, reconstructing this island won't be easy." Joey nodded calmly. "True, but as long as we have money, nothing is impossible. Pirospiro and others should be here soon." After some time, an ink crane descended from the sky, carrying 3 figures. Pirospiro, Daifuku, and Opera had arrived. "Big brother," they called out, waving enthusiastically. Joey smiled. "How's the progress?" Daifuku stepped forward. "Big brother. The construction of Noko Island, Taniga Island, Liqueur Island, and Yakigashi Island is complete." But he scratched his head awkwardly. "We're completely out of money and we have to pay our huge debt soon." Pirospiro sighed. "Big brother, we really can't borrow anymore. We're already at our limit, and we've got nothing left to pawn." "Heh." Joey chuckled. All right, I get it. This time, I brought back more than enough funds. Upgrading Tato Land won't be a problem. He nodded at Custard. Open the mirror world. Custard did as instructed, revealing a portal. Pyrospiro and Daifuku exchanged a curious glance before stepping inside. A moment later. Holy crap. This is insane. Did you rob the world government? Pyrospiro and Daifuku were completely dumbfounded. Katakuri, however, remained calm as he explained, we didn't rob the world government, but Big Brother led us to clear out all the treasures of the celestial dragons. The three brothers fell into silence. This was a huge deal. That was the celestial dragon's treasure. Joey spoke gently, don't worry, there won't be any issues. These treasures are more than enough. Now, we'll start modifying the 36 islands, prioritizing the core whole cake island. The rest will be remodeled simultaneously. Got it, Big Brother. No problem. Both of them immediately perked up. No kidding. With this much treasure, Tato Land was about to undergo a massive transformation. Joey then turned and said, Opera, take me on a tour. Understood, Big Brother. Opera responded. With a roar, he transformed into his azure dragon form. Joey leaped onto Opera's head as the massive dragon streaked across the sky, heading towards the horizon. Tato Land wasn't extraordinarily vast. At its center was Whole Cake Island, surrounded by 36 modified islands. Their first stop Noko Island. This island featured massive buildings, designed to resemble a grand Spartan Colosseum. At its center stood an enormous arena, specially built for the giants. Next was Yakigashi Island, a land centered around a volcano. Home to the dwarves that Joey bought from another world, who averaged about 1 meter in height, they were all master blacksmiths. The entire island had been transformed into a town revolving around the volcano. Then there was Liqueur Island, a much simpler setup. The island's centerpiece, Great Mountain, was surrounded by scattered villages. The Oni tribe, known for their unruly nature, expecting them to behave was laughable. They loved drinking, and Liqueur Island boasted natural liquor springs, carefully modified through special means. Noko Island, Yakigashi Island, and Liqueur Island each had its own distinct style. At first glance, their modifications might not seem overly extravagant, but a deeper analysis would reveal the staggering costs. It was like paving the streets with gold, silver, and even diamonds. Precious materials were scattered about as if they were nothing. Finally, Opera brought Joey to Taniga Island. As they landed, Joey jumped off and touched down gracefully. Big Brother. Broy ran over with a bright smile. Big Brother, you're back. Joey ruffled Broy's hair. How's everything going? Broy grinned. Honestly, there's not much I need to do. My job is just to learn. The family's management team handles everything else. Joey nodded approvingly. That's right. Your job is to oversee the big picture. That's the most important thing. Everything else is just minor details. Got it. Broy nodded enthusiastically, looking genuinely happy. Joey had a clear stance on how family members should operate. In this world, there was no shortage of talented individuals. If necessary, he could even recruit from other worlds or train them himself. The key was not about having abilities but about proper management. Each of the 36 islands had been assigned 100 managers and 500 support staff. With this setup, managing a population of 100,000 was no issue. The family ministers only needed to handle major decisions. Your Majesty, Joey. Your Majesty. The Tontatas ran over excitedly, chattering non-stop. Joey spent about half an hour chatting with them before sending them off, then turned to observe Taniga Island. Compared to the previous 3 islands, Taniga Island was truly lush. Towering trees, over 100 meters tall, were scattered everywhere. The entire island's architecture was built around these massive trees. Beneath Taniga Island, a small underground city housed the Tontatas. However, most of them preferred living above ground, making the underground area unnecessary for daily life. Noko Island had a warlike, Spartan atmosphere. Yakigashi Island was a fiery haven for blacksmiths. Liqueur Island embodied a laid-back, carefree lifestyle. And finally, Taniga Island was a green paradise. Simply standing here filled one's soul with peace and tranquility. Joey took a deep breath and sighed in satisfaction. This place has a nice feel. It's really refreshing, soothing, even. Broy beamed with pride. No matter what, this was her island. No matter where she stood in the hierarchy, she was still its caretaker. Hehehe. Seeing Broy's happy expression, Joey chuckled warmly. Such a cute kid. You, huh? Just then, his gaze shifted. Huh? He narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire rang out, its deafening roar piercing the air. Amidst the explosions, arrogant voices echoed. Kill them. Boys, destroy these islands. The Oni tribe, the Tontatas, and even the giants in the black market, they sell for a fortune. Roar. Be they pirates or slavers, their battle cries filled the air, while their subordinates let out beastly howls. The newly transformed Tato land was now facing a wave of trouble. Chapter 82, Rob the Robber. Roar. At that very moment a furious, ear-splitting roar echoed through the air. And along with Ida Dragon's breath surged forth. Blazing flames rained down from the sky. In an instant the troublemakers who had come knocking were engulfed completely. Joey rubbed his chin, watching Cadenza's actions, and commented, I can tell that Cadenza is absolutely livid. For someone as calm and brave as him to be this furious, that must mean these pests have been showing up in droves lately, huh? It had been nearly 2 months since the construction of Tato land had begun. At first, things were relatively calm. But after the war at God Valley erupted, the number of intruders had skyrocketed to the point of sheer madness. Opera, visibly fuming, let out a dry chuckle. Big bro. The amount of people showing up lately is insane. Most of them are pirates, with a few human traffickers mixed in. It's pretty obvious who's sending them our way. Broy sighed in frustration. Yeah. These guys wouldn't dare target the Charlotte family on their own. There's definitely someone backing them. Little Broy scrunched up her cute face in dissatisfaction. Joey, however, simply smiled and said, no doubt about it. There's no way pirates or traffickers would dare provoke the Charlotte family unless someone was pulling the strings. But right now, we can't afford to go around picking fights. Both of them froze but stayed silent. Broy had been learning a lot lately, while Opera, despite his arrogance, was no fool. The siblings both understood this was a tricky situation. They were being provoked, but they couldn't just retaliate recklessly. Sigh. Opera sighed in frustration. So we just have to sit back and take it. Hehehe. Joey raised a finger and wagged it playfully. Opera, you blockhead. Think a little. Do you really think our only option is to sit and wait? Huh. Opera and Broy both stared at Joey curiously. Joey leaned back against a sturdy tree branch and lazily explained, First of all, are you sure that these pirates or traffickers are all being sent by other major powers? Like the Kano Kingdom or the Atom Kingdom? He smirked and continued, Sure, these superpowers wouldn't want another rising country to threaten them, but at the same time, they all have trade agreements with the Charlotte family. Directly going against us wouldn't be in their best interest, would it? Opera furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Swoosh. Just then, a streak of light zipped toward them. It was Gala. Having overheard the conversation, Gala immediately added, The Atom Kingdom wants to buy our weapons. It wouldn't make sense for them to attack us. If we were to fall, we'd destroy all our weapon supplies before they could get their hands on them. Snap. Joey snapped his fingers. Good point, Gala. And what about the Kano Kingdom? Gala nodded. The Kano Kingdom values our genetic research. They have massive trade dealings with us. Hurting the Charlotte family would mean massive losses for them, so it's highly unlikely. Joey grinned. Exactly. The Kano Kingdom and Atom Kingdom might have tested the waters a little, but they wouldn't go all in. At most, they'd take a swipe at us and retreat if it didn't work out. The others nodded in agreement. That made sense. Joey continued, Other than those two superpowers, normal countries wouldn't dare mess with us, and the underground world and random pirates wouldn't have the guts either. So, who's really behind this? Crossing his legs, Joey rested his hands on his knee and instructed, think about it carefully. Opera, Gala, you two are future generals. Broy, you're the minister of Taniga Island and Seed Town. You all need to sharpen your minds. He tapped his temple. Strength is important, but brains matter just as much. You need to understand the full picture before using strength to solve the problem. Of course, Joey already knew the answer. But he wanted his siblings to learn to think critically instead of reacting blindly to their emotions. Rage alone would never lead to success. The 7 deadly sins: wrath, pride, envy, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Joey had always believed these emotions had their uses. If controlled properly, they could bring incredible growth. Opera frowned. Big bro, there aren't many superpowers in the world. The Atom Kingdom rules the New World, the Kano Kingdom dominates the West Blue, and Gala suddenly blurted out, could it be Elbaf? The Giant Kingdom? Opera shook his head. No way. Those giants are straightforward folks. They wouldn't scheme like this. Plus, their previous king was killed. The new prince, Loki, is still trying to unify his people. It'll take him a long time. And in a world where 2 tigers can't share one mountain, the Kano Kingdom had its hands full controlling the underground world of the West Blue. Another rising superpower? That would be suicide. Historically, only Elbaf and the Atom Kingdom had ruled the New World. They fought fiercely until the Atom Kingdom emerged victorious last time. True superpowers didn't just rely on size. Big bro? Gala asked in confusion. If that's the case, doesn't that make the Atom Kingdom the most suspicious? If we establish Tato Land, we'd become a superpower overnight. Heh. Joey simply chuckled and said nothing, letting them think it through. The 3 of them fell silent, deep in thought. Just Thena Crane descended, and Pyrospiro arrived. Seeing the trio so lost in thought, he asked, Big bro, what's going on? Joey smiled. Nothing major. I just asked them to figure out who's really behind these attacks on Tato Land. Who's behind it? Pyrospiro muttered to himself before starting to think, then he spoke up, Big bro. If we eliminate all the unlikely suspects, then the least likely answer must be the truth. The world government. The 5 elders gave the order. Heh. Joey grinned approvingly. Exactly. There are 6 superpower kingdoms in the world, but 4 do business with us, and 2 wouldn't dare interfere. That leaves only one option: to world government itself. Hisses. Everyone gasped as realization dawned upon them. Superpower kingdoms weren't under the world government's direct control. Sure, they paid the celestial dragons their heavenly tribute every year, but did they really obey the world government? Still, unlike Joey, none of them had dared openly challenge the world government. So, it made perfect sense. Gala spoke gravely, Big bro. If that's the case, won't the upcoming reverie be a nightmare for us? A problem? Joey shook his head. Not at all. If we endure this, the world government's plans will backfire spectacularly. I see. The others nodded in realization. Broy pouted. This is such a pain. Won't even more people come now? Joey chuckled. Of course. Every year, new pirates and underground organizations rise. With the world government's backing, their growth is rapid. Pyrospiro agreed. Big bro's right. The future will only bring stronger enemies. Exactly. Joey smirked. But don't forget Big Mom and Katakuri are pirates. And what do pirates do? Realization struck them all. Joey continued, pirates always carry treasure. Killing them is satisfying, but it's a waste. In the adult world, profit matters. If they come for us, their loot belongs to us. He paused and added, the underground world. If they provoke the Big Mom pirates, we retaliate. Simple. No matter how bad the situation seems, we turn it in our favor. Now, do you all understand? The 4 nodded seriously. This was a crucial lesson. Most would just kill their enemies and move on. But that was short-sighted. Would that really feel satisfying? Not necessarily. But looting their wealth and everything they have. Now that was a whole different story. Joey smirked. If they rob us, we rob them back. Simple. And one more thing, many rare races are scattered across the world. These pirate crews and underground syndicates might have captured them. You see where I'm going with this? Yes. The four nodded firmly, fully understanding now. Thinking was key. A rigid mindset led to failure. Sigh. Joey sighed. What a pain. Looks like we need proper teachers. These kids are learning, but not fast enough. We need professionals to educate them properly. Chapter 83, Mirror Domain. The Draenor Island. Joey had a massive headache. Some things could be compromised. And some things absolutely couldn't. Joey was never the type to settle for less. Building Tato Land. That was just because of his mother's dream. But what Joey truly wanted was to create a divine kingdom. Right now. His younger brothers and sisters were obviously struggling with their studies. This meant he had to find suitable teachers. Joey rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to take my time researching this. It's not something that can just be done overnight. The best approach would be to hire teachers from other worlds, but the real question is, would even sell such strategic resources? Joey's headache only worsened. Strategic resources. Teachers. People. Elite warriors. All of these were vital resources. After all, a family doesn't just compete against other families, they go up against everything. Anyone with half a brain would know that these things weren't up for sale. Didn't they see? Even combat techniques weren't casually traded. Sigh. With another sigh, Joey rubbed his temples. Forget it. I'll take my time researching. For now, I need to focus on Tato Land's reconstruction and our second voyage after the new year. Tato Land needed reconstruction. The new year was just around the corner. The second voyage would begin after that. This year. At the start of his journey, Joey had already handled matters with the nations of Elbaf, Tontata Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, Dressrosa, Alabasta, Germa Kingdom, Kano Kingdom, and Adam Kingdom. All of these were now secured. And they would be central to the upcoming World Conference. At the same time, there was another pressing issue: races from other worlds. Oni, dwarves, and beastmen. Joey had purchased all of these from other worlds. The Oni and dwarves weren't too expensive. But the beastmen. That was a different story. Acquiring 10,000 beastmen had cost him 20 devil fruits. Then, there were the giants and Tontata he had brought back, along with the fishmen and merfolk who would soon arrive. As for the others, he still needed to bring in the Long-Arm Tribe, Long-Leg Tribe, Three-Eyed Tribe, Snake-Neck Tribe, Mink Tribe, and Angel Tribe. Most of these weren't a problem. But the Snake-Neck and Three-Eyed Tribes? They were on the verge of extinction. There might be fewer of them worldwide than the Tontata. As long as Tato Land was powerful enough, bringing them under control would be inevitable. And the Angel Tribe? They would be easy to handle. The Long-Arm and Long-Leg Tribes wouldn't be too difficult either. The real problem was the Mink Tribe. They were a race that had serious issues with outsiders. In the original timeline, Big Mom had forced some of them to live in Tato Land. Joey needed to change that. Because he didn't just want a fraction of the Mink Tribe, he wanted them all. And besides, Joey narrowed his eyes in thought. King is supposedly the last of the Lunarians, but is he really? There could still be survivors at this timeline. If that was a possibility, then he needed to keep searching. Joey looked up. Opera and Gala had already left. They had to continue their defensive duties and spread their orders throughout the ranks. Broy had also left, leaving only Pyrospiro waiting for the ships to arrive. Pyrospiro noticed Joey had regained his focus and quickly asked, "Big bro, have you decided?" "Yeah," Joey replied with a gentle smile. "There's still a lot to do. We'll take it one step at a time." "But Pyrospiro, do you think it'll be easy to find the Lunarians and the true dragons?" Pyrospiro frowned. "Big bro, The Lunarians might still have some clues left behind, but the dragons? That's way too troublesome. They've been extinct for centuries. We don't even know if they still exist. Joey nodded. That was true. And these weren't the so-called Millennium Dragons from the original timeline. These were true dragons. They had dragon horns, dragon claws, humanoid dragon bodies, and dragon wings. To be precise, they should be called half-dragons. A/N, OG by the author. They had terrifying dragon-like strength, similar to Kaido's hybrid form. And this race had been wiped from history for nearly 300 years. Finding them was almost impossible. Whoosh! Over here. Joey watched as Pyrospiro started giving orders. A massive mirror, 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide, was being transported carefully by members of the Beastmen. Before long they reached the center of Taniga Island, where Pyrospiro instructed, "Set it down here. This is the spot." Boom. Slowly, the enormous mirror was placed down. Pyrospiro then turned to the nearby craftsman. "Modify the area around this mirror. Make it look like a portal." "Yes." The craftsman immediately got to work upon receiving their orders. Joey walked over and asked, "Pyrospiro, whose idea was this?" With just a glance, he already knew what this was. A mirror domain. Or more precisely, a mirror portal. Custard's mirror fruit allowed her to create mirrors. However, the internal mirror world had size limitations. It wasn't like he could place a mirror on the other side of the world and connect it instantly. That would be absurd. But covering the entirety of Tato land, that was completely doable. The size of the mirror world wasn't something Custard could expand through training. It was a fixed size, much like the castle fruit. So unless Custard awakened her devil fruit to a higher level, the mirror world's size wouldn't change. Still, it was more than enough for now. By linking all the islands through various mirrors, and then carefully placing these mirror portals in the most strategic locations, Custard ensured they became permanent fixtures. Pyrospiro spoke directly. Compote came up with the idea. "Since you weren't around, big bro," she just went ahead and took action. Heh. Joey chuckled. "You guys are finally learning. That's great. You need to think outside the box. Don't always cling to the same old ways." He was genuinely pleased. It meant his younger siblings were growing. And that was the most important thing. Their growth mattered the most. Then, Joey said, "Pyrospiro, take your time handling this. I'm heading back first." Pyrospiro nodded. "Got it, big bro." "No problem." Joey stepped through the mirror and entered the mirror world. Meanwhile, Pyrospiro continued his work. For the next period, the entire Charlotte family entered a phase of stable development. Joey kept searching for worthwhile trades. Unfortunately, finding good deals was getting harder and harder. After so many years, any clan leader with half a brain already knew exactly what could and couldn't be traded. Under these circumstances, getting what he wanted purely through business deals was no longer easy. That said, the Charlotte family's growth hadn't slowed down just because of that. Roar. Screech. The azure dragon and massive beasts roared in the skies. Countless invaders were slaughtered. And every single one of them was dealt with in the shortest time possible. By then, some people had already boarded the enemy ships, taking all the treasures and capturing non-human slaves. Honestly, the spoils weren't much. But small gains added up. And there was no shortage of attackers. With such a ridiculous number of enemies coming in, there was always something valuable to take. In a short period, they had captured long-arm clansmen, long-legged tribesmen, and even fishmen. Not to mention, Joey had also brought back a batch of slaves from the celestial dragons. However, that batch didn't include any rare races like the mink tribe. Even the three-eyed tribe and the snake-neck tribe were incredibly scarce. Huff. Opera landed and asked, "How's the situation?" Cabaletta replied, "Opera bro, don't worry. I've got this under control. No problems at all." Opera gave him a long, silent stare. After a moment of silence, he still didn't say anything. It was precisely because Cabaletta was handling things that he was worried. That short temper of his was a huge liability. But there was no point in saying that out loud. It would just hurt his brother's feelings. Cadenza rubbed his forehead. How many invaders have we dealt with so far? Opera thought for a moment. Roughly over 300 by now. And that's not even counting Katakuri, who alone has wiped out nearly 100 underground factions outside. Seriously, what a hassle, Cadenza sighed. Yeah. Opera agreed, shaking his head. The three brothers sighed together. There was nothing else to do but accept reality. At the very least, until the World Conference began. This situation wasn't going to change. Wanting things to be different. That was basically wishful thinking. Over here. This way. Keep moving. Amidst the loud shouts, Daifuku and Oven had fully embraced their roles as construction bosses, leading architects and craftsmen across various islands. The Hundred Arms Island of the Long Arm Tribe. The Sun-Chasing Island of the Long Leg Tribe. The Giant Whale Island of the Fishmen. Atlantis, home of the mermaids. Memory Island of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Paradise Island of the Snake Neck Tribe. Of course, these islands' renovations were part of later projects. The real priority right now was Draenor Island, the homeland of the Beastmen. Other races didn't have large enough numbers to require urgent action. But the Beastmen. Now they were a major tribe. And when Joey had struck a deal with the Shadow Moon clan's leader, he couldn't help but be impressed. That guy was ruthless. A full 10,000 beastmen had been offered up. And they weren't just any beastmen, had handed over 7 entire clans, covering all of the beastmen's 7 most important lineages. Which meant more work for Daifuku and Oven. With blueprints in hand, they had no choice but to follow them to the letter. Arg. Daifuku groaned in frustration. We have to be close to finishing by now, right? This is way too exhausting. Huff, Oven panted heavily. Yeah. Draenor Island is pretty much done. Just a few finishing touches left. We'll wrap it up before the year ends and enjoy the new year. Sigh. The two brothers exchanged a look and sighed helplessly. It was such a tedious job. And the worst part? They couldn't afford to slack off. As younger brothers, they knew how much of a perfectionist their big bro was. If they made even the slightest mistake. Hey. No need to explain the consequences. Forget just redoing the work, they would be the ones suffering the most. Still, at least Draenor Island was almost done. The hard part was finally over. Stepping through the mirror portal, Pyrospiro arrived and spotted the two exhausted men. How's it going over here? He asked. Daifuku groaned, Pyrospiro bro, we're basically done. Not much left to worry about. Pyrospiro chuckled. Good. Don't stress. Big bro already said that starting next year, you two won't have to do this kind of work anymore. Amanda isn't going anywhere, she'll be managing Draenor Island from now on. Oven's eyes lit up. For real. Amanda's taking over. Pyrospiro nodded. Yep. That's what Big Bro said. Oh hell yeah. Finally. The two brothers cheered instantly. They felt like they could finally breathe again. After all. Daifuku was cold and calculating. Oven was violent and short-tempered. These two were not suited for construction work. Did Joey know that? Of course he did. As their big bro, he knew exactly what kind of personalities his siblings had. And that was precisely why he made them do it. It was all part of their training to help them develop patience and self-control. Joey had never been lax when it came to teaching his siblings to grow stronger. Chapter 84, New Year Gathering. The waves crashed against the ship, creating a rhythmic roar. All 5 of the Opera brothers suddenly turned their heads. Then they relaxed. It was the Queen Chanter. Ha ha ha. Cabaletta laughed heartily. Big brother Katakuri and the others are back. Yeah. Everyone was visibly excited. After all, the New Year was just around the corner. For most pirates, New Year's. It didn't really matter much. But things were different for the Charlotte family. They took the New Year very seriously. To an almost shocking extent. According to their eldest brother, a family must gather every year. Otherwise, what's the point of calling it family? And so every new year, all family members made sure to reunite. Though in the past Linlin was always busy and rarely attended these gatherings. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed through the air. Katakuri landed beside the group. Looking at the five of them, he smiled and asked, "You've been busy lately, haven't you?" Ugh. At the mention of that, everyone let out a helpless sigh. Opera scratched his head in frustration. Big brother Katakuri. Forget everything else, it's been a nightmare. Those guys just never stop coming. And to make things worse, we can't let our guard down every now and then, there are some really strong ones mixed in. If they manage to slip into Tato land, the damage they could cause would be massive. Gala also sighed. Exactly. Tato land still isn't fully built yet. According to Big Brother, once construction is done, we won't have to worry as much. But for now, we can't afford to relax. He. Cracker, standing on the deck with his massive sword slung over his shoulder, chuckled. Man, you guys have it rough. Compared to you, my job's way easier. Just keep running around and dealing with one intruder after another. Yeah, it's annoying. Ugh. The group sighed in unison. It really was a pain. Such a headache. Katakuri, however, just smiled. All right, enough about that. Let's focus on heading back. How's construction on Cake Island coming along? At the mention of Cake Island, Linlin's cheerful voice rang out. How is it? At this moment, Linlin was pregnant. But honestly, how exactly did she get pregnant? Who knows? Charlotte's mother couldn't be bothered to find a man, so she usually just extracted pure souls and somehow got pregnant that way. As for who the father was this time, no one had a clue. But everyone was used to it by now. She'd go out for a little stroll, and by the time she came back, boom, she was pregnant again. Sitting on the couch, a book in his hands, Joey calmly put it down and removed his glasses. Dressed in light-colored casual clothes, he smiled gently. You're all back. Big brother. Everyone's here. He. Joey's smile remained warm as he said, then let's start the banquet. Yeah. The entire room lit up with excitement. After 5 days of preparations. As night fell, everyone gathered around a massive round table, wearing bright smiles. Of course, this round table would have to change in the future. Right now there were already 20 men and 12 women in the family. Including Linlin, that made a total of 32 people. And as their younger siblings continued to grow, getting bigger and bigger, this table definitely wouldn't be enough. But that didn't matter. What truly mattered was the joy of having the entire family gathered together. That was the most important thing. The banquet started in silence. And then Joey gazed at everyone warmly, his voice soft but firm. A new year is beginning. Every Onir, you ready? Every single person locked eyes with their big brother, their gazes burning with determination. They were waiting. They were ready. For the future of their family. He. Joey looked around, chuckling lightly. I've told Katakuri and the others before, your family's future isn't just about what we see right now. It's much, much bigger. He paused for a moment before continuing. The Charlotte family is building Tato land. But Tato land's future isn't just about being a kingdom. Noit will become a divine nation. The supreme, unmatched land of gods. And the future of the Charlotte family isn't bound to just this simple world. Whoosh. As Joey spoke, his voice remained gentle and composed. But beneath that gentleness, an overwhelming dominance radiated from his words, making everyone shudder slightly from the sheer intensity of it. They stared at Joey. And then he continued. That's why our Charlotte family's future lies across the infinite domains and the multiverse war. Our future is limitless, and no Oni, absolutely no one can stop us. Roarar. All of his younger brothers and sisters let out excited howls, their blood boiling with enthusiasm. The banquet has begun. And just like that, the lively New Year's banquet officially started. Since the day Joey was born, this was the first time the entire family had gathered together like this. Even when he was just born back then, there were only 1 or 2 people in the family. That wasn't a banquet. But today all 32 members of the family were here. Every single person was smiling. There were no other emotions in their eyes, only pure joy. And that was what made Joey the happiest. Because a family could only grow strong if it was united from within. The family system ensured absolute loyalty to the Charlotte family. But that didn't mean internal problems wouldn't arise. And that's why Joey made sure to teach his younger siblings how to avoid conflicts and problems within the family. Ugh. At that moment, Linlin pouted at Joey, looking unhappy. Joey sighed. Mom. What's wrong? Linlin huffed, crossing her arms. Joey. How could you not tell Mama? What's all this talk about infinite worlds and the multiverse? You didn't tell me anything. Humph. Joey chuckled. Mom. You don't need to worry about these things. You're the mother of the Charlotte family, aren't you? Nothing in the world is more important than you, right? So. Mom, all of this doesn't matter. Here, try this. I had little Momo specially prepare this just for you. As expected of Linlin, just a few words from Joey, and her mood shifted immediately. Her focus turned to the cake in front of her, and she happily took a bite. Joey watched his mother enjoy her food. His smile softened. No matter what, as long as his family was happy, that was all that mattered. As the banquet roared on with laughter and chatter. Joey held great ambitions, but more than that, he loved his family more. In his mind, he thought. Mama, my little brothers, my little sisters, our future is in my hands. My name is Charlotte Joey. Your big brother. The firstborn. The head of the Charlotte family. And I swear I will make the Charlotte family the strongest in the entire multiverse. Chapter 85, The Charlotte Family's New Journey. A banquet. Always a time of joy. Everyone was immersed in the festivities. When Joey opened his eyes, 3 days had already passed. Shaking his head, he rubbed his temples and muttered, alcohol is really not a good thing. I need to be more careful in the future. He hated the feeling of losing control. Drinking was supposed to be for relaxation. Yet, somehow, he had gotten completely wasted. That was unacceptable. This wasn't the kind of relaxation he wanted. Master, so bring tea. Phew. Joey took the tea from the maid and sipped it slowly before exhaling deeply. He stood up, and the 2 maids beside him had already prepared a fresh set of clothes. After getting dressed, he massaged his temples again and left the room. In the study, Joey sat down. A maid had already brewed tea and placed it in front of him. Creak. The door opened, and Paramecia walked in. Big brother. You're awake? Joey asked, how long was I out? Paramecia chuckled, big bro, you've been asleep for 3 days. You rarely get this drunk. Joey shook his head, helpless. Next time, I need to control myself. Did anything important happen in these 3 days? Paramecia thought for a moment. Nothing major. Some troublemakers showed up in Tato Land, but the Beastmen displayed incredible strength and wiped out all the pirates. Other than that, business is running smoothly. Hearing this, Joey gently blew on his tea. A new year has begun, huh? Paramecia, who had just sat down across from him, was momentarily stunned before glancing at the deep blue sky outside. Yeah, another new year. Year 1485 of the sea calendar. Last year, the Charlotte family first revealed their hidden fangs. Last year, the God Valley War erupted. Now, a new era of rising contenders is beginning. This year would be the start of an age where countless powers would rise. It would be a dangerous time, but also full of opportunities. For those with the strength, anything was possible. Shaking his head, Joey chuckled at himself. It's not time to start reflecting on life just yet. Our journey has only begun. Ha ha ha. Paramecia laughed. Big bro, you're only 15. Why do you sound like some old man in his 80s? Even if we were that old, our Charlotte family has such grand ambitions. There's no way we'd give up here. Our future is limitless. Joey grinned. TCH, getting lectured by you, huh? How embarrassing. He. Pirospiro laughed, shaking his head. Joey then said casually, a new year means a new beginning. With the treasure we took from the celestial dragons, our business should be getting on the right track, right? It was a simple question. To be honest, ever since he handed the business over to his brother, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Pirospiro nodded. Big bro, since last year, our Charlotte family has been expanding into all sorts of underground dealing, human trafficking, organ trade, gene fruit sales, assassination, intelligence. In short, we're involved in anything that makes money. Joey nodded. Good. You're the best person for this. What do you think we should call our business? Pirospiro looked confused. Call it. Joey smirked. It needs a name, don't you think? A name, huh? Pirospiro pondered for a moment before suddenly lighting up. Big bro. What do you think of the Dark Trade Guild? We're just a trading guild, after all, just one with a lot of different transactions. And the word dark represents how we will control the darkness of the future. Heh. Taking a sip of tea, Joey smiled. Not bad. All right, Pirospiro, the Dark Trade Guild is yours to manage. I'll have Daifuku and Oven assist you. Pirospiro hesitated. Big bro, I don't think they'll like this job. Joey shook his head. No choice. Those two need training. Daifuku is cold and calculating, while Oven is too hot-headed. They need experience. Besides, they'll only handle a small portion, just enough to learn. Their real talents are in combat. Sighing, Joey added, we still need proper teachers. A structured education system would be crucial. Shaking off his thoughts, he continued, you'll manage the guild with those two brats. Pirospiro agreed. That's fine, but if we leave now, won't it be hard to handle Tato Land's affairs? Joey knew what he was worried about. Amanda, as the leader of the 36 ministers, already manages important territories like Draenor Island and Beast's Town. That proves her ability. She'll handle Tato Land's construction and governance. Pirospiro nodded. Amanda has been diligently studying everyday training, strategy, management, construction, improving in every area. Joey smiled. That's why I chose her. She's just too serious. With everything settled, Joey sternly reminded, one more Thingor business must never be pushed around. If a deal fails, so be it. But if anyone dares to move against the Charlotte family, they won't live to regret it. Perispero's expression turned serious. Don't worry, big bro. If anything happens, I'll inform Mama and Katakuri immediately. Joey nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a moment, he added, setting up the Dark Trade Guild should go smoothly. By the way, I promised to take Daifuku and Oven out for a while. You'll have to handle things here in the meantime. He. Pirospiro grinned. No problem, big bro. Everything's running smoothly. Year 1485 of the sea calendar. The Charlotte family was setting off on a new journey. With the new year just beginning, Pirospiro had already started moving. The Dark Trade Guild. Its headquarters was established in Tato Land, specifically on Memory Island, also known as Truth Town. The three-eyed tribe possessed special abilities. They could see through people's hearts. They could discern truth from lies. Because of this, they were often hunted and had become increasingly rare. Many had gathered in a secret location, and upon hearing of Tato Land, more began making their way there. Not just the three-eyed tribe, but also the snake-neck Tribetwo groups that had suffered the same fate. Pirospiro decided to establish the Dark Trade Guild's headquarters on the three-eyed tribe's Memory Island. Truth Town, which was a fitting choice. Of course, Memory Island is still under development, it's only in its early stages. At the start of the year, Amanda took over the work previously managed by Daifuku and Oven. She dived into the role with diligence and dedication. The construction of 31 islands. The establishment of the Dark Trade Guild. Various other matters. Amanda handled everything meticulously, ensuring no mistakes were made. 1 month later. Joey continues his studies. He also oversees the family's major strategic direction but has yet to take direct action himself. Lately, he has identified a promising business opportunity and is currently negotiating its terms. If everything goes well, this deal could yield immense profits. Just then, creak. Katakuri pushed the door open and said, "Big brother. We're preparing to depart." Joey looked up and smiled. It's about time. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Sky Pirates have both been formed. Meanwhile, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe have joined forces to create one pirate crew. Our Big Mom Pirates should begin making their move as well. Katakuri nodded solemnly. Indeed. In this vast sea, pirates do not have the best reputation. The Charlotte family, Tato Land, and the Dark Trade Guild all have their reputations to consider. Unless we possess the strength to dominate the world, some things simply cannot be done openly. However, pirates are different. Joey's voice was calm. Katakuri, I'm glad you understand this. Hehehe. Katakuri chuckled and said, "Big brother. Of course, I understand. The growth of our family, this is the most important thing, isn't it? Reputation and reality. We must wield a blade in the darkness. And I am willing to be that blade to cut down anyone who dares to lay a hand on the Charlotte family." He paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, rather than cutting down those who dare to harm our family, I will eliminate anyone who dares to reach out to my loved ones." Joey nodded warmly. "Go, Katakuri. I have prepared a gift for you. When you return this year, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with it." Katakuri smiled. "Big brother. Now I'm really looking forward to it." "Of course." Joey watched him with a smile. Smack. The two brothers lightly struck each other's chests before Katakuri turned and left. As Joey watched him go, he chuckled. That brat. Still, I really should get started on that gift. It's something that suits him perfectly. Squinting his eyes, Joey fell into deep thought. This involved a very special bloodline. For Katakuri, it was absolutely ideal. Joey murmured, that guy shouldn't be asking for an outrageous price. That bloodline is indeed outstanding, but if it can't be fully awakened, it's practically worthless. Outside. Big Mom, Katakuri, Compote, Cracker, Mondi, Hachi, and Effalie all boarded the ship. And just like that, they set sail. The growth of the Charlotte family, the Dark Trade Guild and the Big Mom Pirates. The Charlotte family is steadily expanding and evolving. For any great family, gradual refinement is essential. Slowly but surely, everything will be perfected. Big brother. Amanda arrived at Joey's side. Joey looked at her and asked, "Amanda, what's wrong?" She sat down and spoke softly, "Big brother. I feel." "What is it?" Joey's voice remained gentle. Amanda fell silent. Joey didn't rush her, letting her take her time to find the right words. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Big brother. I don't think I'm suited for this. I work really hard, but I'm always afraid I'm not doing well enough." Joey chuckled and shook his head. "Silly girl, do you really think you're not doing well enough?" Amanda quickly responded, "I feel like everyone." Joey cut her off. "I know what you're about to say, Amanda, but don't assume what others think or feel about you. If everyone truly believed you weren't doing a good job, I'd take this role away from you myself. But if you don't want it, you're free to step down." "That's not it," Amanda said hurriedly. "Big brother. Helping my family makes me happy, but I just always feel like I'm not doing enough." Joey chuckled. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and let the fresh air in. "You, little one, just lack confidence. Stop worrying about what you assume and start listening to what people actually say about you." He glanced back at her with a smirk. "I can promise you, it's nothing but praise. And even if it isn't." His smile turned sharp. "If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll cut them down myself." He softened, his voice filled with warmth. "No matter what, you have your family standing behind you in everything you do." For once, the usually cold and aloof Amanda felt something unexpected comfort. Chapter 86, Crazy Deals. Holy Grail. Amanda had left after hearing these words. Joey lightly tapped his fingers on the coffee table, murmuring, "Sigh, every single one of them is a problem. I'll just have to take my time guiding them and helping them grow." Pirospiro is sharp and cautious, making him the best fit to handle business affairs. But the problem is, he's ruthless, always going for the kill and never thinking about long-term sustainability. That's something he needs to change gradually. Control and cruelty. A true businessman needs to master both perfectly. Otherwise, if you wipe everything out too quickly without enough power to sustain it, you'll soon find there's nothing left to control. As for Katakuri, his personality is damn near perfect, calm, wise, strong, and kind. But that's the issue. He needs to loosen up. If he keeps pushing himself to be perfect, it'll break him one day. And Amanda? Her situation is even worse. She puts on this strong and cold persona, but deep down, she has zero confidence in herself. That's something she needs to build up, little by little. Sigh. Joey let out another deep sigh, shaking his head. Well, there's no rush. Everything takes time to develop. Ding. Just then, a notification popped up. Asterisk 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 Clan Chief, Charlotte Clan Chief, your deal sounds fine. I can process it through the family system, but 2 devil fruits seem a bit too little, don't you think? Huh. Joey smirked. Finally took the bait. Charlotte Clan Chief, no way I'm giving more. The system's cost for transferring devil fruits is already high enough. And while the bloodline you're offering looks strong, the achievement points it requires are way too much. This quantity is the only fair deal. Asterisk 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 Clan Chief, all right. Consider it a token of friendship. 2 devil fruits it is. Charlotte Clan Chief, deal. The moment the transaction was confirmed, Joey's 2 devil fruits disappeared. In exchange, a small vial of experimental potion appeared before him. Joey picked it up, inspecting the liquid inside. So, this is the bloodline best suited for Katakuri. That stubborn bastard always fights the same way. This should be perfect for him. He stored the vial inside his family emblem. Just as he was about to pick up a book to study. Ding. Ding. More notifications popped up in quick succession. Joey's grin widened. Haha. Looks like they say good fortune comes in together. Seems like trade deals do too. With that, he opened his private chat panel. Elven Clan Chief, Charlotte Clan Chief. I can accept the deal of 40 law prototypes that you name devil fruits in exchange for 10,000 elves. Joey frowned at the outrageous offer and quickly replied. Charlotte Clan Chief, Elven Clan Chief, that's daylight robbery. I won't deny that elves have great potential, but you really think 10,000 elves are worth 40 devil fruits? Don't make me laugh. Inside a luxurious, emerald green palace, the elven queen furrowed her brows. She knew it was a ridiculous demand. But the devil fruits, they're the key. As long as I have enough of them, I can quickly train strong warriors and solidify my control over this world. This guy won't budge unless he sees real value in the deal. Looks like I'll have to throw in something extra. Elven Clan Chief, 50 devil fruits. In return, I'll include the meditation technique, a method for strengthening the mind. It can be enhanced using achievement points. That caught Joey's interest. He had to admit if the Elven Clan Chief wasn't in such a desperate hurry. Just the meditation technique alone would normally be worth 50 devil fruits. Still, he couldn't just agree so easily. He needed to be cautious. Charlotte Clan Chief, 55 devil fruits. You also throw in a bottle of spring water and a life tree seed. Elven Clan Chief, absolutely not. That's way too much. For a deal like that, the minimum would be 90 devil fruits. Charlotte Clan Chief, then forget it. You're not the only Elven Clan Chief in the multiverse. If I want to buy something, I can get it elsewhere. 60 devil fruits, take it or leave it. Joey's smirk deepened. I see. He narrowed his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the Elven Clan Chief must be dealing with an invasion or an urgent breakthrough. Otherwise, there's no way she'd be this desperate. His guess was spot on. The Elven clan's great elder was on the verge of death. If he didn't comprehend the law prototype soon, he'd be dead for sure. Devil fruits had traces of laws, making it ideal for the current situation. On top of that, there were enemies at their gates and ambitions to conquer more territory. All of it required immediate action. Joey still had 202 devil fruits in total. Of course, that was after setting aside his personal reserve of the most valuable ones. After spending 2 on the bloodline purchase, he now had 200 left, more than enough. The chat fell silent for a while. Then, the Elven clan chief finally responded. Elven clan chief, 10,000 elves, 1 life tree seed, 1 bottle of spring water, and meditation technique, but I need at least 70 law prototypes. Any less, and the deal's off. Joey knew that was her absolute limit. Ha 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 ha. He almost wanted to burst out laughing. This was an absolute steal. Charlotte clan chief, deal. Elven clan chief, deal. With the trade complete, Joey watched as a series of glowing cards materialized in his hand. He wasted no time signing the slave contracts before setting them down on the table. His gaze then shifted to the seed encased in a crystal green vial. A life tree seed. The foundation of the Elven clan. With this and the 10,000 elves, he could eventually grow a mother tree capable of producing his own elves. No more need to buy them from others. And then there was the small, fist-sized fountain of Moonlight Mountain spring water. It could restore magic power, heal injuries, and refresh the Minden all-purpose elven elixir. Thanks to the family system, as long as he had the first sample, he could now create more in the future. Satisfied, he set them aside. But he wasn't done yet. There was still another deal to take care of. He opened the chat again. Tatsuki, S-Chef Leader, Charlotte Clan Chief, I can offer you 5 top-tier chefs in exchange for 20 devil fruits. Top-tier chefs. Not just ordinary cooks. These were chefs with the potential to ascend to divine levels. When they mastered their craft, the food they created wouldn't just be delicious, it would be transcending. Joey knew this price was fair. Training a chef to reach that state was no easy feat. But for him, it was worth the investment. After thinking for a moment, he replied. Charlotte Clan Chief, I accept. But I get to choose the chefs myself. S-Chef Leader, agreed. Soon, Joey received a list of available candidates. After all, he couldn't demand chefs they didn't have. That wouldn't be fair, and there were people who this director of Tatsuki Culinary Academy would never trade. Damn. I really wanted Irina. Then without hesitation, he made his selection. Charlotte Clan Chief, Kobayashi Rindo, Kinokuni Nene, Tadokoro Megumi, Kikuchi Sonoka, and Inui Hinako. S-Chef Leader, done. He wasn't surprised. These 5 all had incredible potential as future god-tier chefs. But as long as they weren't the first seat, the S-Chef Leader was willing to part with them. Once the deal was sealed, a flash of light signaled the arrival of 5 new figures. At the same time, 20 devil fruits vanished from Joey's inventory. He remained calm, silently observing the 5 chefs. Without hesitation, they bowed in unison. Master. Joey nodded. Wait here for now. I have one more trade to finish. Yes. The 5 obediently stood by, quietly watching their future master. At this moment, Joey looked like a young man of 18 or 19, with flowing pink hair, flawless hands, and an elegant aura. Dressed in luxurious robes, he radiated the charm of a noble gentleman, yet beneath it all, there was an unmistakable air of dominance. Ding! Another message popped off. His private chat window started flashing as someone grew impatient. Scion Clan Chief, Charlotte Clan Chief. No more nonsense. 50 devil fruits. I'll trade you the training method for key. Oh. Joey raised an intrigued eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. Was today his lucky day or something? First, he secured the meditation technique, and now someone was offering key training method. But Charlotte Clan Chief, 50 is too much. I want to add 10,000 scions in exchange. If you agree, we have a deal. This. The Scion Clan Chief hesitated. To be honest, Joey was just testing the waters. Getting key method alone was already an amazing opportunity. Scion Clan Chief, no way. Absolutely not. I will never trade scions. Give up on that idea. Charlotte Clan Chief, well, that's a shame. Looks like this trade is over then. And just like that the deal was off. Joey chuckled to himself. What, did they expect me to beg? If they didn't want to trade, then so be it. Besides, he held the advantage. He had the devil fruits in his possession, and in the end, they were the ones coming to him, not the other way around. To be fair, the Scion clan chief understood something very clearly: scions had unmatched potential. Everyone wanted to buy them. He had received countless offers, way too many to count. Because deep down, he knew super scions existed, but he didn't know how to achieve it. The problem was that many people wanted to buy scions and seemed to know how to get a super scion, while he, the leader of the scions, was the only one who didn't, or what? That was awkward. Joey leaned back on his sofa, stretching lazily. Looks like today's trades are done. Ding. Just as he was about to relax, a new notification popped up. Tosaka Clan Chief, Charlotte Clan Chief, I've gathered the holy grails you requested. 50 devil fruits, no negotiating. Joey's eyes lit up as he read the message. Charlotte Clan Chief, 50 devil fruits for 1 holy grail. No problem. Tosaka Clan Chief, trade initiated. Charlotte Clan Chief, trade initiated. With a faint ripple in space, 2 holy grail appeared before Joey. His smirk deepened. Sure, he had just lost 100 devil fruits in a single trade. Today alone he had spent a total of 192 devil fruits. Now, he only had 10 left. But so what? It was more than worth it. He had secured everything he needed. One moment, he was rich. The next, he was broke. But in return his gains were immense. Chapter 87, Scat-Hack and Zhuge Liang. Clap. Creak. With the sound of approaching footsteps, the study door slowly swung open. Master, I'm here. Akanagakubo Momo said calmly. Joey nodded. Little Momo, these people are the new chefs. Guide them through the necessary procedures. Once they're familiar with everything, they will take on different head chef roles. Akanagakubo Momo nodded. Understood, Master. With that, the crowd dispersed and left. Joey then stood up. Buzz without hesitation, he left Cake Island. On the other side, Joey stepped onto an isolated island. Amanda quickly followed, calling out, Big brother. Joey responded warmly, Amanda, is this Elf Island? Yes, Big brother, Amanda confirmed. This is Elf Island. We're preparing to build the life town here, but it'll take some time. Joey nodded indifferently. We can begin construction now, but first, I need to take care of something. Amanda turned her head in confusion, unsure of his meaning. Joey had already reached the heart of Elf Island. Carefully, he planted the seed of the life tree. Before long, the seed took root and sprouted. Joey then placed the moonlight spring beside the tree, allowing it to absorb enough energy. Phew, after completing the setup, Joey exhaled deeply and said softly, Amanda, you can now start construction. Build around this life tree as the center. These are the elves, a total of 10,000 of them. With that, Joey tossed a deck of elf tribe cards to Amanda. As a member of the Charlotte family, Amanda was already well aware of what these cards represented. She nodded. Big brother, I understand how to handle this. Good. Joey continued, Amanda, I leave this to you. With those words, Joey left. As he departed, Amanda fell into deep thought. Phew. Joey exhaled deeply, looking at the 2 relics in his hands. One resembled a shattered mirror, while the other was an almost completely tattered book, barely recognizable, with a single word, Spirit, visible on its cover. System. Joey called out. I want to summon these 2 heroic spirits. What price do I need to pay? Summoning both in their complete state requires 20,000 achievement points. Joey's mouth twitched. Yeah, as if I could afford that. Even without thinking, I know full summoning is out of the question. Shaking his head, he knew the system wouldn't respond to his complaints. After all, the system was just an emotionless machine. System, I just need them to exist permanently. They don't need any powerful abilities. Summoning both in a normal human form, allowing them to exist indefinitely, costs 200 achievement points. Summon them. Without hesitation, Joey deducted the points and activated the summoning. Whoosh. Brilliant light flashed momentarily before quickly dissipating, leaving everything eerily calm. It had happened so fast that it felt almost like an illusion. Had anything actually happened? Or was it just a dream? Clap. A tall, mature woman appeared, her long, wine-red hair flowing elegantly. She wore a sheer veil-like outfit that revealed nothing yet carried a strangely alluring beauty. An alternate world, huh? She murmured, surveying her surroundings before fixing her gaze on Joey. She chuckled lightly. So, why have you summoned me? This spirit body of mine has no power at all. While I can live indefinitely, I'm no stronger than an ordinary human. He. Regarding that, I'm rather curious myself, came a raspy voice. A frail-looking old man, seemingly on the verge of collapsing with each step, emerged. Despite his age, he did not appear weak or unsightly. Rather, he radiated wisdom, like an enlightened sage. Joey stood up and greeted them warmly. Lady Scathach and Mr. Zhuge Liang, greetings. He then bowed deeply, showing the utmost respect. These two. The first was Scathach, a legendary figure from Ulster cycle of Irish mythology. She had trained countless heroes and mages, slain countless beings whether humans, undead, or even gods, raising combat techniques to a level capable of killing deities. And the other? Zhuge Liang, also known as Kongming, was a master of astronomy, geography, military strategy, statecraft. Simply put, he was a universal genius. With such figures before him, it wasn't just Joey who had to show respect, anyone would. Unless, of course, they had knowledge surpassing these two. I see now, Zhuge Liang mused. So I've been drawn into something like this. At that moment, the family system imprinted all the necessary knowledge into their minds. Zhuge Liang nodded. As the head of a family, you indeed have some flaws. However, that does not change the fact that you are a brilliant leader. More importantly, you understand one crucial thing: knowledge is power. He gazed at Joey approvingly. The summoned Zhuge Liang had no combat abilities. He truly was nothing more than an old man. However, as a manifestation of belief, he possessed unparalleled knowledge. The breadth of his wisdom was overwhelming. Joey smiled. Of course. Strength is important, but knowledge is the ultimate power. With enough knowledge, anything can be overturned. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Liang chuckled. I understand now. Meanwhile, Scathach lounged on a sofa, smirking. How interesting. You sure are well prepared. Naturally. Joey nodded with a grin. Over the next month, Joey ordered Amanda to construct 2 academies on Cake Island. One for Scathach and one for Zhuge Liang. Each academy was staffed with hundreds of chefs, maids, and other personnel. Joey spared no expense or effort in setting up everything for his teachers. 1 month later, Joey arrived, leading the entire Charlotte family. Everyone followed behind him. Pirospiro, Katakuri, Daifuku, Oven, Opera, Counter, Cadenza, Cabaletta, Gala, Cracker, Zuccato, Nustort, Bascart, Das March, Noisette, Moscato, Cumpo, Lauren, and Mont D, or 19 men in total. Compote, Mondi, Amanda, Hatchie, Ephalie, Custard, Angel, Brûlée, Broy, Mash, and Cornstarch, 11 women. In short, Joey had brought all 30 members of the Charlotte family. What is this? No idea. But Big Bro found some teachers. Huh. Everyone was utterly confused. They had no idea what was going on. Even Joey's siblings, who were always by his side, only knew a little. The only one who had some understanding was Amanda. However, she didn't say much and simply waited for Joey to explain. Joey spoke with respect. Lady Scathach will be your teacher in combat. Understood. This. Everyone looked even more lost. One by one, they observed Scathach, and to them, she looked like an ordinary person. Someone like this was supposed to be their teacher. Hey. Joey chuckled and said, if you're doubtful, why don't you try for yourselves? See if she is qualified to be your teacher. Go ahead. The group exchanged looks. Eventually some of them decided to test it out firsthand. After all, this wasn't a joke. How could they randomly accept just anyone as a teacher? They trusted their big brother. But still, she clearly looked like an ordinary person. However, Joey had already seen how this would end for his proud and arrogant little siblings. Ah. Teacher, stop hitting us. Help. No more, please. Very soon cries of agony filled the air as they realized something terrifying. Even when they fought at full strength, there was no difference. No, even when they used more strength, it made no difference. With Skathaka's techniques she could effortlessly beat them down. This wasn't even a fair fight. More importantly, with their tough bodies, they weren't supposed to feel pain. But under Skathaka's attacks all they felt was endless suffering. Heh. Joey chuckled, how does it feel now? Looking at his younger siblings lying face down on the ground. He couldn't help but grin in satisfaction. Cocky, weren't you? Well, looks like you learned your lesson. Teacher. Everyone lowered their heads in complete respect. They were utterly convinced. Joey smiled, from now on, everyone must learn from the teachers. Other areas of study are optional, but combat training is mandatory. Starting today, this is an official rule of the Charlotte family. Yes. Even though Joey was smiling. That look in his eyes made it very clear, refusing was not an option. His siblings knew all too well Big Bro wasn't joking. Seeing his once arrogant siblings become obedient after one beating, Joey continued, all right, let's go meet our other teacher. Yes. This time, they were much more obedient. Even though Zhuge Liang also looked like an old man, they didn't dare act rashly. Instead, they humbly asked questions and followed his teachings. Especially Amanda. Since Joey had already decided she would be the head of his 36 ministers, a position akin to the future Prime Minister of Tato Land, she diligently studied under Zhuge Liang. In just 2 or 3 days, the entire family had settled into a structured routine. Joey nodded in satisfaction, even though this training takes some time, it's absolutely necessary. To him, this was extremely important. Strength. Knowledge. These 2 factors would bring the greatest growth. Joey squinted slightly and chuckled, the whole family is finally on track. Teacher, I really have to thank you. Standing up. Joey bowed respectfully to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang stroked his beard and laughed, Master, there's no need to be so formal. This is what I should do. Besides, I can tell these children have a thirst for knowledge. Their talent and potential are truly outstanding. With proper guidance, their future growth will be even greater. Joey smiled warmly, that's right. I'll have to trouble you. Our family is gradually improving, and the foundation for the future has been laid. As long as everything continues to develop, that's enough. A strong foundation, that's what truly matters. Only by solidifying the base can everything else flourish. Chapter 88, The Second Voyage. Time. It always moves the fastest. Half a month gone in the blink of an eye. During these 2 weeks, the entire Charlotte family underwent significant changes. Learning. That was basically the only thing occupying everyone's lives. Aside from learning, all they did was more learning. For everyone in the Charlotte family, they had fallen into a cycle where learning became the most important thing. In fact, they all believed it was the only thing that truly mattered. A deep breath was exhaled. Daifuku and Oven. The 2 of them were nearly at their breaking point. He. Watching these 2 exhausted brats, Joey smiled warmly and said, so, you 2 brats, do you feel any different now? The 2 silently looked at their older brother. Opening their mouths slightly, they hesitated. Then, silence. Daifuku sighed, Teacher Skathak is terrifying beyond belief. That was pure, absolute domination. It wasn't even a battle on the same level. I just can't understand, how can one person be this strong? Joey responded gently, in her world, she has the skill to slay gods. Teaching you 2 brats is naturally an easy task for him. Oven nodded in realization, so she is really that terrifying? Of course. Joey affirmed, if not, Why would I have made him the Charlotte family's teacher? These two are both top tier in skill and knowledge. You two need to study hard. Daifuku and Oven obediently nodded. Joey then continued, you two brats, I know you're close to your limit, so fine. I'm setting sail soon, and this time, you two are coming with me. What? Finally. Daifuku and Oven immediately jumped up in excitement. They were absolutely thrilled. Finally, a legitimate excuse to escape from lessons. But. Creak. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Scat-Hack stepped inside. Their smiles froze instantly. Their entire bodies stiffened. Scat-Hack said indifferently, setting sail. That's fine. Daifuku, Oven, on this voyage, make sure you master what I've taught you. When you return, you will be tested. If you fail, you know the consequences. Yes, master. The two responded with a deep bow. They looked just like well-behaved children, showing none of their usual antics. Joey chuckled and shook his head. Seriously. What could he even say? His younger siblings had been completely disciplined by their master. Scat-Hack then turned to Joey, her gaze deep as she remarked, your potential is incredible. If you truly dedicated yourself, you might even surpass me one day. But Joey simply smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that ambition. To me, a person can live without emotions, but emotions should never be abandoned. If I become someone who doesn't care about family, then what's the point of having power? He didn't like the idea of being emotionless. To him, the bond with his siblings, the love of a mother and son, the respect between a teacher and disciple. These feelings are what make someone truly human. If emotions are gone, is a person even really alive? A soulless machine. If that's what a human becomes, then what difference is there between life and death? Joey shook his head gently, Lady Scat-Hack, I'm sorry. What a pity. Scat-Hack also shook her head. Oh well. Even though you refuse, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Over the years, I've trained countless heroes, including that mad dog. But in the end, none of them had real emotions. They all believed that sacrifice was the duty of a hero, yet they never understood the value of human feelings. As she spoke, Scat-Hack's expression became filled with emotion. Joey simply shook his head, choosing not to say more. It was impossible for him to accept such a way of thinking. He was human, not a beast. With his departure approaching, there were still matters to be settled. Even though he didn't need to manage everything himself, there were still many things that required careful attention before he left. This was crucial. Inside the study, Joey, Pirospiro, and Amanda sat together. Joey began, Pirospiro, Amanda, I'll be away for a while. This voyage will take about 3 months, then I'll be back. During this time, you two are responsible for managing the family affairs. Pirospiro responded seriously, Big bro. Don't worry. The trade guild won't have any problems. He. Hearing this, Joey chuckled, I'm not worried about the trade guild. It's running smoothly on its own now. You, on the other hand, should just focus on learning from the two teachers. Pirospiro knew exactly what he meant. Training in combat was still manageable. But the real challenge was studying strategy and business under Zhuge Liang and understanding human nature. Those lessons had completely consumed Pirospiro. He was obsessively learning everything he could. Even though it had only been 2 weeks, Pirospiro could spend his days eating, drinking, and playing, and the entire Dark Trade Guild would still function smoothly. That was the confidence he had gained from his recent studies. Pirospiro chuckled. Big bro. Sometimes, I thought I was strong, but after truly learning, I realized how weak I actually was. It's honestly hard to believe. Amanda agreed. Yeah, big bro. Teachers' teachings are truly incredible. Joey looked at his younger siblings with warmth. Compared to half a month ago, they had changed significantly. Pirospiro was still ruthless and cunning. But now, he knew the fine balance between cruelty and profit. And Amanda? Actually, she never had an issue with ability, she just needed confidence. Now, Under Zhuge Liang's guidance, her confidence was finally starting to surface. Joey couldn't help but be impressed. Under Scat Hacker's training, everyone was developing the aura of a hero. Under Zhuge Liang's instruction, everyone was gaining vast knowledge and reshaping their personalities. And that was enough. Burning about 200 devil fruits. That no longer mattered. Losses could always be recovered. Those were expendable. What truly mattered was strengthening the family. And at the core of the Charlotte family, its foundation. Its roots. That was what Joey valued most. Joey and Paramecia discussed matters regarding the Dark Trade Guild. It was worth mentioning that Linlin never trained under Scat Hack. Linlin was too short-tempered and would never accept such teachings. Linlin and Katakuri had already set sail again, continuing Big Mom's pirate crew plan. With them gone, there were no issues on the pirate crew's side. The next major concern was the Dark Trade Guild. Paramecia pondered and said, "Big bro. That's not a problem. I've already accounted for everything. In just one more year, when the World Conference begins, a lot of the trouble will ease." Joey replied, "Regardless, we can't afford to be careless. I'm taking Daifuku and Oven with me this time. Although Opera and the others will be guarding Tato Land, if an emergency arises, you can pull some people from there." Hearing this, Paramecia nodded. "Got it, big bro." After wrapping up their discussion, Joey turned to Amanda. "What do you think?" He. Amanda chuckled. "Big bro, you're always teasing me. I've been feeling great lately. I've changed a lot." Joey smiled gently. "That's great, isn't it? People grow by improving step by step. Confidence is essential. Keep learning from teacher Zhuge Liang. Tato Land's construction still has a full year to go, so there's no rush. We have enough manpower. MHM." Listening to Joey, Amanda nodded obediently. The usually cold and elegant Amanda seemed cute and docile at this moment. Because in front of her big brother, she didn't need to keep up that cold and indifferent facade. However, Joey then spoke seriously. "Draenor Island is a top priority. Make sure all aspects are well managed. Other than Whole Cake Island, Draenor Island is the most critical." Amanda, back to her composed self, responded, "Big bro. You can rest easy. I'm the minister of Draenor Island. I know exactly what to do." "Good." Joey nodded. The construction speed of 100 Arms Island, Sun Chasing Island, Giant Whale Island, Memory Island, Paradise Island, Elf Island, and Atlantis all need to be increased. Joey considered the situation further. Within Tato Land's waters, there were 36 islands in total. Whole Cake Island was the central hub. Next was Draenor Island, and another 11 islands had designated inhabitants, leaving 24 islands still unclaimed. After a moment of silence, Joey decided, "All right. These 12 islands will be the main focus of development. The remaining 24 islands will be prepared with rune placements and core infrastructures before we bring in new races." "Understood, big bro." This wasn't just an endless list of reminders. As the family's leader, before departing, Joey was personally handling these arrangements. In reality, Joey didn't have to set out on this journey himself. Buta's a perfectionist, Joey trusted his subordinates to do the work but insisted on personally laying the perfect groundwork. This wasn't a joke. A solid foundation was crucial to Joey. As long as the foundation was laid properly, nothing else would be a problem. The next day, the ship was ready. "Be careful. Over here." What was once just a 2,000-person mafia had now expanded into 20,000 men. One of the rarest human groups in Tato Land. This time, Joey set sail with 3,000 of them, excluding chefs and maids. In truth, they were no longer called the Mafia. Instead, they were known as the Black Solidars. A simple name, yet it represented the Charlotte family's most loyal warriors. Their strength wasn't the greatest, but their loyalty was undeniable. Even without a slave contract, they would still stand in front to protect the family. Clap. Daifuku and Oven walked over, managing logistics along the way. Joey approached with Paramecia and Amanda. Soon, they stopped in front of the ship. Joey smiled. All right, you two head back. Everything is arranged here. There won't be any problems. Although they nodded obediently. They still stared at Joey for a long moment. However, Joey didn't pay much attention to their lingering gazes. Pirospiro and Amanda. They just felt like their center was leaving, and for a moment, they weren't sure how to handle it. After all, as long as Big Bro was home, even if he did nothing, he was still the family's pillar. Joey then turned to a group in the distance. All right, you little troublemakers. Since you're already here, come with me. You can keep learning later. For now, you'll follow me on this journey and broaden your horizons. Big Bro. Hearing Joey's words, Nustort, Moscato, Mash, Custard, and some others all rushed over, clinging to Joey's legs, afraid they'd be dragged back to studying. Kids, after all, always hated studying. Chapter 89, Next Target. Ha ha ha. He he he. Nustort and Moscato. These two little rascals were running all over the deck. The ship was moving at a good speed. However, being a large vessel, its stability was unquestionable. It ensured both speed and steadiness. Joey watched the two kids dashing around, shaking his head with a smile. They were still so young. Nustort had just turned 4. Mash, Cornstarch, and Moscato, 3 siblings, were only 3 years old. Still way too young. Humph. Mash huffed in dissatisfaction. A bunch of little brats, just running around aimlessly. This is the time to remain calm and composed, carrying ourselves with dignity. Cornstarch nodded in agreement. That's right, we should be elegant. Ha ha ha. Joey couldn't help but laugh. He asked gently, Mash, Cornstarch, who taught you that? Mash blushed. Big brother. Teacher Zhuge Liang taught us that we must maintain our poise and composure because the Charlotte family is destined to stand at the top of the world. We must present ourselves accordingly. Joey chuckled and nodded. Oh, is that so? Then, he continued, is training with your Mr. Zhuge Liang and Lady Scat-Hack exhausting? Ugh. Cornstarch let out an adorable whimper, scratching her little head. Actually, it's not tiring at all. We're just learning the basics. Every day, we only study for a short time, but. The little one struggled to put her thoughts into words. They were still just kids, after all. He he he. Joey chuckled, shaking his head. Honestly, Scat-Hack and Zhuge Liang were both brilliant teachers who adapted their lessons to each student. Scat-Hack had trained countless great heroes and powerful magicians. Zhuge Liang had once manipulated his entire war era like a chessboard. Their abilities spoke for themselves. Neither of them would resort to dull, rigid teaching methods. Still, kids would always be kids. No matter how mature they seemed, they still didn't like studying. Defuku walked over curiously. Mash, Cornstarch, did they give you homework? Mash nodded. Big brother Defuku, both of them assign us homework. But it's not too hard. As long as we focus, we finish quickly. Defuku and Oven instantly looked like they had swallowed a bug. They were students too. Then why were their assignments so brutal? Their lessons were anything but easy. After returning, they had to survive 10 minutes against Scat-Hack in battle. 10 minutes? That was basically a joke. Even in a fair fight, barely anyone in this world could hold their own against Scat-Hack for that long under an equal level. Even if she held back, they still struggled. Sigh. Oven sighed heavily. Guess we're in for another beating. Joey didn't say much, he just watched the two boys with a smile. This was a good way for them to grow. Strict teachers made excellent students. As their big brother, he felt bad for them, but he couldn't show it. If he did, these little rascals would always hide behind him in the future. He had to let them grow stronger. Not just for the family's sake, but for their own. Joey never saw his siblings as tools. They were family. Real, cherished family. People had emotions. They weren't heartless statues. Huff huff. Nustort and Moscato ran up, panting heavily. Actually, these two kids had excellent potential. Moscato was a given. Even in the original story, Big Mom had taken 40 years of his lifespan in her crazy mode, and let's not forget that not just anyone could stand in front of a rampaging Big Mom. As for Nustort, in the original story, he traveled the world alone as a child and made a huge name for himself. He was even rumored to have been invited to become a warlord of the sea. Whether that was true or not, Joey didn't know. But where there's smoke, there's fire. His potential was undeniable. Huh. Oven raised a brow. Wait a minute. With your physical strength, you two shouldn't be panting like this just from running. It was odd. Joey had already boosted their potential to gold rank 1, plus they had Big Mom's bloodline. Their talent and genetics were top-notch. Something wasn't adding up. Oh. Nustort blinked in confusion. Big Brother Oven, we weren't just playing around. We were training. Master taught us this method. It's really simple and not hard at all. It lets us use up all our energy while playing and recover quickly. Moscato nodded. That's right. Master Scathach said this will help us grow better. Wait a second. Defuku and Oven suddenly realized something. That didn't make sense. Scathach always treated all students equally. Why would she only teach this to the little kids and not them? Joey smirked. He already understood Scathach's intentions. But some things had to be figured out on their own. Otherwise, if they failed, they'd only have themselves to blame for not being observant enough. Defuku suddenly asked, Nustort, did Master say you could teach us? Nustort nodded. Of course. If you and Big Brother Oven want to learn, you can. All right. Defuku and Oven exchanged a look. Without hesitation, they started learning. They finally understood a little bit. He. Joey watched the 4 boys busy themselves again and chuckled. Defuku and Oven finally caught on. Now they'll be fine when they return. Otherwise, Scathach really would have punished them. Mash tilted her head in confusion. Cornstarch, however, seemed to get it. This was Master's test for Big Brother Defuku and Big Brother Oven. If they studied properly, then that's the end of it. But if they didn't, Master would definitely discipline them. Joey smiled. That's right. Those two have a strong desire to improve. If they didn't, they'd deserve the punishment. Oh. After about 15 minutes of training. Thud. The 2 boys collapsed to the ground. Joey walked over, crouching down. Defuku, Oven, you're already worn out. Big Brother. Oven weakly gasped. This is exhausting. Teacher Scathach combined some of the body training techniques. It's not just physical conditioning, it strengthens every part of the body. Huff. Defuku was equally drained. Master is truly amazing. Such a simple method, yet so effective. Joey nodded in agreement. That's Master for you. This training method allows steady growth from childhood. He clapped his hands. All right, you little rascals, go rest. Don't get too comfortable, Lady Scathach is waiting for you in Tato Land. If you slack off, you'll regret it. At that moment, several maids arrived. One of them bowed respectfully. Lord Joey, Lady Scathach has ordered a medicinal bath for the 4 young masters after training. Also, she has set training sessions twice a day, morning and night, for the best results. Joey chuckled. She really has everything planned out. The maid continued, Yes, Lord Joey. Twice a day is optimal. Too much would be counterproductive. Joey nodded. All right then, take these 4 brats down for their medicinal baths. Let them rest well. Life goes on, after all. He waved dismissively at the 4 boys. The 4 troublemakers were carried off. Afterward, Joey settled onto a sofa on the deck. On the ship, sofas and tea tables were always prepared on the deck, along with hot tea available at all times. The master of this household, Joey, loved drinking tea and reading books, so naturally, everything had to be arranged accordingly. Mash and Cornstarch sat across from Joey, watching their eldest brother read and sip tea. The 2 little girls were clearly delighted. Snap. Joey closed his book and smiled. What's up with you two? Mash, with a cute expression, said, Big bro, I just feel like it's been a long time since we've had a moment alone like this. Joey responded warmly, if you like, you can always come find me. I'd never turn you away. You, Cornstarch scratched her golden hair and cutely said, but we don't want to disturb you, big bro. Truthfully, in terms of appearance, Mash and Cornstarch had rather ordinary looks. Moreover, Cornstarch was particularly shorter than most people. But Joey never cared about those things. They were his little siblings, and he had never looked down on anyone. Bonk. Joey sat up and lightly knocked the two girls on their heads, laughing. What are you even thinking? Do I seem like that kind of person? Seriously, you two always let your imaginations run wild. Then he leaned back, smiling. Big bro will always welcome you, anytime. No matter when, you can always come find me. The two girls held their heads, but they were grinning happily. However, Cornstarch, more than Mash, put on a little mature act and curiously asked, Big bro, where are we heading next? Joey didn't treat it like a child's question. Talent was something that manifested early, especially in this world. It wasn't strange for kids to show remarkable potential from a young age. That's why Joey never hesitated to nurture his younger siblings. If they had extraordinary talent, all the better. Hearing Cornstarch's question, Joey explained, this journey is mainly about locating the Long-Arm Tribe, Long-Leg Tribe, Snake-Neck Tribe, Three-Eye Tribe, Angel Tribe, and searching for other rare tribes, as well as investigating whether the Dragon Tribe might still exist. As for the Mink Tribe, the chances of finding them this time are low. Oh. Cornstarch nodded cutely, while Mash asked curiously, Big bro, doesn't our family already have these races? Except for the Angel and this Dragon Tribe, why are we looking for more? Dummy sis. Cornstarch pouted like a little grown-up. Sis, you're such a dummy. Don't you get it? Just a few people. A few dozen. Even a few hundred. That's not nearly enough. We need more citizens. A whole nation with less than 200,000 people. That's way too few. Watching Cornstarch scold Mash like a little adult, Joey felt quite satisfied and said, Cornstarch is right. Tato Land is meant to be a sanctuary for all non-human races. It's incredibly important that we bring in more citizens. Oh, that reminds me. Suddenly, Joey turned to Cornstarch and asked, Little one, do you want to help Big Bro? Or maybe help Amanda with her work? Cornstarch froze, completely caught off guard. Chapter 90, Saving the Three-Eyed Tribe. Joey took out a devil fruit from the family's emblem and placed it in front of Cornstarch. Huh. Big Bro. Cornstarch stared at the devil fruit in disbelief. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Heh, ha ha ha. Joey watched his little sister's hesitation with amusement and teased, Cornstarch, didn't you say you wanted to help your big brother? What's wrong? Are you backing out now, little girl? Hearing this, Cornstarch immediately stood firm. Of course not. I'd never back down, she huffed. With a defiant snort, she grabbed the devil fruit and took big bites, swallowing it down quickly. Mash watched her little sister happily. Anyone had to admit Joey had done an excellent job raising them. Among the siblings, jealousy never existed. If they could do something, they did it. If they couldn't, they didn't try to force themselves into something beyond their ability. The reason was simple. In the Charlotte family, if you wanted something, big brother Joey wouldn't refuse you. However, if you took something but didn't have the ability to make use of it, you'd only feel embarrassed. Joey smiled warmly. Little girl, do you know what it means to take this honey fruit? Though still young, Cornstarch answered firmly, Big bro. I will definitely become a worthy minister. Haha. Joey nodded with a gentle smile, then handed her a modified firearm. Then, this gun is yours. It's called the Bee Sting A Specially Modified Pistol. Its bullets are like bee stingers, able to pierce through anything with ease. And his tone suddenly turned serious. Cornstarch, from today onward, you are the Minister of Honey for Paradise Island. The cute little Cornstarch straightened up and declared, I won't let you down. Joey ruffled her hair with a chuckle. All right, don't be too tense. From now on, you'll need to study hard. No matter what you want to do, since you've taken this position, you must work for it. Got it. MHM. Hearing Joey's words, Cornstarch nodded her little head firmly. After a moment of thought, Joey continued. No matter what happens, once you've made a choice, you must not give up easily. The word responsibility sounds simple, but carrying it is not easy. Understand, little one. His voice was gentle, but there was a quiet strength in his words. Cornstarch didn't say anything. She simply picked up the remaining honey fruit. Crunch. She continued eating it bite by bite. Devil fruits were known for their terrible taste, but to Cornstarch, this one felt a little different. She then picked up the bee-sting gun and smiled brightly. Big bro. I swear, I'll never let you down. Joey shook his head with a warm smile. You don't need to prove anything to me. Just don't let yourself down. You've made a decision. If your future self disappoints your present self, wouldn't that be an even bigger regret? He patiently guided both his little sisters. Between the two, Mash was naturally more skilled in combat. However, her thinking and other abilities were not as sharp. Which was normal. After all, just like Brûlé and Broy. Even though they were sisters, their talents were vastly different. It wasn't strange at all. In fact, it was completely normal. Time goes by. Joey was living quite a relaxed life. Drinking tea, reading newspapers, flipping through books. Practicing swordsmanship here and there. Speaking of which, his greatsword's overall strength had already reached bronze level 7. However, after reaching that level, his progress slowed down dramatically. It had gotten ridiculously slow. By his estimation, if he didn't rely on any external factors, his silver greatsword would need a long time to go from bronze level 7 to his current silver level 3. There were only 5 levels in between, yet the gap was enormous. Still, after some research, Joey realized that aside from improving his swordsmanship, there weren't many ways to enhance his greatsword's combat ability. It was frustrating, but nothing he could do about it. Ever since awakening Silver Greatsword, he had maintained an unshakable routine: 3 hours of sword training every day. Other than that, he simply enjoyed the voyage in peace. They had been sailing for 5 days now. Soon, they would arrive at their first destination. As for those 6 brats, they weren't a problem at all. Each of them had their own studies to focus on. Their teachers had already assigned plenty of coursework. In fact, even before they left Tato Land, their mentors had anticipated what their situation would be like and had prepared a structured curriculum for them. Down to the last detail. Before, Joey had to personally teach them. Now, he didn't even have to lift a finger. Because of that, Joey could just sit back, sip tea, and enjoy his books. Sighing in contentment, he muttered, "This is the life. Teaching my younger siblings was nice and all, but now that they have proper mentors, I can finally relax. So nice." With a satisfied smile, he closed his eyes and stretched. However, this leisurely life was only temporary. A little relaxation was fine, but he couldn't get too comfortable. After all, he had ambitions. Big ones. More importantly, Scathach or Zhuge Liang. Why did they so readily agree to train the Charlotte family? The answer was simple. They saw the ambition and drive burning within Joey. For people like them, the idea of nurturing someone who could one day rule over everything was an interesting prospect. That was why they agreed. But if Joey ever lost that fire in his heart, those two wouldn't hesitate to leave. "Chief." A man in black approached and bowed respectfully. "We're about to arrive." Joey put down his book and said, "Judging by the route, 5 days sounds about right. The land of the three-eyed tribe." He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed at the approaching island. The weather in the New World was unpredictable. Even the most experienced navigators couldn't fully control the changing skies. Of course, Nami was an exception. That girl was a total cheat. No joke. Her ability to sense weather changes with her amazing body was basically a bug in the system. Overall, mastering navigation in the New World was incredibly difficult. Joey murmured to himself, "So this is where the three-eyed tribe has been hiding. A secluded island." But boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of cannon fire erupted. Joey's ears twitched slightly. He already knew what was happening. As expected, no matter how well they hid, as long as they were a different race, those greedy bastards would never stop hunting them. They had already found the hidden home of the three-eyed tribe. For these lunatics, once they set their sights on a target, they wouldn't show any mercy. The three-eyed tribe was an extremely rare race, and their value on the black market was staggering. Ha ha ha. Boys. I knew they were here. These three-eyed freaks have been hiding out in this place. Round them all up. With this deal, we won't even need to be pirates anymore. After this haul, we'll be filthy rich. Rah. A horde of pirates roared like madmen. Their eyes were bloodshot. No, they weren't just acting crazy, they were already completely insane. They had become demons, entirely consumed by greed. At this moment on this desolate island, a woman stood at the front, struggling to hold off the attack. Behind her were many members of the three-eyed tribe, most of whom weren't suited for combat at all. The three-eyed tribe was an incredibly unique race. Their third eye possessed special abilities. And because of these abilities, many people considered them prized possessions, something to be collected and exploited when needed. This was one of the main reasons why their numbers had dwindled over time. Elder, take the children and run. That's right. You need to escape while you still can. A group of three-eyed tribe members blocked the woman's path. They had already resolved to sacrifice themselves so that the elderly and the children could escape. In the past, their fathers had done the same. And now it was their turn to protect their young. Such was the fate of the three-eyed tribe. Or rather, such was the fate of nearly all non-human races. To humans, they were outcasts. Hunted and persecuted. It was as if mankind wanted to wipe them out completely. But why? Perhaps it was human nature to reject anything different. Or maybe it was because the unique powers of these races instilled fear in them. The elder remained silent. She had already experienced this nightmare once before. And now, after only a few short years of peace, it was happening again. Sigh. With a heavy heart, she murmured, "Perhaps this is all my fault. If not for my stubborn pride, we could have sought refuge in Tato land and avoided this suffering." Truth be told, every non-human race knew about Tato land's sanctuary. Many had flocked there joyfully. The stronger races had their own means of survival, but some were simply too proud to seek help. And now the three-eyed tribe was about to pay the price for that pride. Tap. At that moment the sound of footsteps echoed. A gentle voice cut through the chaos. "Are you just going to give up like this? Surrendering in this way is meaningless." Everyone turned their heads instantly. A lone figure approached. It was Joey. Every member of the three-eyed tribe knew his face. But none of them had expected that Joey would actually appear here. The elder murmured in disbelief, "The Charlotte clan's chief." You. Joey smiled warmly. "No need to panic. Whether the three-eyed tribe agrees or not, Tato land is already home to some of your kind. For their sake, I will save you all." His gentle smile washed over them like a soothing breeze. Demonic slash. Boom. A terrifying slash ripped through the battlefield, instantly splitting a pirate ship in half. Ah. What the hell just happened? Damn it. Jump into the sea. Jump. Dozens of pirates were slaughtered on the spot, while many others frantically leaped into the ocean, desperately swimming toward the shore. If they could just make it to land, they might still have a chance. Their speed was impressive. But someone was faster. Gurgle. Oven's fists burned red-hot, boiling like magma. Nekai Jigaku boiling sea. He plunged his fists into the water. In an instant, the ocean heated up. The entire coastal waters turned into a scalding hot spring. And the temperature kept rising at an alarming rate. At its core, the heat fruit could raise temperatures without limit, even surpassing magma itself. Ah. Help. I'm dying. Within moments, all that remained were the lifeless bodies of pirates, boiled like chickens in a pot. Daifuku. Oven. They had just made their grand debut. Chapter 91, 2 words. Tato land. Bonus. Roaring sounds and explosions were echoing endlessly. From start to finish, it was nothing but a joke. Humph. Daifuku snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Heh heh heh. Oven crossed his arms arrogantly, steam rising from his body like boiling water vapor. No matter how you looked at it, both of them exuded absolute confidence and dominance. Stepping forward to stand beside Joey, Oven grinned and said, "Big bro. It's all taken care of. Just a bunch of trash. And these guys call themselves pirates." Humph. Daifuku scoffed and added, "Big bro, if this kind of garbage keeps coming, we'll just keep wiping them out. They're nothing but worthless scum." Looking at his two younger brothers, Joey responded gently, "You little brats, so arrogant now. It's fine to have pride, but don't be reckless. Understand? Whether your opponent is strong or weak, you should always go all out." "Got it, big bro." "Understood." The two brothers obediently accepted the lesson. After all, they were still young and reckless. But that's how youth should be. Otherwise, what's the point of being young? Looking at his brothers warmly, Joey sighed with a chuckle, "Haha, I know you two aren't convinced. But that's fine. If young men aren't a little reckless, what will they become in the future? It's true, I've been focusing so much on your growth that I forgot you're still just kids." Oven quickly shook his head, "Big bro. No. We understand, you're doing this for our own good." Daifuku nodded, "Yeah. Big bro, it's nothing. Plenty of people might want to harm us, but you never would." Hearing the three brothers talk, the Third Eye tribe members standing nearby felt like they were turning to stone. They stood there in silence. Wait, what? Kids? These two towering monsters, nearly 2 meters tall, are just kids. Huh? Is this some kind of joke? Right now, Daifuku was wearing a blue coat, sporting short yellow hair and earrings, radiating the aura of a total thug. Oven had fiery orange hair styled into 3 flame-like spikes, resembling a professional boxer. He wore no shirt, just a cape, orange pants, and gloves. In short, these two looked like anything but gangsters. And yet, they were only kids. No joke, at this moment, the Third Eye tribe members felt like their entire lives had been a waste. If this was true, they might as well just drop dead now. Right then. Heh heh heh. Joey turned to them with a warm smile. "Apologies, Elder." The Elder hurriedly waved her hands, "Charlotte clan leader, my name is Lee. Please, just call me by my name. Elder is too much. Too much." She frantically shook her head. There was no comparison. None at all. The Charlotte family had only recently begun to make their mark on the world. But their strength, status, and methods were already fully on display. The Third Eye tribe, on the brink of extinction, couldn't possibly compare. Joey didn't stand on ceremony. "Miss Lee, then I won't be polite. Let's speak plainly, I don't like wasting words. You already know my invitation. What's your decision?" Half a month ago, he had sent invitations to both the Third Eye tribe and the Snackneck tribe. However, unlike the Snackneck tribe, the Third Eye tribe was being stubborn. The Snackneck tribe had been decisive. Hearing that the highest-ranking minister in Tato land was Charlotte Amanda. It didn't matter who she was. What mattered was that she was from the Snackneck tribe. That alone was enough. All the Snackneck tribe members had eagerly rushed toward Tato land, ready to surrender. Watching Lee and the other Third Eye tribe members remain silent, Joey remained patient and warm. "It seems like you and your people still haven't made up your minds. In that case, we'll be leaving. You'll have to handle the rest on your own." That's what he said. But knowing Joey's nature, if they didn't obediently fall in line, they could expect mysterious attacks, relentless assaults, one after another. If anyone thought Joey was a nice guy, they were gravely mistaken. Gentle. Kind. That was just one side of him. Cold, ruthless, merciless, that was the true nature of a ruler. Right and wrong. Good and evil. Light and darkness. All of it converged within Joey. For this man, there was no distinction between light and dark. Only absolute chaos. That was the nature of a ruler. Holding absolute power meant never letting anyone see through your thoughts. That was what true leadership demanded. Wait. as Joey was about to leave without hesitation. Lei didn't dare waste another second. She rushed forward anxiously, calling out, "Lord Charlotte! Lord Charlotte! You." Joey responded gently, "Miss Lei, you better understand something. My Charlotte family doesn't need the three-eyed tribe. Scattered across the seas, there are still a couple of thousand three-eyed people already residing in Tato land. Without my protection, your tribe will be utterly wiped out, reduced to slaves for everyone else." His voice was warm, even soft. It was almost as if he was joking. But Lei felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, Lei looked at the men before her, hands hidden within the wide sleeves of his coat, exuding the demeanor of a refined nobleman. A sudden shiver coursed through her. She understood. Terrifying. This man was terrifying enough to make one's blood freeze. He was someone who held everything within the palm of his hand. Taking a deep breath, Lei forced herself to stay calm and asked cautiously, "Lord Charlotte, can you guarantee the safety of the three-eyed tribe?" Lei wasn't an ambitious person. All she wanted was to ensure the survival of her tribe. Right now, Tato land seemed like a utopia. But the problem was who knew if, once Tato land became strong enough, they would enslave all the other races. It wasn't an impossible scenario. That was why Lei was being so cautious. But Joey had no intention of indulging her hesitation. "Don't want to come. I'm not begging you." Now that Joey was leaving, today. Right now. The three-eyed tribe would be erased from the seas, their bodies reduced to nothing but corpses. Did they really think Joey was some benevolent saint? He was gathering various races to fulfill his mother's dream. And also because he was a perfectionist. But as long as the seed was planted, that was enough. A few thousand survivors could still grow and reproduce over time. Throughout his record, Joey had always shown a gentle, kind demeanor. To the world, Joey appeared to be a reasonable, approachable man. But people should never forget. Even the likes of Kano country's great rulers treated Joey with utmost respect. Did they think that was just because of his kindness? Don't be ridiculous. It was simply because this man never had to reveal his blade. Hypocrite. Villain. These titles meant nothing to Joey. He only cared about achieving his goals. Heh. Hearing Lei's response, Daifuku sneered, "This is honestly hilarious. You want to submit to Tato land, yet you have to ask if we will protect your people." Oven, ever the brute, growled, "What you should be worried about is whether you even deserve Tato land's protection." They were far from the main settlement of the three-eyed tribe. Lei knew that much. Some things she had to handle on her own, without alarming her people. Joey spoke calmly, "Miss Lei, you don't need to overthink this. For Tato land, success is inevitable. If you're wondering why, it's simple. Tato land is the country my Charlotte family is building. Our success is simply natural." His tone was light-hearted. Unconcerned. Joey remained as composed as ever. Lei fell silent. Joey, however, had already turned to leave, his voice drifting back, "Tomorrow morning. If you wish to submit, meet us at the coast and be ready to depart. If not, we'll leave without you." Humph. Daifuku and Oven radiated killing intent. These two brothers knew exactly what their older brother meant. Over the years, why were Daifuku and Oven so powerful, so ruthless? Because they had followed Joey for too long. Back when the Charlotte family was still rising, Pirospiro had to stay home to manage things, Compote and Katakuri had to oversee the family's affairs. That left Joey, Daifuku, and Oven to act freely across the seas. These two brothers had grown up in bloodshed. To put it bluntly, they were so drenched in darkness, they could never turn back. As for whether we can protect the three-eyed tribe, Tato land. Those two words are enough. At that moment, Joey's voice echoed in Lei's ears once more. And with that, Lei finally understood what she had to do. If she still refused to see reason, one chance, two chances. But there wouldn't be a third. Back on the ship, Daifuku asked seriously, "Big bro, these three-eyed people really are ungrateful, huh?" Hearing the situation, his other siblings were also displeased. For the Charlotte family, loyalty to the family was everything. Little Cornstarch tilted her head thoughtfully and said, Daifuku, oven, if we calculate the timing, shouldn't Opera be arriving around dawn? Of course, Opera was leading a massive fleet behind them. Their job was to escort the three-eyed tribe away. After all, there were still 10,000 of them. In this era, a standard ship could hold about 10,000 people at best. But the Charlotte family's shipbuilding skills were quite advanced. The craftsmanship of the dwarves that Joey got from another world and Wayno's artisans was undeniably top tier. With both at work, building ships capable of holding thousands was effortless. Hearing Cornstarch's question, Oven nodded, yeah, Opera should be here by dawn. Cornstarch tilted her head and smiled. If they refuse to obey, just kill them all. Not a single one left. Pirates attacked, and we were just too late to save them. Nothing we could do, right? After all, they chose not to listen. Daifuku laughed loudly, ha. Kid, I like you. That's the spirit of our Charlotte family. Teacher Zhuge Liang always said, mercy and ruthlessness must go hand in hand. But Daifuku smirked. Mercy just isn't my thing. I'll stick to just ruthlessness. Daifuku and Oven both liked this ruthless little sister. Family bonds in the Charlotte clan ran deep. All right. Joey spoke. Let's just wait patiently. I trust that smart people will make smart choices. Chapter 92, Katakuri, the Unbeatable Monster. The next day. At the break of dawn. Splash, a massive fleet sailed swiftly across the waters. Leading the charge was none other than Opera. Standing at the bow, wielding the Azure Dragon crescent blade. How should one put it? Opera now felt completely different. He wasn't the same person he used to be. Now. He carried himself like an arrogant general. But that arrogance came with undeniable strength. There was no doubt about it. Opera had improved in every way possible, not just in strength, but in all aspects. He had transformed completely. A young warrior who had walked through a sea of blood. There was no question about it. Splash, the massive fleet and ships slowly approached the shore. With a powerful leap, Opera landed aboard another vessel. Excited, he called out, Big bro. Daifuku. Oven. And you four brats. Daifuku and Oven grinned at him. Oven chuckled, Opera, you sure got here early. Opera laughed. Big bro told me to move fast. This trip isn't meant to take too long. Besides, if those three-eyed tribe people don't behave, humph. With a cold snort, Opera declared, then we'll just wipe them out and then help counter bring back the Snake-Neck tribe. There were some minor issues on that side. It was true. The brothers all agreed with Opera's stance. Disobedience. Disobedience meant death. Did anyone really think the Charlotte family was a charity? Don't be ridiculous. Every single member of the Charlotte family was ruthless. They were merciless, plain and simple. Clap. Joey stepped forward. All right, no need to be so tense. You're all talking about killing like it's nothing. They haven't refused, they just need time to consider. Oh, by the way, Katakuri has already arrived at Fishman Island. According to him, things are getting a little messy over there. Huh. Oven frowned. Someone's stirring up trouble on Fishman Island. Joey sighed. Not just some whole lot of people. Those guys don't see Fishman Island or the Charlotte family as a threat at all. TSK, what a hassle. Let Katakuri clean them up properly. Cornstarch commented, honestly, Big bro, I think it's because Fishman Island hasn't raised Big Mom's pirate flag yet. Those pirates must have thought they could get away with it. Hearing that, Joey thought for a moment and nodded. That's possible. But whether that's the case or not, it doesn't matter. Since they dared to challenge the Charlotte family, they must pay the price. This is the perfect opportunity for Katakuri to make a name for himself. All right. He changed the subject. Enough about Katakuri. We have our own business to take care of. Let's either take over or destroy the three-eyed tribe. Understood, Big bro, the others responded in unison, following Joey's lead. Splash, the massive fleet slowly made its way toward the island's shore. As the ships docked, Li watched the approaching fleet and warriors, murmuring to herself, I made the right decision. For the sake of the three-eyed tribe, I made the best possible choice. I just hope. I hope I wasn't wrong. A deep, solemn murmur. Li didn't want to become the sinner of her people. And so, she had no choice but to make a decision. But Li wasn't a naive child. She knew very well if she didn't make the right choice, the Charlotte family wouldn't let her off easily. Given the circumstances, she ultimately knew what she had to do. Resist. Die. Neither was an option for her. She could only pray that she had chosen correctly. With a warm smile, Joey stepped off the ship and said gently, Miss Li, you made the right choice. Rest assured, I will have Opera personally escort the three-eyed tribe back to Tato land. From now on, your people will live in safety. Li bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Joey. Joey nodded in satisfaction, quite pleased with the title she addressed him with. Then he paid her no further attention. To him, she was insignificant. If not for the three-eyed tribe, he wouldn't have even acknowledged her existence. Daifuku, Oven, and Opera would handle the rest. Playing with a vial of liquid in his hand, Joey murmured, Katakuri, this is your stage. This gift. Big Bro has prepared it just for you. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. This place was extremely dangerous. For pirates, it was the gateway to the new world. And here, countless pirates acted like madmen. Whether it was mermaids or the unique resources of Fishman Island, they were all treasures worth a fortune. But, did they really think they could just take whatever they wanted? Ah. No. Help. Screams of agony. Painful wails. Neptune swallowed hard seeing this. Not just him. Queen Otoheim, Fisher Tiger, and all the high-ranking officials of the Ryugu Kingdom stared at the battlefield in shock. They were completely stunned. Compote stood tall at the bow, watching the battle unfold. Neptune and the others were here as well. This area was perfectly safe as Linlin was right behind them. There was no danger at all. Compote sighed. Katakuri, he has gotten even stronger. After the God Valley War, his presence has changed significantly. Cracker, resting his massive sword on his shoulder, crouched on the deck and grinned. Well, isn't that natural, Compote? We're the Charlotte family. This level of dominance is only to be expected. Ha ha ha. Compote burst into laughter. You're absolutely right. For us, this is only natural. Hearing their conversation, everyone could feel it. That deep, undeniable pride. Not arrogance. But pure, unshakable confidence. The pride of being part of the Charlotte family. This wasn't a joke. It was real, through and through. Neptune and the others remained silent. So this was the Charlotte family. At least 10,000 pirates had gathered on Fishman Island. And yet against this one young man. They were completely helpless. Though he was still young, already surpassing 2 meters in height, his terrifying strength sent chills down everyone's spine. Each of them trembled in fear. Step. Katakuri strode forward, lifting his gaze. His crimson eyes gleamed coldly. Holding his trident in one hand, he asked icily, Did you really think Fishman Island wasn't under the protection of the Big Mom pirates? You trash, what the hell do you think you're doing? Die. You brat. We'll kill you. Whoosh. Pirates lunged at him. Katakuri didn't even flinch. His trident lashed out in a single, fluid motion. So simple. Effortless. He pierced the pirate's forehead clean through. No wasted movement. Katakuri, trained by Scat-Hack, had perfected his control over his strength. And this was only the beginning. Brat. The pirate captain roared angrily. Who the hell do you think you are? Even if your family leader, your big brother, were here, we'd still cut him down. Do you really think Fishman Island belongs to you? Mochi thrust. Katakuri struck without hesitation, his trident spinning like a drill as it pierced straight through the pirate captain's body, making him scream in agony. Katakuri's attack was ruthless. He didn't even aim for a vital spot, just enough to leave the man paralyzed, writhing on the ground. Ugh. The pirate captain moaned, his body drained of blood, now nothing more than a broken shell. Crack! Katakuri stepped onto his chest, his voice icy. Who gave you the guts to even mention my brother's name? You think death isn't something to be afraid of? All right then. Katakuri crouched slightly, his gaze colder than ever. Let me show you what it really means to suffer. Gurgle. Katakuri's leg morphed into Mochi. Like writhing serpents, the Mochi tendrils slithered into the pirate's open wound, burrowing into his body. Aha! The man let out a horrifying scream. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even make a sound. His mouth was already sealed shut by Mochi. Within moments, he endured unbearable agony before succumbing to death. His body swelled grotesquely, like an overinflated balloon. Every inch of his flesh, every fiber of his being, was stuffed with Mochi until he was forcefully stretched apart, bursting from within. The pain he experienced before death was beyond imagination. Now then, it's your turn. Katakuri lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd with chilling indifference. A total of 10,923 men. Good. None of you tried to run. Not that you could. This place is now a battlefield. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Smack. With steady steps, Katakuri advanced. Even against thousands of foes, he remained fearless. What did numbers matter? If he was to become the pillar of their family, the right hand of his big brother, then no matter how many enemies stood before him, they were all destined to die. He would become the unstoppable war god of the Charlotte family. Rhea. With an earth-shaking roar, Katakuri launched into action. Unstoppable Mochi blade bullet. Burning Mochi. Katakuri hurled his trident first, impaling multiple pirates before it embedded itself into the ground. Then his left hand transformed into a Mochi Gatling gun, while his right ignited with flames. What followed was a massacre. Pirates fell one after another, too slow to react. Some were skewered, others blasted apart by his burning punches. Explosions roared, bodies were sent flying. Unlike Luffy, who had intimidated 50,000 men in the original story, Katakuri wasn't just scaring them. He intended to slaughter them all. Die. Ha! The pirates weren't about to just stand there and get killed. This was the age of pirates. No one survived by luck alone. Every one of them was a hardened killer. They struck back instantly. Humph. Katakuri snorted. From his shoulders, two Mochi spikes shot out, wrapped in armament haki, impaling his attackers. He tore through the battlefield like a true war god. Fists, feet, weapons, used everything at his disposal, each attack claiming another life. Even those who dared to get close never saw it coming. At any moment, a Mochi spike could pierce straight through their chest. And so more and more pirates hesitated, growing afraid to strike. Drip. As the battle raged on, Katakuri stood alone, cutting down thousands. Blood pooled beneath him, forming streams that trickled down the sloping battlefield like a crimson river. Slaughter. That single word echoed in Katakuri's mind. He would wipe out every last one of them. He would carve the Charlotte family's name into history with their corpses. This was the man once hailed in the original story as the strongest of the Charlotte family, an unbeatable monster. Now at just this young age, he was already proving his power. One day, he would rise from the mountain of corpses and ocean of blood. He would stand at the very peak of the world. Chapter 93, The Big Mom Pirate's Flag. Drip. Step by step, he walked forward. Katakuri's figure was now drenched in crimson. But it wasn't his own blood, it was the blood of his enemies. But none of that mattered. Katakuri didn't care about such things. As long as he crushed every last enemy, that was enough. No. Is this guy a demon? He's not human at all. Help me. Even these ruthless pirates, men who had long abandoned fear, were now trembling. To be honest, for the truly powerful, a strong conqueror's haki could instantly take down 50,000, 100,000, or even more. But Ho's people only fainted. They weren't dead. While it created a shocking spectacle, the mental impact wasn't absolute. Anyone with a brain knew that those who fell were nothing but ants. The real threats were the ones still standing. But the problem was Katakuri didn't just use haki and focus on those who stood. He was killing them all. That was what truly instilled fear. Drip. Blood pooled on the ground, flowing like a small stream down the hillside. Katakuri's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. 730 of you remain. If this is all you have to offer, I don't know who gave you the courage to show up here. Aya. No. The celestial dragons. It's all because of those damn celestial dragons. They set us up. As Katakuri continued his slaughter, the pirates screamed, their voices like a dam breaking, desperately trying to plead for mercy. But it was meaningless. At this moment, amidst the massacre, the people of the Ryugu kingdom felt both fear and fury. Queen Otohime had always longed for peaceful coexistence. But reality was right before her eyes. Sigh. Otohime murmured softly, her voice tinged with sorrow. Maybe I was wrong. Peaceful coexistence is just an illusion. In their eyes, the fishmen and merfolk are nothing more than pets. Cracker nodded. You're absolutely right. To humans, all non-human races are just pets. Hearing Cracker's blunt words, the crowd fell silent. Compote spoke even more directly, so stop dreaming. Peace. Coexistence. That's impossible. This world is real and brutal. Strength is all that matters. Mondi agreed. That's why following Big Bro is the best choice for your future. Otherwise, your fate is nothing but darkness. One by one, they spoke. And the people of Ryugu Kingdom had no words to refute them. Deep inside, they understood. Splat. From the sea of corpses and blood, a lone figure emerged. Charlotte Katakuri. Third son of the Charlotte family. Vice captain of the Big Mom Pirates. The strongest of the Sweet Commanders. Even at just 11 years old, he had already begun to shine with invincible brilliance. The reason was simple. Once upon a time, as a child, Katakuri trained under his eldest brother. Joey had placed young Katakuri on a couch and spoken to him gently. Katakuri, do you know? One day, you will be an invincible man. You will surpass everyone beyond even mother. You will be the unshakable pillar of our family. The sharpest blade that cuts down anyone who dares to challenge us. Those words had never left him. And so, step by step, he climbed higher. The strongest. Invincible. Forever. Katakuri would never fail because he was the strongest. Slam. Clenching his fist, he took hold of his trident and strode forward, whispering, Big Bro, can you see me? I will never disappoint you. I am the blade of our family. I am Charlotte Katakuri. A firm resolve. Sharp eyes. A strange sensation suddenly surged through him. Cough, cough. Katakuri abruptly started coughing violently. Then everything returned to normal. He frowned slightly. What was that just now? Did I overexert myself? No. That shouldn't be possible for me. Pushing aside his doubts, he set them aside for another time. Right now he had one task left. To claim Fishman Island as Big Mom Pirates' territory. Totland's domain. The Charlotte family's domain. What he didn't know was that his true power was awakening. His will. His spirit. His strength. All of it was on the verge of a complete transformation. Back on the Queen Mama chanter. Katakuri calmly said, King Neptune, everything has been handled. I'll leave it to you to clean up the bodies. At this moment, the ruthless killer and the composed leader seemed like two completely different people. This was why Katakuri was called the perfect man. Under the teachings of Scathach and Zhuge Liang, he mastered everything faster than anyone. Cracker, Compote, Daifuku, and Oven were warriors. Pyrospiro, Amanda, Broy, and Custard were strategists and administrators. Scathach and Zhuge Liang respected Joey for a reason: he knew how to utilize talent. He placed his family members in the perfect roles. Pyrospiro was cunning, making him ideal for the underworld dealings. Amanda was cold yet highly capable, making her the perfect chief minister of Totland. And Katakuri? He was near being perfect. For now, he was in charge of protecting their interests in the pirate world. As for their mother, Joey was completely unfazed. She loved to go out and have fun. If she ever got tired of adventuring, she'd return. If not, She could just be Big Mom Pirate's mascot. Understood. Neptune nodded hastily. Katakuri, I must ask one more thing, please leave the Big Mom Pirate's flag here. That's the only way. Katakuri nodded. No need to worry, King Neptune. I know what to do. Big Bro said it himself, Fishman Island is our ally, under our protection. No one will dare cause trouble here. With that, Katakuri's arm stretched into a massive form, gripping an enormous pirate flag. Slam. Step by step, he walked toward the central plaza of Fishman Island. Half an hour later, before countless onlookers, fishmen, world government officials, underground brokers, pirates, Katakuri raised the flag high. Boom. He drove it into the ground. Then, gripping his trident, he declared coldly. From this day forward, Fishman Island belongs to the Big Mom Pirates. Anyone who dares lay a hand on it will be our enemy. A battle to the death. No one doubted Katakuri's words. After all, the Big Mom Pirates weren't just about Katakuri. Just now, he had slaughtered over 10,000 men in one go. Though terrifying, those opponents weren't exactly strong. But the real problem? If you mess with Fishman Island, all Big Mom Pirates will come for you. Katakuri will come. And if Katakuri comes, so will Linlin, the Big Mom. Linlin, of the former commanders of the Rocks Pirates. Even in this era, the name of the Rocks Pirates still loomed large. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, the Big Mom. These three were once the most powerful commanders of the Rocks Pirates, their strength beyond doubt. But more importantly, the Big Mom Pirates were backed by the Charlotte family. Simply put, this was a deep pit. One wrong step, and you're dead. Regardless of what others thought, the moment that flag was planted, it signified the full realization of Joey's vision for the Charlotte family's three branches. Amanda managing Tato Land. Pirospiro overseeing the Dark Trade Guild. Katakuri leading the Big Mom Pirates. The three major branches of the Charlotte family were now complete. Getting started was always the hardest part. But once the foundation was set, everything else would come more easily. Neptune immediately stepped forward. Lady Linlin, Sir Katakuri, please. The royal palace has prepared a banquet in your honor. Good. The group followed Neptune toward Ryugu Kingdom. Queen Otoheim remained silent, shaking her head. At the entrance of Ryugu Palace, Fisher Tiger deliberately lagged behind before finally speaking. Your Majesty, your vision was not wrong. In the past, Fishman Island had no choice but to seek the world government's recognition in order to peacefully coexist with humans. However, Tiger's expression turned serious. Now, we have backing. Do we really need to fear humans anymore? In the past, the fishmen were not incapable of fighting back. They simply couldn't afford to. They feared provoking the Marines and bringing disaster upon themselves. But now, things were different. With the protection of the Big Mom Pirates, with the backing of the Charlotte family, it was time to fight back. Otoheim sighed in distress. That's exactly what worries me. If we begin to retaliate, the fishmen's long-repressed anger toward humanity will be unleashed entirely. And when that happens... Tiger, however, shook his head. Your Majesty, no one can have it both ways. You can't expect to gain something without making sacrifices. With that, he walked away, leaving Otoheim standing there, lost in thought. Indeed. She had hoped for the protection of the Charlotte family without completely severing ties with humanity. But was that even possible? Impossible. Joey wouldn't allow it. Neither would anyone else. Fence-sitters were the first to die in times like these. Now, Otoheim had to make a choice, and she knew there was no way to avoid it. A neutral stance. Joey would never allow it. Sigh. Otoheim let out a soft breath, her decision becoming clear. Sometimes, living in constant fear and submission was far worse than taking a bold step forward. If they won, the fishman's status would be forever changed. If they lost, they would be left with nothing. But they had already come this far. Why not take the gamble? Hey. Otoheim chuckled softly. Sometimes, kindness isn't always a good thing. Indeed. Compote nodded. Your Majesty, kindness is not always a virtue. Big Brother was right. You will come to understand how to handle this matter. Hearing this, Otoheim was intrigued. Did Sir Joey foresee this? Big Brother said that while you are kind, you are also capable of making decisive choices. That means you represent the will of the fishman. Does he really think so highly of me? Big Brother believes that you are the soul of the fishmen, while Tiger represents their fighting spirit. I see. As they talked, Otoheim and Compote continued toward the palace. As for what would happen if Otoheim failed to make the right choice, no one asked. No one answered. Smart people knew better than to speak of such things. Chapter 94, New Bounties. What was going on at Fishman Island? Joey didn't know yet. But suddenly he felt his heart beat slightly faster. Huff. Letting out a slow breath, he muttered, "What is this? This heartbeat? It shouldn't be happening." However, after carefully checking himself over, he realized there was nothing wrong at all. Weird. He muttered in confusion. Big bro. Big bro. Just then, Charlotte Cornstarch ran up excitedly. Big bro. The three-eyed tribe is ready to go. Everyone's packed up, and Opera is preparing to leave. Joey snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. All right. Then, he and Cornstarch headed up to the deck. The three-eyed tribe had indeed finished preparing. But their numbers. Originally, Joey had estimated there were at least 100,000 of them. But reality proved otherwise. It was almost laughable. The entire three-eyed tribe, including those scattered outside, barely amounted to 80,000 people. That number was shocking. A whole race and not even 80,000. What kind of concept was that? Just thinking about it made it clear. Lee approached Joey respectfully. Chief, thank you for taking us in. The three-eyed tribe will be loyal citizens of Tato Land. Joey replied warmly, no need to thank me. Lady Amanda is in charge of managing Tato Land. Just report to her. Goodbye, Miss Lee. Thank you, she said, bowing deeply before stepping back. Joey simply smiled, saying nothing more. Opera then walked over. Big bro. I'm heading out. I need to get the three-eyed tribe back quickly. Cadenza, Cabaletta, and Gala are holding down the fort in the Whole Cake Sea, but it's still dangerous. Joey nodded. Go on. Stay safe. Yeah. Opera responded seriously. Stay safe. Those words made one thing clear. If things went south, Opera had the right to abandon the whole tribe and escape alone. Because, above Alopera was the most important. Splash. The fleet slowly disappeared into the distance. Joey spoke up. Now that Opera has left, it's our turn to set sail. On to the second destination. Daifuku grinned. No problem, big bro. Oven immediately started giving orders for departure. Splash. The ship set off as well, heading straight for their next destination. It wasn't far. At most, it would take 2 days to arrive. After all, the Snake Neck clan and the Three-Eyed tribe didn't live that far apart. Inside the study, Joey pondered, the intel on the Snake Neck clan is unclear. Counter hasn't been able to get solid information. All we know is that they're surrounded, and it seems like someone is waiting for an arrival. Pirates are involved, but who exactly are they waiting for? Clearly this was something worth investigating. For now, he put aside his unease about his strange heartbeat. There were more pressing matters at hand, and his body was definitely fine. If something were wrong, the system would have warned him. Thinking deeply, Joey's gaze sharpened. He knew the Snake Neck clan's situation was complicated. First, both the Snake Neck clan and the Three-Eyed tribe lived in extremely hidden locations. Second, Joey murmured, the Three-Eyed tribe was found by accident. Clearly, someone planned to capture all of them. But the Snake Neck clan's case is different. The attackers are deliberately surrounding them without attacking. That means they're after the whole clan. Interesting. Joey smirked. So, their goal is clear, they want to recruit the Snake Neck clan. But who's behind this? The Snake Neck clan has decent potential, but it's not that exceptional. He carefully considered the possibilities. If this were during the days of the Rocks pirates, it would definitely be their doing. But things were different now. The seas were in chaos. Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki, Captain John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Chinjo. One by one, these legendary monsters were rising to prominence. It might have only been half a year, but that was enough time for chaos to erupt. The Navy had been pushed to its limits. Of course, some major shifts had happened at the beginning of the year. First, Steelbone Kong, the last of the 3 admirals, was promoted to Fleet Admiral. Sengoku and Zephyr were now admirals of the Marine headquarters. Even though there were only 2 admirals now, Garp was still known as the hero of the Navy, and held the rank of Vice Admiral. In terms of overall strength, the Navy still maintained its 3-admiral system. It was just a matter of titles. Bang. Just as Joey was deep in thought, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Lifting his head, Joey casually said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and Nustort walked in, holding a newspaper. "Big bro. The situation on Fishman Island has been resolved. The world government has once again raised Brother Katakuri's bounty." "Oh." Joey smirked with interest. "Tell me, how much did it increase?" Nustort replied, "Brother Katakuri's bounty has risen to 870 million berries. Mom's bounty has increased to 3.084 billion berries. Sister Compote's bounty is now 350 million, Brother Cracker's is 298 million, and Sisters Mondi, Hachi, and Ephalie each got a 100 million increase." Joey nodded. "That's not surprising. Katakuri performed exceptionally well in the battle at God Valley, and after causing a ruckus on Fishman Island, this kind of bounty increase is expected." The others' bounties also grew within the normal range. He understood it very well. This level of bounty increase was nothing extraordinary. Right now, their bounties hadn't truly exploded yet. If Katakuri's actions were taken into account properly, a bounty of at least 2 billion berries wouldn't be an issue. Nustort continued, "Besides that, Sister Amanda's bounty has been revoked." "Hey." Joey chuckled. "Looks like the 5 elders reconsidered and decided to take back the bounty order." He smirked. This wasn't just a trivial matter. A bounty notice might seem insignificant, but the implications were entirely different. This meant that the Charlotte pirates and the family had gained enough influence to make the 5 elders take a step back. That was what truly mattered. Nustort nodded but remained serious. "Big bro. We still can't let our guard down. The world government might have backed off for now, but they're definitely planning something. If we get careless, problems will arise." Joey laughed. "You brat, don't worry. Of course, I know that. But..." He looked at Nustort with a wide grin. "Go get Moscato for me." "Huh." Nustort was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded and left. Before long, Moscato, the 3-year-old, was brought in. Tilting his head, he asked, "Big bro. You called me?" Joey asked warmly, "Moscato, what do you think?" Then, he explained everything that had just happened. Little Moscato thought for a moment before replying, "A year from now, after the World Conference, our conflict with the world government will be unavoidable. There's no stopping it. Right now, they'll likely increase efforts to cause trouble. If they can't shake Tato Land, they'll probably come directly for you, big bro." "Hey." Joey nodded in satisfaction. Despite his young age, Moscato's analysis was spot on. Joey grinned. "Moscato, that's a great insight. This devil fruit is for you. Just like your sister, go back and help Amanda manage Tato Land." "Big bro." Moscato jumped up excitedly, staring at the devil fruit in front of him. A Paramecia-Type gelato fruit. It wasn't a particularly powerful devil fruit. It was just one of the many food-related fruits. But the meaning behind it was different. It meant that he had earned Big Bro's recognition. Nustort was also happy. "Moscato, congratulations." He genuinely meant it. Nustort was thrilled. After all, seeing his talented little brother being acknowledged was definitely something to celebrate. However, Nustort also felt the pressure. He needed to work even harder. Joey didn't say much and continued, Moscato, since you specialize in swordsmanship, I'm giving you this great sword as well. Its name? Ice Cream. And from now on, Memory Island are under your management. Moscato grabbed the huge ice cream sword, took a bite of the devil fruit, and then. The little brat firmly declared, Big bro. Don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Joey laughed. You better not. Three-eyed tribe. Memory Island. True Town. The Minister of Gelato. Honestly, food-type devil fruits were usually classified as creation-based abilities. Essentially, they allowed the user to conjure food items out of thin air. These kinds of devil fruits were generally mid-tier, not low. Because if you could create something from nothing, you wouldn't be weak. And one thing was undeniable. Bloodline truly mattered. Mash, cornstarch, Moscato. Their natural talents weren't outstanding. At least, not in combat. However, aside from Mash, the other two siblings excelled in management, which had become increasingly clear during their recent voyage. Then, Joey turned to Nustort. Nustort, with your talents, you're not suited to be a minister. You're more suited for combat. Unfortunately, I only have the book fruit right now, which isn't the right fit for you. Huh. Nustort instantly understood and happily said, Big bro. I'm not in a hurry. I'll keep training. I won't let you down. Saying that, he dashed off. Moscato also rushed out. Big bro, I'm leaving too. Grabbing his giant sword, he happily ran away. Hey. Joey shook his head with a smile. These two brats. Big bro has high hopes for you. He sighed with amusement but didn't dwell on it. Right now, Joey still had the book fruit and the healing fruit. Both were support-type abilities. Nustort had excellent combat potential, so these fruits weren't ideal for him. However, before setting sail, Pyrospiro had informed Joey of a devil fruit located at a certain place. A fruit perfect for Nustort. Bang. Having made all the arrangements, Joey lightly tapped his desk and continued thinking. The Snakeneck tribe. Who's behind them? This is truly strange. I don't know when they'll make their move. But let's see who they really are. Narrowing his eyes, Joey rapidly sifted through possible suspects in his mind, considering all possibilities. Chapter 95, The Mastermind. Boom. The ground shook as a deep crater formed from the impact. Counter stood in his half-beast form, gripping a long spear. Behind him, 500 warriors covered in black stood in formation. At this moment, both sides, the black-covered warriors and the pirates, stared down at each other. However, neither side made a move. The battle between the two leaders was about to begin. But no one dared to act rashly. First, there were no orders, and more importantly, if they clashed now, it wouldn't just be a small skirmish, it would ignite an all-out war. The towering men, built like an iron fortress, exhaled lightly before speaking in a sharp tone, impressive. As expected from one of the Charlotte family's 5 generals. I've heard stories about your strength, but I never imagined it would be this terrifying. His voice carried genuine admiration. After all, he was already 31 years old. And yet, his strength was on par with the young Counter at bronze level 7. The 5 brothers, Opera, Counter, Cadenza, Cabaletta, and Gala. There are also others like Daifuku and Oven. After reaching bronze level 7 or 8, they had all hit a bottleneck. Breaking through that barrier would take time. After all, not everyone was a monster like Katakuri. Potential alone couldn't determine everything. Monsters would always be monsters. Counter grinned cruelly. Hey. Don't flatter me like that, Iron Tower. Are you mocking me? Iron Tower, Iron T. Once the captain of the Iron Tower pirates. But now Iron T joined an unknown pirate crew. Who were they exactly? Even Counter wasn't sure. However, one thing was certain, Iron T's strength was undeniable. His current bounty stood at 410.03 million Berryessa solid bronze level 7. With his natural iron-like body and powerful armament hockey, he could even go toe-to-toe with bronze level 8 or 9 fighters. It wasn't an exaggeration. The two had fought many times before. Yet, neither had ever managed to claim victory. That alone proved their strengths were completely evenly matched. And Counter knew this very well. Clutching his long spear tightly, he searched for a way to break the stalemate. He cursed internally, "This is a pain. I just hope my big brother arrives faster than their backup. Otherwise, this is gonna be real trouble." Thinking about it, Counter felt like swearing out loud. Both sides were evenly matched right now. But on his side, he had to protect the Snakeneck tribe. Generally speaking, his side was at a disadvantage. If things escalated into a full-blown Batleaf rage took over, then things would spiral out of control. Which was why neither of them made a move, locked in an intense standoff. However, both knew their reinforcements were close. And neither would back down when it came to the Snakeneck tribe. The non-human races were naturally stronger than humans. Forget the Fishmen, Giants, Long-Arm tribe, Long-Leg tribe, and Minxho were all renowned for their strength. Even races like the Three-Eyed tribe or the Snakeneck tribe possessed incredible talent. Hehehe. At that moment a low, eerie chuckle echoed through the air. Instantly, Iron T's expression darkened. He already knew. The enemy reinforcements had arrived. Figures began emerging from the shadows. Leading the way, Daifuku and Oven. Heh. Humph. Both men grinned menacingly. Clear Lithe were brimming with killing intent. And Thena's calm voice followed. "Iron Tower, Iron T. A man like you, being tamed by someone else. There aren't many in this world who could pull that off." At that moment a voice rang out from behind them. Iron T instantly knew who it was. His face turned grim. "I never expected this. The head of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Joey himself, has arrived. This is truly unexpected." His eyes narrowed, but he didn't try to escape, and neither did his crew. One thing was clear, these pirates were elite fighters. Even knowing they were at a disadvantage, they didn't crumble. For pirates, that was rare. Many pirate crews, the moment they realized they were losing, they would scatter and flee. And that's exactly why the major powers never took pirates seriously. They were just tools to be used. An undisciplined, lawless bunch who just live for drinking, fighting, and indulging themselves. Would anyone truly respect such a force? What a joke. Taking them seriously would be an insult to oneself. Clap. Joey strode forward, with Daifuku and Oven following closely behind, like two towering giants. To be honest, Joey wasn't exactly short. At 180 centimeters, his height was pretty much ideal. But most of his siblings had grown far beyond normal limits. Not that Joey minded. Being 5 or 6 meters tall wasn't necessarily a good thing. Joey wasn't a fan of excessive height. Clap. Stopping in front of Iron T, Joey smiled and said, "Mr. Iron T, tell me who's behind you, and you can leave right now. Take all your men and go. After all, you haven't harmed my younger brother. You haven't hurt my family. So, I have no reason to fight you, no matter what your objective is." Hehehe. Iron T sighed and said, "As expected of you, Joey. That kind of confidence and composure. It's something those worthless fools could never hope to match. But my captain is a man who seeks to conquer the world, a man with boundless ambition. How could I possibly betray him here?" He glanced at the Snakehead tribe and shook his head. "Even if I die, it doesn't matter. I've already sent out word. Taking the Snakehead tribe won't be easy. But I won't let my captain suffer more losses." Clap. Joey applauded in admiration. Loyalty. Strength. Strategy. A man who possesses both wisdom and bravery is truly rare, Iron T. You are quite impressive. But can you guarantee the loyalty of those behind you? For them, betrayal might mean survival. That doesn't sound like a bad deal, does it? Ha ha ha. Iron T laughed loudly. My brothers. I know them too well. There's no way they'd do something like that. No one answered Iron T with words. But their sharp, determined gazes said everything. Daifuku's expression turned cold. TCH, you really don't know what's good for you. Big Brother was going to let you live, but you just had to keep running your mouth. As he spoke, Daifuku started rubbing his belt. A demonic figure materialized. Swoosh! The demon swung its massive blade, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind. As if it could cut down everything in its path. Hehehe. Iron T merely smiled. None of this matters anymore. I don't care if I die, as long as I can help my captain. Joey stopped Daifuku from making a move and said, I can't deny it, your captain must have an incredible charisma to inspire such loyalty. But that's expected, isn't it? In this era, every major figure has that kind of charisma. Shaking his head, Joey didn't attack. Instead, he continued, Golden Lion. In that instant, even though Iron T tried to control his reaction, his eyes still shrank in shock. More importantly, even if Iron T could suppress his emotions, what about the men behind him? They couldn't hide their reactions at all. At that moment, everyone turned to stare at Joey. Joey chuckled and said, looks like I got it right. It wasn't a hard guess. A man who seeks to conquer the world, who also possesses overwhelming charisma. There's only one real candidate. Golden Lion Shiki. Iron T's face turned even more serious. So you figured it out. What now? Joey shook his head. No need to get so tense. I already told you, I don't plan on fighting you. Besides, whether we become enemies of the Golden Lion or not isn't up to me. It depends on him. Iron T's expression grew heavier. He stared at the men before him. Charlotte Joey. On the surface, he seemed gentle, easygoing like a friendly big brother. But only by facing him directly could one feel the sheer pressure he exuded. It wasn't just an illusion. It was real, tangible pressure. A force that gripped the soul. Huff, exhaling slowly, Iron T knew. Silence was the best option. After all, no matter what he said, Joey would see right through him. With just a few words from Iron T, Joey had already figured out who his captain was. That's right. Iron T's captain was really Shiki. After the split at Hakanosu, Shiki had gone on to form the Flying Pirate crew. Interestingly enough, after assembling his crew, Shiki originally intended to take over Hakanosu. But he ran into the three group pirates John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe. The result? Shiki got completely beaten down by them. He was nearly killed. And honestly, that wasn't surprising. Shiki was only at Silver Rank 3. Against 3 warriors at Silver Rank 1 or 2. 3 versus 1. He was lucky to even survive. It really wasn't shocking at all. After that, Shiki was forced to reevaluate everything. He began building a true flying pirate crew. In the original story, Shiki led the flying pirates and nearly crushed Roger's crew who were full of monsters at sea. If they hadn't exhausted themselves in battle and gotten caught in a superstorm, Roger might never have become Pirate King. That alone proved it. Shiki's flying pirate crew was absolutely formidable. At the very least, a man like Iron T was willing to follow Shiki without hesitation. All right, Joey said. Enough talking. There's no need to drag this out any longer. Iron T's sharp gaze locked on Joey. He was ready to fight. He was even prepared to die here. But dying didn't mean he would just sit and wait for death. He would fight to the very end. In his mind, taking one down would be worth it. Taking 2. Even better. That was Iron T's resolve. Hehehe. Daifuku sneered, clearly ready to strike. Joey, however, lifted his head and smiled. Golden Lion. Are you really planning to keep hiding? Honestly, with such loyal men, you choose to lurk in the shadows. What? Huh. This. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 96, The Golden Lion Shiki. Whoosh. At that moment a figure descended from above. Jihahaha. A bold and hearty laugh, like that of a lion, echoed through the air. A man with long golden hair landed on the ground. Thud. Iron T hurried over, his face filled with urgency. Captain, you. Jihahaha. Shiki roared with laughter. Iron Tea. Are you expecting me to abandon you? Don't joke around. That would be an insult to me. I'm the Golden Lion. Do you really think I'd abandon my crew? I would never accept such a thing. His gaze then shifted to Joey, and he grinned. Besides, I'm curious to see what can the head of the Charlotte family really do. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp glint flashed within them. Bastard. You're asking for it. Maji Jiren, Jinyuan rage split. Heat Danashi, heat beating. Daifuku and Oven attacked simultaneously. Fools rushing in where they shouldn't. Against a silver rank level 3 opponent like Shiki, their mere bronze rank level 8 strength was nothing but reckless. They were throwing their lives away. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that they dared to act. Knowing when to retreat in the face of overwhelming strength was important. But failing to act out of fear, that was true disgrace. Jihahaha. Shiki laughed wildly. You think you can take me on with that level of power? How foolish. Facing their attacks, Shiki simply extended one hand. Sure Odoshi, Chimaki. Lion's threat, Earthbind. Rumble. The ground trembled violently. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The earth split open, forming roaring lion heads that surged forward to crush the two brothers. But then... slash. Suddenly, as if something had happened or perhaps nothing at all of the lion heads were severed. Silence returned. Chunks of stone crumbled to the ground, yet an eerie sensation lingered in the air. Shiki narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was off. His body tensed with newfound vigilance. Ever since he'd been ambushed and beaten down by John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, he'd become far more cautious. His once careless nature was gone. But just now, what exactly had happened? He had no idea. Not a clue. Not a single trace. Even his advanced observation haki, in which he had immense confidence, failed to pick up anything. It felt as if something had happened, but at the same time, as if nothing had occurred at all. Something about it was deeply unsettling. Hey. Joey smiled warmly. Golden Lion, why so aggressive? My little brothers merely attacked first. And yet, here you are, a seasoned veteran, bullying the young. How shameful. My mother isn't even here to stop you. He shook his head in mock disappointment, as if he looked down on Shiki. Jihahaha. Shiki smirked. Oh. You should know that the seas don't run on words alone. This is a dangerous world. Clang. At the same moment, Shiki suddenly drew his blades. His twin swords flashed, their arcs slicing through the air with deadly precision. A piercing clang echoed all around. But once again his attack vanished. What had just occurred? No one knew. Oh. Shiki locked eyes with Joey. Yet Joey merely kept his gentle smile. Golden Lion, do you really think I came out here relying solely on Daifuku and Oven? Don't get me wrong. My little brothers are talented, but they're still young. They haven't fully matured yet. He spread his arms wide. The Charlotte family didn't rise to power just because of my mother. There are other strong warriors among us. Warriors that even you, Golden Lion, might not be able to defeat. His eyes narrowed with absolute confidence. Not just him, Daifuku, Oven, and Counter all shared the same unshakable belief. In their family, they knew their strengths. Once, Joey had fought Linlin, but even she couldn't claim victory over Joey. The reason was that within 30 meters Joey was invincible. In this vast ocean, unless an ancient monster like Emu appeared, nothing could threaten him. 47 elite bronze rank level 7 soldiers stood behind him. If they joined forces, no one could walk away unscathed. Shiki's sharp gaze darkened. Kid, are you trying to intimidate me? Joey chuckled. Intimidate you? I, Charlotte Joey, have never needed to intimidate anyone. Jihahaha. Shiki grinned. I see. You really are a remarkable man. To take the Charlotte family this far despite that crazy woman, you must be a monster yourself. Your ambition and mentality are terrifying. You seem ordinary at a glance. But Shiki's eyes gleamed dangerously. Are you truly just an ordinary man? Joey smiled. Who knows? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But one thing is certain, no one has ever been allowed to stand within 10 steps of me. That is my confidence. Clap. His 3 brothers stepped forward in unison. They weren't Shiki's match. But they would never back down. They would always protect their family. Shiki's expression grew increasingly dangerous. He seemed to be weighing his options. Should he fight Joey? Or should he consider what had just happened? Then, without warning. Whoosh! Like a streak of light, Shiki lunged forward, his foot slamming into the ground as he shot toward Joey. Slash! His left hand gripped Oto, his right hand clutched Kogarashi. The twin blades gleamed, aiming to cut Joey down. Daifuku, Oven, and Count attacked in unison. But before Shiki, they were still lacking. Even combined, they only managed to momentarily stall him. Then, one by one, they were pushed back. Or rather, they couldn't truly stop him. On this sea, there were countless strong warriors. But none were as troublesome as Shiki. His float fruit ability made him a nightmare to deal with. If he wasn't willing to fight to the death, no one in this world could capture him. Joey watched as Shiki got closer and sighed helplessly. Seriously, Golden Lion, going after a regular guy like me? How embarrassing. Clang. Clang. Just as Joey finished speaking, a crisp, melodious sound echoed. Shiki had been stopped just 10 meters away from Joey. In an instant, Shiki sensed countless attacks aimed at him. These sword strikes were sharp and ruthless. Even Shiki found it a bit troublesome. And the longer the battle went on, the more Shiki realized there were simply too many of them. And the strangest part? He couldn't see them. He couldn't sense them. In the end. Whoosh! Shiki retreated. But the moment he stepped back, his attackers didn't follow up. It was as if they had no intention of chasing him down. Shiki remained silent, returning to Iron T's side. From start to finish, Joey had been smiling, his confident demeanor making Shiki uncomfortable. Yet, there was nothing he could do. No matter what he tried, Joey just stood there, untouched. Joey shook his head and sighed, what a pity. Looks like the mighty Golden Lion can't do anything to me today. Humph. Shiki scoffed and turned away coldly. I hope next time, you still have someone to protect you. Iron T, we're leaving. Yes, Captain. Iron T led their crew back to the pirate ship. Moments later the pirate ship rose into the sky. Shiki and his crew finally departed. This man was always cautious. Without understanding Joey's true abilities, he wouldn't make an enemy of him. After all, for him that crazy woman, Linlin, was powerful, and becoming enemies with the Charlotte family would be a huge hassle. The Charlotte family's influence was massive right now, and it wouldn't be good for the flying pirates' future. High in the sky, Iron T asked seriously, Captain, my observation hockey picked up some figures, but they disappeared almost instantly. It was like they were never there. That was too strange. Shiki nodded. Indeed. There were many of them, and their strength was on par with you and those 3 brats. The real issue is, how many of them are there? It's impossible to tell. But based on my senses, they were all women. Iron T was stunned. Captain, even you couldn't detect them properly. To him, that was unbelievable. Golden Lion Shiki. One of the world's strongest men. And even he couldn't see through this. Sure, Shiki specialized in armament hockey, but his observation hockey wasn't weak either. For someone at his level, even if he wasn't a master of it, he shouldn't be completely clueless. Shiki shook his head. It's not that I couldn't see them. It's that their numbers were overwhelming, and their coordination was flawless. They attacked once, then immediately disappeared. Iron T realized, so they strike once and retreat instantly. That explains it. However. Shiki raised a hand. I can't be sure whether these hidden figures were devil fruit users or something else entirely. Iron T frowned. Captain, what do you mean? Shiki said calmly, there aren't many devil fruits that grant invisibility. The most well-known is the clear fruit. And the current user of that fruit is Charlotte Mondi, that little girl who's still on Fishman Island. So how did that man pull this off? No idea. Iron-T was at a loss. Yeah. It really was bizarre. Shiki shook his head. No need to dwell on it now. Until we interact with the Charlotte family again, we don't need to concern ourselves. Just have someone gather information on them. That'll be useful when the time comes. Iron-T nodded. Understood, Captain. Then he went off to handle things. Meanwhile, Shiki narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. He murmured, such a strange ability. Or rather, such a strange man. Which one is it? No one's ever seen him display this kind of power before. No wonder he dares to travel alone, with just his younger brothers. After a brief pause, Shiki suddenly laughed. Jihahaha. What an interesting man. Completely hiding his true self. What exactly are you up to? This is just too interesting. Saying no more, Shiki simply felt more and more intrigued. This man was deeply hidden. If someone hid this much, they were either a recluse or they had boundless ambition. Anyone with a brain could tell Joey wasn't the first option. Honestly, Shiki wasn't entirely sure if Joey had some hidden power or just had people protecting him. But Shiki trusted his instincts. He was certain this was Joey's own power. There was no definitive proof. Just a gut feeling. At Shiki's level, instincts mattered more than logic. Shiki murmured, you, hiding, so deeply concealed, with strange power. Let's see what kind of storm you'll stir up when you finally emerge. Jihahaha. Chapter 97, The Isolated Island. Shiki had left. From beginning to end, Joey remained exceptionally calm. As if nothing had ever happened. Daifuku frowned and said seriously, Big bro. The Golden Lion just left like that. Won't your abilities be exposed? The Silver Greatsword. Joey's stand. Joey never hid anything from his family, there was no need to. Oven nodded. Yeah, big bro. If he figures out your power, that could be a real problem. Joey replied calmly, don't worry. It's not a big deal. My ability is incredibly complex. Even if Shiki suspects something, he can't be sure. Besides, for strong people at his level, sometimes perception itself can be the most troublesome thing. He shook his head, dismissing any unnecessary thoughts. Seeing their big brother so composed, Daifuku and Oven also nodded in agreement. That was true. Their big brother's situation was so special. For now, it was best to set it aside. After all, the stand ability was incredibly unique. For outsiders, mastering it wasn't easy. Or rather, this power didn't even belong to this world. Guessing it was just impossible. Clap. At that moment, an old man with an unusually long neck walked over respectfully and said, Chief. Greetings. Greetings. Joey turned around and smiled. Elder, we finally meet. I sincerely apologize for putting you all in danger. This was a failure on the Charlotte family's part in protecting the citizens of Tato Land. Nonsense, the elder of the Snake Neck tribe hurriedly said. Chief, what are you saying? If it weren't for Lord Counter's arrival, our Snake Neck tribe would have either ended up as slaves. That was a fate too terrifying to even imagine. Compared to the Three-Eyed tribe, the Snakehead tribe's attitude was vastly different. Like night and day. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Joey chuckled. Elder, don't worry about such things. It's nothing. I'm sorry. If this were under normal circumstances, I would have held a banquet for you. However. He sighed helplessly. I still have a ton of things to handle, so we'll have to postpone that for now. The elder immediately shook his head. Chief. Your kindness is more than enough for our Snakehead tribe. But. As your citizens, it wouldn't be right for you to hold a banquet for us. Instead, we should be the ones hosting a feast for you. Ha ha ha. Joey responded warmly, Counter, escort the elder and the entire Snake Neck tribe back to Tato Land safely. Counter nodded seriously. Big bro. Don't worry. I've already made the necessary preparations. Soon, after exchanging a few pleasantries, the Snake Neck elder and his tribe got busy under Counter's guidance. Their efficiency was impressive. In just 3 hours, the entire Snakeneck tribe was ready to set sail. Counter approached Joey quickly. "Big bro. I'll be heading out now. Opera has also arrived, so I need to move fast." Joey smiled. "Be careful on the way. If anything happens, just leave immediately." Clap. He patted Counter's shoulder, sighing. "You little brats are all getting taller than me." It was undeniable. Most of Joey's brothers were over 2 meters tall. And himself? Standing at 180 centimeters with a perfectly balanced physique, a handsome face, and long pink hair, always dressed in luxurious attire. Counter thumped his chest. "Big bro. What are you saying? No matter what, I'm still your little brother. You'll always be my big bro. I will definitely complete my mission." With that, Counter left. Joey simply shook his head and smiled, sighing. These little brats are really growing up. The future of our family is looking stronger and stronger. Haha. Daifuku and Oven grinned. Their belief was unwavering. The family would only keep getting stronger. Why? Because their big brother existed. Because their brothers and sisters worked together. And that was all that mattered. Russell. Watching Counter leave, Joey asked, "What about Mom?" "No, wait. Katakuri, has he returned yet?" He originally wanted to ask about their mother. But, considering how unreliable she could be, he decided to check on Katakuri instead. Moscato, who was standing behind him, answered, "Big bro. We got word from Katakuri. They'll arrive at the meeting point in 2 days." Knowing the timeline, Joey said, "Then we should set off too." "No problem." Ha ha ha. The siblings got to work. Russell. Soon, the ship set sail. Standing at the bow, Joey murmured, "Golden Lion. What exactly will you do? I don't fear being exposed, but what decision will you make? Will you spread the news? Will you stay silent? Or will you investigate me in secret?" Ha ha ha. He chuckled to himself and shook his head. Whatever. I don't need to worry about his plans. The current Golden Lion isn't a threat. If it were his full-fledged flying pirates, then I'd be more cautious. Joey never believed that a single person could dominate the entire world. Unless they were truly at an invincible level. After some thought, Joey decided to stop dwelling on it. The family system. As the name implied, it was all about growing the family's strength. As long as the family flourished, the chief would become powerful enough. And that was the most crucial thing. He knew exactly what needed to be done. Moving forward, the ship sailed at full speed. From the Snakehead tribe's hideout to the designated island, it took about 2 days. Rustle boom. As the ship docked and Joey's group disembarked, Katakuri and the others had yet to arrive. Roar. Howl. Arriving at night, they were greeted by the roars of wild beasts. Clearly, this was an island ruled by wildlife. Joey scanned the surroundings. There's not a single trace of human life here. His observation hockey wasn't particularly strong. But, for a small island like this, a quick scan was enough. Islands generally fell into 3 categories. Small islands like this one, big enough to house 10,000 people at most. Medium islands suitable for building nations, capable of housing millions. Tato Land's 36 islands were all medium-sized. Large islands such as Dressrosa, enormous landmasses that could accommodate tens of millions, often controlled by powerful nations. Oven nodded and said, "Big bro. We've checked the island thoroughly. There's no trace of anyone. It's safe." "All right." Joey nodded. "Set up some camps. We'll wait here for a while." Daifuku and Oven immediately got to work. Nustort continued his intense training. That kid was extremely hardworking. However, Joey made sure the ship's doctor followed him to prevent any serious injuries. Cornstarch and Moscato were buried in books, absorbing knowledge taught by their teachers. Once the camp was set up, everyone settled in for the night. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke, Joey heard the sound of a ship approaching. He immediately got up. The others were already awake as well. Daifuku, Oven, and the rest of the siblings stood quietly, watching the rapidly approaching pirate ship. The Queen Mama Chanter. The ship sped towards them. Standing at the bow was none other than their mother, her belly visibly swollen from pregnancy. Joey frowned, deep in thought. Mom should be pregnant with the 12th and 13th daughters, Mozart and Marnia. Joey decided not to dwell on it. This wasn't the so-called original story. Anna Maria, it was a completely new world. His mother was a living, breathing person. It was only natural that things wouldn't follow the original timeline exactly. After all, he'd acquired many devil fruits that were never supposed to be in his hands according to the original story. Swoosh. With a leap, Linlin jumped straight at him. Joey sighed helplessly, saying, "Mom. Calm down. You're pregnant. You need to be careful for yourself and the babies." Linlin beamed, "It's fine. It's fine. Mommy's body is super strong. Besides, Joey is worrying about me. That makes Mommy so happy." Sigh. Joey sighed in resignation. "Mom, when have I not worried about you? Honestly." His mother was incredibly powerful, but she was also quite dense. And because of that, Joey had to be extra vigilant. What if someone tried to kidnap her? Meanwhile, Katakuri and the others disembarked. "Big bro," they all greeted him enthusiastically. Still trapped in his mother's embrace, Joey just smiled and said, "Welcome back." "MHM." They all nodded. Joey looked at Katakuri and said warmly, "Katakuri, you did great." Katakuri smiled. "Big bro. I only did what I was supposed to do." From Katakuri's perspective, he simply fulfilled his duty. He was meant to be the invincible man of the family. Did such a man even need praise? Shaking his head, Joey said, "That's exactly how it should be." "But did you run into any problems on your way back?" He was asking Katakuri, but also addressing everyone. Cracker scratched his head and replied, "We ran into quite a few pirate groups trying to claim Fishman Island. But they were just trash. The real issue is that Katakuri kept feeling like someone was watching us. But every time we tried to investigate, we couldn't find anything." Joey didn't let his guard down. Katakuri's observation haki was terrifyingly powerful. It was on an entirely different level. Sure, he hadn't yet fully mastered the ability to see into the future. But if Katakuri felt like someone was watching them, then someone definitely was. After a moment of thought, Joey said, "It's probably the world government. We made quite the commotion that time. Those pirates weren't just sent by the celestial dragons. 5 elders sent spies to keep an eye on us too. But don't worry. They won't confront us directly." On this point, Joey was absolutely certain. A lot of battles could happen in the shadows. But some things could never be brought into the open. Chapter 98, Katakuri Stand. Invincible Death. Then, with a helpless sigh, Joey said, "Mom, can you put me down first? I still have things to do." "Woo." Linlin pouted in displeasure but eventually let Joey go. Joey shook his head, sighing in exasperation, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this was his mother. Next, Joey reached into his pocket and took out a small vial of liquid. He tossed it to Katakuri and said, "Katakuri, this is called the demi-human serum, Ajin. It has a very special effect if someone dies. As long as a part of them remains, they can revive." Huh. Hearing Joey's words, everyone was stunned. They weren't fools. They immediately understood the implication behind his statement. Gulp. But without hesitation, Katakuri downed the serum in one go. After drinking it, he said, "If Big Brother says so, then there's no problem." Then, without hesitation, Katakuri gripped his trident, and before anyone could react, splurt. He thrust it straight through his own throat. Blood dripped onto the ground. Katakuri's consciousness seemed to fade. But in the next moment, the wound healed instantly. The trident was pushed out of his body. Someone who had just lost their life had come back to life. Huff, exhaling deeply, Katakuri acted as if nothing had happened. "Big Brother," he chuckled. "I'm a demi-human, Ajin, now. Joey didn't say a word but responded with a soft laugh. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. His eyes felt a little misty. Trust. What kind of trust was this? This wasn't about something trivial. It was about life and death. Katakuri had taken his word without hesitation, willing to risk his own life. Absolute trust. His younger brother trusted him completely. As an older brother, that was more than enough. Joey exhaled deeply and shook his head. All right. Enough about this. Of course, the gift I gave you is real, you little punk. Did you seriously have to test it? Have I ever given you anything fake? Ha ha ha. Hearing Joey's words, Katakuri scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Only in front of Joey could Katakuri show a childlike side of himself. Joey smiled. All right, enough messing around. Get some rest. We should get going soon. Pirospiro informed me that a pirate crew has also received information and is heading for the same place. Got it. Everyone nodded seriously. They understood their big brother was holding something back. But they didn't say anything. Instead, they simply exchanged knowing smiles. Joey shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it. But then suddenly. Arg! Katakuri let out a deafening roar, his entire aura turning overwhelmingly terrifying. What's happening? What's wrong? Huh? Everyone turned to Katakuri in alarm. Joey's expression tensed. Could there be a problem with the demi-human serum? But that was impossible. The system had verified there shouldn't be any issues at all. Staring at Katakuri, Joey's gaze sharpened. Everyone looked at their brother, unsure of what to say. Katakuri. Linlin also looked at her son in concern. Without a doubt, Linlin favored Joey the most, but that didn't mean she didn't love her other children. It was just that Joey was more mature. Always acting like a little adult. With Joey, Linlin could show her childish side. But as a mother, she still had to act like a parent to her other kids. No parent wanted to be treated like a child by their own children. That was just how parents were. Compote quickly asked, Big brother. What's going on? What's happening to Katakuri? Joey raised a hand. He gestured for everyone to stay calm. Then he stepped forward and spoke slowly, focus your mind. Tell yourself what it is you truly want. Center your spirit. You have trained in meditation technique to some extent, you should have some control over your mind. The body technique trained the body. The meditation technique trained the spirit. Joey had checked with the system. Meditation technique could only be improved up to silver rank 9, requiring 1000 achievement points to upgrade, hadn't upgraded it yet. Alright. Big bro. Katakuri was in extreme pain, as if he was enduring something unbearable. Ha! He gasped heavily, gradually restraining his spirit, making it condense. Slowly, Katakuri's will gradually merged into one. It fully solidified over time. A faint, invisible aura spread from Katakuri's body. Everyone quietly waited. They could all feel it. Katakuri seemed to be undergoing an amazing transformation. Finally, Joey saw a shadowy figure emerging behind Katakuri. A black phantom. Soon, the figure just dissipated. In its place, a streak of dark purple light appeared. Boom. Gradually, that terrifying power condensed, forming a solid entity. Roar. The terrifying force let out an earth-shaking roar. Katakuri also unleashed a terrifying scream. From his eyes, a dark purple shockwave erupted. It spread wildly in all directions. When Katakuri calmed down, everything returned to silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They had no idea what had just happened. Compote pondered and said, Katakuri's situation is very special. Big bro, it seems like you can see it. Is this what you call a stand? At that moment, everyone froze. They then also assumed this was their big bro's ability. Joey then spoke, that's right, it's a stand. Katakuri awakened his stand through sheer will. In fact, when someone in the family awakens a stand, those of the same bloodline are very likely to awaken one as well. Essentially, all of you can awaken stands. Everyone's breathing grew rapid. The silver greatsword. Everyone knew this was Big Bro's stand. How incredible, how terrifying it was. Seeing everyone's expressions, Joey sighed helplessly. I originally didn't plan to tell you this. When you actively try to awaken it, it becomes more difficult. A stand is the manifestation of one's spirit, and it only awakens when your spirit reaches a certain threshold. Katakuri's willpower and belief reached their peak, which is why he awakened his stand. Now, shaking his head, he continued, trying to awaken your stands deliberately will only make it harder. Not knowing is actually beneficial to you. Everyone scratched their heads. They all knew Joey truly meant well. Awakening a stand wasn't as simple as it seemed. What? You want to mention the Joestar family? Get lost. Is that family even normal? The people in that family are just naturally overpowered, alright? That family is like a walking cheat code in the stand world. It's not a fair comparison. Ugh. Just then, Katakuri had fully recovered. He walked forward and said, Big Bro. I'm fine now. Joey nodded, looking warmly at Katakuri. Katakuri, can you see the silver greatsword? As he spoke, Joey summoned the silver greatsword. After carefully observing it, Katakuri finally sighed, so this is the true form of the greatsword. Seeing it with my own eyes for the first time, it's quite different from what I saw using observation hockey. Joey reflected, as expected. Only stand users can see stands. Your stand is now fully awakened. Summon it so I can take a look. Katakuri nodded, no problem, Big Bro. Invincible death. As Katakuri chanted. Instantly, dark purple energy exploded forth. At that moment, everyone felt the overwhelming presence of death emerging. It was a stand towering at 5 meters. Its body was massive. Fully clad in dark purple medieval knight armor. Aside from that, it wielded a long sword in its left hand and a short sword in its right. Just one glance made it clear. This was an incredibly powerful combat-oriented stand. Joey murmured, System. Show me Katakuri's stats and stand panel. Charlotte Katakuri. Identity, third son of the Charlotte family, vice captain of the Big Mom Pirates. Strength, silver level 1. Potential, platinum level 9. Abilities, Paramecia-Type Mochi no Mi. Stand, Invincible death. Description, the absolute pillar of the Charlotte family. At only a young age, he possesses incredible potential. Not only has he awakened a stand, but he also has a devil fruit akin to a Logia type, along with mastery over all 3 forms of hockey. His skills have already reached the pinnacle. With steady growth, he will rise to the top of the world. Stand, Invincible death. Destructive power, A. Speed, B. Precision, A. Growth potential, fully matured. Endurance, A. Range, C. Joey examined Katakuri and Invincible Death's details. He was stunned. A stand that was already fully matured from the start. Honestly, even Joey wasn't sure what to make of such a stand. He immediately asked the system, what's the deal with Invincible Death? Invincible Death's abilities are fully developed. However, its true potential depends on its user. Its abilities are maxed out and won't grow further. Instead, its growth is determined by its master's strength. Joey immediately understood. A stand's abilities. Typically, they evolve over time. For example, Star Platinum and the world's time-stopping abilities. Both of them grew stronger alongside their users. But Katakuri's Invincible Death. Its abilities were set in stone. So there was no further growth. However, as Katakuri became stronger, Invincible Death's capabilities would be fully realized. For example, if Invincible Death had the ability to slay crystal-level beings. Right now, because of Katakuri's current strength, it could only operate within the silver level. Joey looked at Katakuri and asked, how do you feel? Katakuri shook his head, Big Bro. I can sense a lot, but it's fragmented. I think I need time to fully grasp Invincible Death's power and abilities. Hehehe. Joey said warmly, "No rush, take your time. A stand's power isn't something you can master overnight. I still don't know if my greatsword has an ability or if this is all there is to it." Shaking his head helplessly, even Joey felt a bit troubled. Maybe his greatsword really was just a numbers advantage, with no extra abilities at all. Chapter 99, Pika Pika no Mi. Invincible Death. This was Katakuri's awakened stand ability. It was also the second stand ability to awaken within the entire Charlotte family. With his demi-human bloodline, the power of the Mochi no Mi, and his stand, Invincible Death. You could say Katakuri now lacked nothing. All he needed was to fully unleash his potential. That was the most important thing. As for anything else, it wasn't particularly important. Splash. The ship sailed across the vast ocean. Joey lounged on the sofa, seemingly reading a book. But Joey wasn't really reading. He was lost in thought about something else. In truth, he was considering stand abilities. Deep in thought, he mused, as expected. My initial decision was the right one for paying a high price. If someone else had bought the arrows, that would have been a huge loss for me. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Even he had to admit, compared to the importance of family techniques like the body and meditation, the 3 arrows he had purchased were far more crucial. Each of these 3 arrows had immense value. Those who awakened their stand abilities could potentially use the Requiem arrow to achieve Requiem level power in the future. Meanwhile, the regular arrow and soul arrow could be stored away as valuable assets. Stand abilities were of unparalleled importance. Their strength depended entirely on the user's mental willpower. Even if the world itself limited the potential of stand abilities. But in a strong enough individual's hands, a stand's power could reach godlike levels. It was downright broken. Whoosh. Joey exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Katakuri has also awakened his stand. That makes 2 members of our family now. This proves my theory was right. Now, it's only a matter of time before the rest of those brats awaken their own stands." A satisfied grin spread across his face. He had chosen his path wisely. It wasn't enough for just him to be strong. Unless he became overwhelmingly powerful to the point of suppressing everything. But that wasn't realistic. Joey knew himself well. He wasn't naturally gifted. Whether in training or combat, he lacked that so-called indomitable will or extraordinary talent. Instead, he was a strategist. A mastermind who knew where his strengths lay. And he was very aware of his own limits. Clap. Joey looked up as Katakuri approached. With a smile, he asked, "What's up, Katakuri?" "Big bro." Katakuri sat down, frowning. "It feels weird. It's like I suddenly have an extra arm. Invincible Death feels like another limb completely natural to use." "Heh." Joey chuckled, "That's normal. A stand is like a highly advanced machine. You don't need complicated commands to control it. For example, snap." Joey snapped his fingers. Clang. 2 great swords materialized and immediately began clashing. He explained, "These swords fight entirely on instinct. All I do is give a simple order. But since they are an extension of me, they can use armament hockey, observation hockey, and even the sword techniques I've mastered." Katakuri carefully observed the battle between the swords. Just as Joey had said, the 2 swords fought seamlessly, utilizing hockey and various sword techniques in real time. "I see now." Katakuri nodded in understanding. Joey continued, "The second method is to manually control your stand. But in the heat of battle, this might actually weaken your performance. You need to trust your stand, it's crucial." Katakuri pondered for a moment, then said, "Big bro, I got it. I'll go experiment some more." Joey nodded. "Go ahead." Katakuri left. But another figure crept closer, sneaking around. Joey shook his head. "Daifuku. You sneaky little brat. If you have a question, just ask. You're not the first one, you know." He. Daifuku, usually so cold and serious, let out an awkward laugh. Joey sighed. Honestly, Daifuku wasn't the first to ask. Including him, pretty much everyone had come to inquire about stand abilities. Even Linlin. She had even tried to act cute, begging him to awaken her stand. But Joey refused outright. No way. If someone without the suited potential used the regular or soul arrow, they could actually die. So, he didn't dare risk it. Under Joey's watchful gaze, Daifuku finally sat down and eagerly asked, "Big bro, how do stands awaken?" Joey explained, "It's actually pretty simple. Katakuri awakened his stand by maintaining an invincible mindset. At that moment, his willpower reached its limit, and his mind and spirit merged into one. Because of this unyielding belief, his stand invincible death was born. For you guys, no matter what, you need a strong resolve. Stands are abilities formed from one's willpower. If your mind wavers, you won't be able to unleash your stand's true potential." Oh. Daifuku nodded in understanding. But Joey wasn't sure if he really got it. Still, it was good for him to start thinking about it. Understanding oneself was an essential step. Daifuku mulled over what he had learned before heading off. Joey watched him go, thinking, looks like Daifuku might have understood something. Unlike the others, who had left completely confused, Daifuku had stopped to contemplate. That was already progress. But would he succeed? That was another matter entirely. Awakening a stand wasn't easy, it required unwavering willpower. Once again the Joestar family. That bloodline was cheating. Those people were monsters. Seriously, have you ever seen an entire family where everyone was a stand user? It was absurd. Every single direct blood relative had a stand. That family was just straight up unnatural. After explaining everything, Joey left it up to his younger siblings. Whether they succeeded or not was their problem now. With his brothers and sisters settling down, Joey returned to his reading and sword practice. The two ships sailed rapidly towards the next destination. This time, the third objective of their journey awaited them. The Three-Eye Tribe. The Snake-Neck Tribe. Both were easily dealt with. And next. The third target, the Shining Fruit, Light Fruit. They had already heard about this devil fruit, but its exact location had remained uncertain. Now that they had received solid information, Joey and Katakuri regrouped. Because opposite the devil fruit stood a formidable opponent. To claim the fruit, they would have to face this adversary. As they sailed, their speed increased significantly. After just 2 days, they were approaching the island. Clap. Compote quickly walked up to Joey and said, "Big brother. We're almost there." Putting down his book, Joey looked up and smiled. "Compote, how do you feel?" Sigh. With a helpless sigh, Compote shook her head. "Big brother. I don't feel anything special, but Daifuku seems to sense something. However, he can't explain it properly, just that he's trying to grasp it." Understanding the situation, Joey nodded. That's not unusual. After all, stand abilities are unique and take time to develop. Don't worry. Eventually, everyone will awaken their stand. Shaking her head, Compote then said seriously, "Big brother. We're about to reach the island, and the enemy speed matches ours. I estimate they'll arrive soon." Joey said casually, "Looks like we'll have to fight again." Compote replied, "It seems so. A battle is inevitable." Joey sighed with mild frustration. "Honestly, I'm not that interested in fighting. But these pirates, convincing them to hand over something willingly is always a hassle." Hearing her brother's complaint, Compote simply shook her head. "Big brother, let's be real. That's impossible. Pirates are insane. Either you kill them, or they kill you. No pirate would just hand over a treasure." Joey nodded calmly. That was indeed the nature of pirates. If they simply gave everything away, would they even be pirates anymore? That would just make them pushovers. If they were that kind of people, they wouldn't have become pirates in the first place. Thinking for a moment, Joey asked, "How's Katakuri doing?" Compote answered, "Katakuri is steadily improving his control over his stand. However, he still hasn't fully grasped its abilities. According to him, he has a vague idea, but every time he tries to confirm it, he gets confused." "Heh. Joey chuckled. That's normal. Stand abilities aren't something you can fully understand overnight. Shaking his head in amusement, Joey continued, stands may seem simple on the surface, but when you truly possess one, you realize just how unique they are. Controlling them isn't easy. Katakuri's invincible death was a stand with immense growth potential. It was obvious. A stand like that would be even harder to master. Compote sighed. Nothing we can do about it. That's just Katakuri's nature. He always thinks he can push himself further. Joey thought for a moment and said, that's not a bad thing. Katakuri isn't wrong to push himself, but he needs to be mindful of his physical and mental limits. Pushing too far could lead to a breakdown. Compote nodded. Don't worry, big brother. The training of Lady Scathack always pushes us to the limit but never to the point of breaking. Good. Joey fully trusted the training methods. To be precise, Scathack was an incredible teacher who had trained numerous heroes, leaving a lasting impact on the entire Celtic mythology. She was a perfect mentor. Her training plans were astonishingly precise. Every session pushed them to their limits without ever crossing into collapse. That was the brilliance of her training regimen. Oh, right. Compote suddenly recalled something. She smacked her forehead and said, Big brother. Neptune wants to arrange a political marriage with you. A marriage? Joey was momentarily stunned before blurting out, but he doesn't have a daughter yet, does he? What, is he offering me his wife? Compote gave Joey a weird look, surprised by her brother's unexpected remark. Smack. Joey playfully knocked her on the head and laughed. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm not into that. Just tell me what's going on. He. Rubbing her head with a mischievous grin, Compote said, Neptune plans to have his future daughter marry you. Even though she hasn't been born yet, he said he'll try hard to have one. Joey nodded in understanding. I see. That's fine. I have no objections to this arrangement. Princess Shirahoshi, huh? There was no reason to refuse, not just because she was a beauty. But more importantly, by marrying into the royal family of Ryugu Kingdom, he could secure their loyalty. A political marriage would solidify their alliance. It was the perfect solution. He'd gain a beautiful wife and a kingdom. Why would he say no?